I've been posting my paranormal experiences on and off for the past few months when the thread pops up. Though, now I think I should retell one that I posted about 8 to 10 years ago. It's non-paranormal, but kinda fucked. Be me, 18-year-old dude. Work at a shitty retail job, mostly evenings and nights. Mindlessly easy work. Make the shelves pretty, help customers, and put shit back where it goes. Around 6 p.m. in the winter, getting dark out. Straining up the drink aisle, pulling bottles of shitty off-brand soda forward. Someone calls for me from the right. It's some mid to late 30-something-year-old guy. Asking me where the medicine and stuff like that is. I lead him directly around the corner. Find what he's looking for. He decides to try to strike up some conversation. Young, socially inept, and not wanting to come off as rude, I oblige and we talk. Normal small talk turns into him asking questions about me, where I go to school, and how old I am. Not creeped out yet, but starting to get a little uncomfortable. Almost immediately asks me to help him at his place, moving some furniture. I decline. Come up with some excuse that I'm going to be very busy for a while. He tries to bribe me with pizza, beer, and weed. Still decline. Haha, no worries, Anon. Dude hangs around for a bit before he steps off around the corner. I stay put for a minute, watching him out of the corner of my eye. Feel like something is very off about this guy. I don't want to be around him. Get called to the back of the store over the intercom. Start walking. I'm not even halfway across the store, and in the reflection of one of those reflective ceiling domes, I see someone following behind me, about 25 feet away. Glance over my shoulder for a second. It's the weird guy, acting like he's just looking around. Keep walking, glancing up the domes when I see them. Dude followed me all the way back to the warehouse door, but didn't dare to follow me in. Find coworker that called me in the warehouse. Mentioned the dude to her. Ha, he's probably just not good at talking to people and wanted to be your friend and on. Don't worry so much. This bitch.jpg. Help her stupid ass out with moving some heavy stock before returning to my regular tasks. Wander back towards the drink aisle, feeling kind of anxious. Glancing around as I cross the store, expecting to see the creepy dude. Sector clear, dot wave. Get back to mindless work. Forget about the guy for a while. Few hours later, when the store is mostly empty, I walk up to the cash registers and talk with the cashier. Hey, Anon, your buddy was asking about you. What? Yeah, he wanted to know when you were off. Something about plans that you had. I feel the anxiety come back as I seemingly stare through this fucking brainless land whale. I ask her if she told him anything. She says no, since it's against policy. I breathe a sigh of relief and wander behind the counter to grab the schedule for the next week. Can't find it. Dig around for a while. Land whale nudges me and points over the counter above where I'm looking. Ask her if she just pulled it out. She says no. Shrug and look at my schedule and go do some other shit in the back to kill time. Have a strange feeling for the rest of the night, even after I get home. Was off for a couple days. Went back. In canned food. Moving shit around. Hear steps to my right. Look over and see the creepy guy. Put on my customer service face. Not really happy to see this guy again. Dude doesn't even ask for help. Just wants to talk. Talk with him for a bit, continuing to work as I do so. He asks me to hang out sometime. Decline. Recycling my previous excuse. See something in the guy's expression change. It was really subtle. It's alright, dude. Maybe some other time. Guy proceeds to go on about shit going on in his life. That his mom isn't doing too well and that he's basically got the house to himself. Talks about this fridge full of beer and gallon Ziploc bags full of weed that he's got. Reply with simple shit like, oh, cool, and nice, while I'm only half listening. Guy says he's gonna get out of my hair, but tells me to consider his offer to hang out, and that his place is just across the street. Yeah, sure, great, .png. Guy walks away. I wait a second before I stick my head out and peek around, to make sure he's actually gone this time. Get back to work as normal. Close and forget about the guy for a while. A month passes. Store starts handing out radios to floor staff. It's quicker and easier to call for help. Also a good way to keep things subtle if you don't want certain customers to hear something. Creepy guy would show up occasionally, doing the same old shit. I got tired of it and made sure to tell most of the people I worked with about him. Tell them that if some 30-something guy comes asking about me, that I am not around, and to radio me when he's not nearby. Got a small promotion. Help out in furniture. Quick note, at this point in time, I was the only guy that worked at the store during business hours, hanging around in the aisles adjacent to furniture in case the manager needed help. Pushing around cheap-ass candles and scrolling on my phone. Get a call on the radio. It's the land whale cashier. "Anon, your friend is here looking for you." I freeze up for a moment, remembering that this land whale is also quite literally retarded. I asked her if she told him I was here. "Yup." Resist the urge to call her a stupid cunt over the radio. Decide to save it for later. Quickly move towards the warehouse, since the dude hadn't followed me in there yet. Bump into the closing manager as I walk in. Explain the situation to her. She understands and tells me she'll keep an eye out. Tuck away in the corner. Find a nice little nook under the shelving. Listening to radio chatter and scrolling on my phone, when I hear the closing manager shout, "Excuse me! This area is for employees only." Glance around. Make out 3 people that aren't my manager, one of whom is the creepy guy. What the actual fuck.webm. Creepy guy is flanked by a Hispanic guy and a Hispanic woman. The guy is wearing some expensive brands. The woman is in a skin-tight red dress and lots of jewelry. Creepy guy looks like shit as usual. Creepy guy tries to explain that they're looking for me for, quote-unquote, help. Manager threatens to call the cops, and immediately, all 3 leave the warehouse. I sit tight for the next 20 to 30 minutes, until I get a call from another floor worker that the trio was gone. Get back to work. Super anxious. Never see creepy guy or the other 2 again. I talked to the closing manager when we were locking up, and I explained how long this dude had been showing up. She pulled some security camera footage from the very first night that he'd shown up, to try to build a case for harassment at the very least. Turns out that on that first night, dude distracted the retarded land whale and took pictures of the schedule so he would have an idea of when I would be working. With this evidence, the manager banned the guy from the store and filed a report with the cops, who didn't do anything about it. Honestly, I think the worst part of it for me at the time was seeing that this dude brought friends with him. The only theories my coworkers, friends, and even my parents could really produce was that the 2 people he brought with him were tied to some kind of human trafficking ring, or something of that nature. Not entirely sure, but it's been about 10 years or so since that happened. Thankfully, I got out of retail not long after that. Haven't had any kind of stalker since then, except the occasional tweaker on some job sites. It was April or May of 2009. My friend, let's call him Vinny, was in from out of town, and we decided to drink at about noon. We went to a party store and brought some 40s, and just walked around town, brown bagging it. We got a call from another friend, Justin, that he and his girlfriend Kim were going to drop by. By now, it was the early afternoon, and we made it back to my place. I had mentioned to Vinny that the house next door was condemned. It had a bright pink sign on the floor with condemned written on it because the garage behind the house was collapsing. I had never seen anyone in or out of that house in the 2 years I'd been living next door to it. I had just assumed it was abandoned or got foreclosed upon. We had a lot of foreclosures in Michigan. Yes, this is in Michigan. As kids, we would always love exploring the woods and looking for random things. It only seemed fitting that we go into the house and have a look around. We were pretty drunk at this point and just thought, fuck it, let's do this. We went in behind the house, through the partially collapsing garage. The door that went from the garage to the house was locked, but after a while, we were able to force it open. To our immediate right was the basement, so we decided to go down there first. We were amazed by the amount of stuff down there. There were so many tools and hardware supplies. In the back of the basement, in its own room, was a large train track set up. It was creepy. While we were in the basement, we got a call from Justin and Kim that they had arrived at my house. We came back out the house through the garage again, and I grabbed my Nikon. Kim and Justin were pretty pumped about going in and seeing what we discovered, so we went back in and showed them the basement. After looking around, we went back upstairs to the kitchen. Again, there was a lot of stuff in there. A table in the corner of the room was full of bottles and cans, which we planned on taking after looking around the rest of the house. There's a 10-cent deposit for cans in Michigan. We took some time poking around the kitchen. It, of course, smelled bad in there, but it wasn't overwhelming. The smell was just that of a musty house. I made the mistake of looking in the refrigerator, and the smell of that overwhelmed me from the rotting food. That smell was being contained until I opened it. There was a door that separated the kitchen from the living room, and I was the first to open it. It was a swinging door, and when I opened it, I caught a glance of a figure sitting in a chair facing away from me. All I knew was that someone was in the house, and we were trespassing. I quickly turned around while walking towards the back door, and I told my friends in a whisper, "Shit, there's somebody here," and we all ran out. We went back into my backyard, and I had told them that I saw somebody sitting in a chair in the living room. My friend Vinny, who was most likely more drunk than I was, said, "Fuck it, man. He has no more of a right to be there than us. It's probably a junkie." I was not as excited to go back in to confront a squatting junkie, but I was convinced when Justin informed me that he was most likely high as fuck and wouldn't be able to do shit. Justin had been addicted to heroin for a few years at that point, so I trusted his judgment of the situation. He's clean now. We ended up going back in through the back again, but more quietly this time. When we made it to the kitchen, Vinny was the first to open the door this time to the living room. The rest of us stood back and just watched the figure in the chair. Vinny swung the door shut, looked at us, and said, "That's a dead body." We all looked at him in shock, and it was obvious that he was serious. We all trickled into the living room and gathered around the body. His skin was black, even though we found out later he was white, and he was sitting in a chair facing the front of the house. It was obvious he had been there for a while. The smell near the body was almost unbearable. We needed to cover our mouths and nose with our shirts like respirators. This made Vinny and I sober up really quickly. There was a complete silence between our group of 4 while we observed the body. Nobody said a word. I can't really tell you what happened next, as it gets kind of foggy from there. The effect of seeing a dead body is kind of a surreal experience. We looked around at the house, upstairs, and out of the rooms on the ground floor, and eventually found a journal next to the body. We flipped through the journal, and every day he listed what he ate, the temperature, and how much money he made in returning cans that day, which I found strange because there was at least $50 worth of cans sitting in the house. I took some more pictures of the house and of the body, although at the time, Vinny was very opposed to doing this, and we left to go to the bar. At some point, Kim left, and it was just us 3, but I remember her taking in the experience quite well, and was not as disturbed by it as much other girls. Some people don't even want to hear the story, let alone see the pictures. We went to the bar that night, sat in the back, and just quietly talked about what had happened. After the bar, drunk again, Justin and I went back into the house to check it out one more time. I took some more pictures, and Vinny and Justin left for the night. I told my roommates about it, and one of them told his girlfriend. She was so disturbed, she said she would refuse to come over until the body was gone. She said if I didn't call the cops, then she would. The next morning, hungover, I decided that I better call the police. I called my friends to let them know, and they made me hold off on doing it until they came over. I waited and called an anonymous tip line when they arrived. When I called the tip line, I simply said that I found a dead body. The operator seemed frazzled and told me to hold the line. She told me multiple times not to hang up. I held the line and was put on with a detective for our city. I explained what happened and what the address was. He asked me my name, but I told him he had to be fucking insane if he thought I would be giving him my name. Right after hanging up, we all went to the front porch to wait for the cops to come. Not even a full minute after hanging up the phone, I saw a cop car round the corner with its lights on. We were really surprised by the response time, but it ended up driving by the house. A few minutes later, a few cop cars rolled up and asked us if we had seen anyone in or out of the house lately. I told him that I saw nobody near the house in the last 2 years I'd been living here. The police went in for a while, and a white van showed up. Eventually, some girls that lived across the street came over wondering what was going on. The police said they found a body, and we, of course, acted shocked. They took out the body covered on a stretcher. They must have had one hell of a time prying him from the chair, and also took out a gun that was in the house. The gun was an old-style rifle that had been leaning against the wall in the living room. I talked to one of the cops, and he said that the guy's family would have them check up on the guy from time to time to make sure he was doing alright. Apparently, he wanted nothing to do with the family, so they stopped doing so. He just wanted to be left alone. The only thing that we took from the house was the journal he kept. There's a bunch of nice handwriting in it, with addresses and such. The first entry was on January 21st, stating that the notebook was found in a dumpster. There's also an entry talking about when the power was turned out, and notes to buy oil. There were a bunch of oil-burning lamps in the house. The last entry in the journal, May 3rd, says, "Sick. Very flu. 4 cans. Sick as heck. Flu. Can't eat. It's eerie." The date matched up with the most current newspaper he had in a pile in the living room. We decided not to take anything out of respect for him and the family. I know that certain things were worth a lot of money, but I'm not about to be the type of person that loots a dead guy's house. I figured that the family would come and get the stuff, but they never did. The house ended up being sold, and I saw the people who brought it bring up boxes filled with sheet music, toy trains, and etc. The house has since been fixed up, and it's being rented out. I could find no information on either the house or the guy who died, even over a year later. I'm posting this just to share my experience. This happened in 2009, but I'm just now deciding to share it with everyone. I'm not trying to make jokes or act like it's a funny story. This guy died alone in his house and was found by strangers over a year after his death. Make jokes if you want, but this guy was alone and obviously had some problems. A little background to start. I work as a topographer/tracker for a local group in Colorado and Wyoming. My job consists of surveying areas and mapping out common game trails and popular places for herds to gather for hunting and ecological purposes. When I'm out, I'm mostly on an ATV until I find a game trail, which then I map out on foot. When I'm going long distances, I stop at outposts that have been set up along the trail to refuel and rest for the night, or go to in case of hazardous weather. I've seen some things that have made me question what's out there, such as mutilated deer, bull elks torn in half, holes dug through the fresh body of animals from the inside out, and while seeing things like this is unsettling, I usually shrug them off as some kind of nasty parasite or a bear attack. The thing that made me wonder whether or not I was up against something much bigger didn't happen till recently, while near the Wyoming-Colorado border, in between outposts in the first week of December. To start, it was snowing fairly lightly, kinda spitting really. The pines stopped most of the snow falling on me while I was walking back to my ATV. While it was snowing lightly, the layer on the ground was at least a foot deep off trail, making it pretty difficult to move or be quiet while lumbering through it. I got on the ATV and drove about half a mile up the trail, almost crossing over into Wyoming when I noticed another trail that looked freshly made. When I got off the ATV, I noticed some small droplets of blood in the snow going down the trail, with what looked like bear prints, with something dragging behind it. I grabbed my gun off of the rack on the ATV and slung it over my shoulder. The trail looked fresh, but the prints and blood were starting to get covered in a layer of snowfall. While walking along the trail, I noticed something kind of weird in the middle of the bear tracks. It looked like a human foot almost, but rather elongated and thin, with only 4 toes on the end. The tracks twisted within the bear prints themselves, almost like the animal's foot spun a bit coming out of the bear track. I continued on while occasionally glancing into the track, and sure enough, the prints were still there. When I go to the end in a large clearing, I stopped following the bear tracks. Something about being in this large clearing with an unknown animal was making me uneasy. I mapped it out, and placed a red line over it, indicating a high predatory area. On the way back, I noticed something strange about my own boot prints. Now, I'm a pretty big guy, standing at 6'2" with a size 13 boot, but whatever had made the tracks had a footprint significantly larger than my own. But that's not the worst part. Whatever it was, had followed my boot prints back, heading in the same direction I was. Whatever it was, it had snuck behind me and was heading towards my ATV. I shouldered my rifle and I put a round in the chamber. I walked back, glancing down every so often to see if the twisted footprints were indeed still in mine. When I got back to my ATV, I noticed that the prints circled my vehicle and stopped behind it and shuffled a bit. I then noticed that my jerry can was missing, and that thing had left a trail of gasoline down the road from where I came. I hopped on my quad to get going in the opposite direction, hoping to distance myself from whatever stole my fuel. After crossing over into Wyoming, I noticed that everything was rather still. It was still snowing, but the flakes almost seemed to be suspended in the air. Not falling, but not static either. I couldn't hear anything when my ATV was shut off. No animals, no snowfall, not even my own breathing. Almost like something had stopped all sound from existing. I found another game trail, this time a few hundred yards off the trail. I dismounted and walked towards the opening in the trees, with pristine snow covering the rocky terrain around me. All along the trail, I would catch fleeting glimpses of a shadow. Not shadows, no, just one, moving along the trail with me. I put it off to lack of sleep making me see things, and on my way back, I got a chill up my spine, and my own boot prints were the same tracks I saw at the last trail. The same twisty, human-like print, but this time, something was touching the ground in front of them. A swipe here and there, almost like whatever it was tracking me by my scent. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye and I reached for my sidearm, kicking myself for leaving the rifle on the ATV. I heard a ragged breath from my left, like if you collapsed a lung on a deer. I drew and fired into the trees, striking an aspen and blowing a hole in its small frame. I saw nothing. No movement, no snowfall, no animal. I started getting the same feeling that I was getting from the clearing, and I ran back to my quad. Whatever had been following me had beat me there. I followed the tracks around my ATV like last time, and stopped to see what it took next. It took my rifle. My rifle. A large rifle that would require something very large to carry it off in its mouth, or something with hands and the strength to carry it. I looked a little closer at the prints and found something I had missed every time. Inside the footprints, right where the twist ended, I noticed 4 very long appendages peeking through the twisted snow. It looked like a monkey foot, but longer and more hand-like, but not quite enough to be human. I mounted and hit the throttle, spinning out a bit until I got traction, and I went shooting down the road. I was too low on fuel to go back to a main road where I could get help, and I was forced to go to my next outpost. When I arrived, the small cabin/hut-like structure looked so comforting and protective, I almost cried. It had fuel for the quad, a safe place for me to sleep, and a radio for help. The sun was setting, and I was firing up the stove after starting the generator. When my radio crackled, it came to life. I jumped when I heard the static hiss. I ran over to the radio and requested an evac, or an extra team for a safe escort. When asked why, I lied and said I was being hunted by a bear, and that I lost my rifle on the trail. The voice on the other end scoffed, but obliged. My team would be there by morning. When I hung up the radio and started to get comfy and safe, I heard a loud thump hit my door. I froze in my bed, not knowing what to do. I finally got up after debating whether or not just hide. I'm no coward, I thought. I grabbed my sidearm and walked towards the door. I peeked out the small window to see if someone, or something, was out there. All I saw was darkness. Stupidly, I reopened the door and shouted, "If you don't leave, I'm going to kill you. You took one of my guns, but I still have the other." No response. I looked at my door to see what hit it, and only saw the remnants of a snowball. A fucking snowball. I waited to see if I could see any movement when another snowball came flying out of the darkness to my left, and it hit my shoulder. "You better run or I'm gonna fucking kill you," I yelled, as I slammed the door shut and ran out to confront whatever threw the snowball. I ran towards where the ball came from, watching for prints or signs of movement. I saw something in the darkness that looked like a man had fallen and was scrambling on the ground to get up, making that raspy breathing noise. I stopped and aimed, but saw that whatever was in front of me had continued to run on all fours at an alarming speed, faster than I could run. I froze when I saw that black silhouette dart off into the darkness, not sure what to do. After listening and hearing nothing, no breathing, no running, I headed back to my hut. Once I got to the clearing my hut was in, I stopped, relieved I had made it out of the woods alive. I took a deep breath, calmed myself down, and started walking towards my cabin, illuminated by the lone porch light on the deck. I looked down, trying to follow my tracks back to conserve energy, and nearly vomited. The twisted footprints were in my tracks, heading towards the cabin. I saw the trail heading back towards my cabin, each twisted footprint slamming down into my own until I got it to my porch. Amidst all the snow dragged on by the thing was my rifle and jerry can, placed neatly on the porch, leaning against the wall. The door was askew and jarred open a bit. I could have sworn I saw the leg of the thing dart in as soon as I looked at it. I wish I could say I bursted in there and I shot the thing dead, but I was too frozen with fear to do anything but stand there. I wish I could say I was brave and fought the good fight, but I didn't. I crumpled onto the ground, cradling my knees until sunup. I had spent 6 hours in the darkness, waiting for whatever that thing was to come out and finish me, but it never happened. My crew found me covered in snow, with my gun drawn and pointed at my cabin. They questioned me and searched the cabin. All of my food was eaten, my bed was torn up and made into a makeshift nest thing, like a dog would sleep in, and the radio was destroyed, but no sign of whatever was hunting me. Be me, age 9. Very adventurous kid. Natural naturist. Go into woods by myself frequently. Never scared, felt comfort at all times, like I belonged here. Live in Kentucky. Split time between dad and grandparents. Dad lives in city, grandparents live in the woods. One time being exploring further than usual. Never scared, woods were my friends. Naturally good at finding way home without trouble. Come across shrine of some sort. Looks to be covered in moss and some sticks. Angled to look like an arch, almost like when you have those menagerie of the manger with Jesus and such. Few rocks and things placed on inside. Sudden wave of sadness. Can tell it hasn't been used in a while, and that it was missing a few things. Gathered some sticks and long grass. Make a teepee in the middle, and something is just guiding my hand and make the sticks into fence, surrounding it all underneath this arch. Instant feels of relief and happiness once I'm finished. Lose my Swiss Army knife as I'm going home and get really sad. Next day, find Swiss Army knife against tree on edge of woods. Figure must have dropped it there, so pick it up. Go back to altar/art project, I don't know what it was. Fucking flowers blooming all over it. Kid, so just think nothing of this, and I'm like, wow, it's beautiful. Add some small touches and other things. Take some daisies and make a ring around the entire thing. As I'm leaving, see a big dog, bigger than a wolf in my child mind. Not really scared. Knows it wants me to follow, so start to follow it. Takes me real deep in the woods, which did freak me out a little bit because I'm no longer familiar with the trees and the rocks and the dried river around me. Calm down when I think I can just follow the river home. Dog stops in front of a tree and looks at me. I swear to God. The tree had a face on it like from Pocahontas, but less detailed. Had the eyes and mouth, but no nose. Just a slight grimace with eyes closed. Approach tree and feel feelings of sadness and happiness. Tree doesn't speak with words, but through feelings. Tell tree I'm sorry for what we have done to its forest, and that I will try to help. Dog nudges to touch the trunk. I of course oblige, cause don't want to piss off Cujo and tree mother. Stream of sap comes from tree face and touches my hand. Figure this is some blessing of some sort, so tell tree, thank you. Spend day digging up flowers and replanting them near base of tree, arranging small river stones in semicircle around base of tree. All while dog is following me. Finish around 7-ish, cause sun is starting to set. Get a little worried I might get lost, but dog starts off at a trot and looks at me to follow. Brings me back to edge of forest line, to grandparents' cottage. Thank dog and tell him that I'll try to visit tree when I'm at my grandparents' house, but I would need him to guide me. Grandparents pissed I was gone for 5 hours in a forest without coming to check in, like I usually do. Apologize and tell them I will next time. Tell me for now I can't be out of eyesight of the cottage unless someone is with me. So, not allowed into deep woods anymore by myself, just 'cause they got scared once. Unfortunately, they moved a few months after, so I never did go back to the same spot. Sometimes I would see the dog in the tree line look at me, as if it wanted to follow, but when I tried asking my grandparents if I could go into the forest, they told me no, because they don't want me getting lost since I think it's okay to be gone for 5 hours. Alas, I never went back to Tree Mother, so my adventures never culminated past this. So I'll never know if I could have been some sort of forest guardian or some shit. We always think about the road untraveled, and this is one road I wish I could have taken further. Here's one from the old house I lived at. House is parallel to woods. Bedroom window has straight view at the woods, save the back fence. I start hearing something that sounds like a bird chirping in the morning, in the middle of the night. It sounds like it's coming from the tree line at the back. Look out there for a bit. See something. Can't see it right. Looks a bit like a black blob. Open the window and stick head out to attempt to get a good look. It moves. It begins to look more clear. Looks like a deformed/fucked up moose or deer. It's moving towards the fence. What the fuck ever, who cares, that JPEG. Looking at it a bit longer. It throws one of its fucked up limbs on the fence. Then it throws up another. It's climbing over the fence. It half sets itself down/falls into my yard. Moose and deer do not climb fences. Shit fills pants.jpg. Looking at it slumped over on the fence as my heart feels like it's about to explode. All the while, it's still making that noise. It moves again. It's moving toward the window. It's not a deer/moose. Looks like a mix between a deer and a dog. It's almost at the window. I snap back into reality. Fuck! Wakes up entire house. Slam window shut. Everyone in the house rushes into my room. What the fuck is wrong, Anon? It's still in the yard, but it's moving back towards the fence. I point it out to my mother. She starts screaming. Thing gets even more spooked. Basically starts half limping, half running to the fence. Does the same fucked up climb it did before. And goes back over, moves back into the tree line. The noise keeps coming from the woods. Entire family and me spend the rest of the night looking out the window, making sure it didn't come back. It gets quieter and quieter until it stops. It was morning by then. Spoke to some neighbors, confirmed that they heard the noise. Heard the noise a couple more times, never saw the creature again. Still don't know what it would have done if I didn't close the window. Took a trip up to Pikes Peak the other day. It's what they call a 14er, 14,000 foot summit. You drive up around 10,000 feet, then take a shuttle bus up another 4,000 near the peak. You have to actually walk up a long, steep flight of stairs before hitting the peak. I'm not in the best shape. By the end of the climb, I'm feeling it. Woo, lad. Catching my breath, I look out over my dominion, basking in its glory. Standing very close to the edge. An old man walking by remarks, "Careful. The winds up here can be pretty strong." Feel a breeze pick up, blowing at my back. "A lot of people have died up here." Start to feel dizzy. The old man grins. "Don't look down." The wind picks up, stronger now. The thought of jumping crosses my mind. Snap out of it. I step back from the edge. The wind dies down suddenly. I look around. The old man is nowhere to be found. The place is literally a mountain peak with no trees and no brush. There's no way he could have gone that fast. I only turned away for a moment. Did a trickster spirit try to kill me? So, my buddy's farm is odd. B13 with bro, late summer night. Camping outside a friend's farm, only 25 feet from his house's deck. Cornfield 10 feet behind our tent. Playing Game Boy. Hear corn shuffling and breaking behind us. Buddy what the fucks puts down Game Boy. Creaking stops. Hear faint movement now. See a faint shadow of a figure from the deck light. It moves closer, and a tall, lanky figure projects onto the tent wall. "Hello? Is that you, Mom?" Silence. I'm so scared I can't breathe. Then, the worst happens. Fucking figure places its dark, elongated hand on the tent. The tent starts shaking. We start to panic and scream. The hand moves, and the tent stops shaking. Our screams wake up my friend's father, who runs outside to the tent. Tells us he's seen something running into the cornfield, and to go inside. Nope, all night. Buddy's dad hopped onto the four-wheeler with his gun and drove around the farm for a few hours afterwards. He didn't turn up anything, but he can't explain what he saw. Bonus note. Same farm a few months later. Buddy calls me to the back window, overlooking the deck and field. "Anon, get the hell over here and look at this. I'm not playing." Look out window. See what appears to be a dark figure moving in the field. Corn clearly moving unnaturally and in a direction. Buddy is convinced we just seen something. I'm not so sure. Try to chill in his living room, noping about what just happened. His 6-year-old brother walks upstairs from his room. "Oh, Ben's sleepwalking again." This wasn't out of the ordinary, as his bro would do this once every few months. He usually would speak in mumbles and have his eyes half closed. But this was different. His eyes were wide open, and he spoke clearly. Follow Ben's sleepwalking procedures. Engage soft voice. "Hey, Ben, let's go back to bed." Completely ignoring us, he walks right to the big bay windows and looked up. "Come on, buddy, it's okay. Let's go." "I know it's okay, Anon. They're watching us." Fear level at 55%, Captain. "Okay, Ben, but we have to sleep." Still staring at the sky. "But I want to see them. They're here now. Very close now." Maximum fear reached. I'm about to puke, so my buddy gets up, grabs Ben's hand, and gently starts guiding him back to his room. "It's okay, Ben. Time for bed." "There's nothing you can do." Nope. Ben had no memory of it the next day like usual. But damn, it was freaky hearing a 6-year-old speak like that. Be me, 21, 27 now. Every June, buy fireworks in Pahrump, Nevada, and drive them home to California to sell for a profit. Around 1 a.m., driving on the 127 to Baker. There's no other cars on the road. Almost full moon, listening to ambient trance, dash, and stereo light low. Feels good, man. I spot a pair of eyes about 1/8 mile in front of me, 30 feet off to the right side of the road. Must be some kind of wildlife. Slow down to about 25 miles per hour, in case it runs in front of my car. As I get closer, I can see it's some kind of quadruped, but I can't really make out what kind of animal. It suddenly starts running towards the car. I drop gear and accelerate because I don't want this dumb animal to dent my car. The animal starts chasing my car. Mid-sprint, it stands on its hind legs and starts running like a man. Oh, hell no. It gains speed and crosses the road right in front of my car, turns around, and looks at me. It looks almost exactly like pig-related. except it has fur on its body, and its eyes were almost glowing. I start shooting bricks, accelerate to over 80 miles per hour, and it's still following me. I hear it cackle, almost a devilish cackle, interrupted by howling and growling. This goes on for 20 minutes. I track it in my rearview mirror as it crosses the road a couple of times, swipes at the air, and makes a series of jumps on all fours before standing on its hind legs to run again. It suddenly makes a hard right and disappears. For 15 minutes, I scan my surroundings to try and see where the hell it went, or if it's still following me. I finally get to Baker, stop to get a burger and a beer, and to calm my nerves. I tell the waitress about what happened. "Oh, yeah, once in a while we get people saying they were chased by coyotes on the 127. I don't think it was a coyote. It had the face of a man and ran like a man. You're probably tired, hun, and the heat can make people see things." Bitch, I know what I saw. Be 7-year-old Anon. Remember having to travel to city for some kind of dental appointment. Remember waiting with mom and dad. Remember them being awfully kind of quiet. Nurse arrives and takes me to a big room. Don't remember what the nurse tells me before the dentist comes in. He says he has to put me asleep with gas. Being the little child that I am, I find it odd, but I don't question because I think I could beat the gas and stay up. They put a mask over my face, and then they leave the room. I remember thinking this won't work as I look around the room. But it does, and maybe 2 minutes after they left, I'm out. I wake up with a jolt and find myself in darkness with little light. I remember finding myself tied upside down, spread eagle with only pants on. I look ahead at the back of many heads, sitting faced towards something. I look past the heads to the giant screen they're watching. There's a person being cut up and operated on. All I could do is scream incoherently for my mom and dad. I remember one of the heads turning at some point, and they have a doctor's mask like in Pig Related, and they were wearing glasses. It was a man. He brings a finger up to his mouth and says something, but I don't remember it. He turns back around, and I'm stuck in this theater. At some point, I tire myself out, screaming, and I go unconscious. When I wake up again, I'm back in my house with my parents, and it's night. I don't know why, but I pull up my shirt to look at something that isn't there. I don't know if what happened was a nightmare or not, and it confuses and terrifies me to the point of not being able to sleep. In the morning, I asked Dad and Mom when we got back from the city, and they said yesterday morning. I don't know how to ask them the next question. I don't know the right questions to ask. So I just ask, "Did anything happen?" They say, "Like what?" "Anything weird?" I ask. "Did you have a nightmare, Anon?" I only look at Mom. "Well?" "No," I finally say. "Then why did you ask?" "I don't know." Never tell anyone what happened all these years because I wasn't sure if it did happen or not. But the fucking sheer feeling of dread and horror still remain. And I still clearly remember flying out to that city with parents and waiting with them before the nurse got me. Be me, 14 years old, summer break. Go to Ukraine, I'm Russian, to the sea for 2 weeks with my brother and his wife. Sea blows dick, and the city is old as shit, nothing to do. My brother and his wife just go to clubs all the time. I just sit around at the apartment we rented for the vacation. It's on the first floor. It's 2 in the night. I'm home alone. Just talking to my homies back in Russia via my laptop. Look in the window. Very dimly lit yard. See a person staying in the light. Staying in one place and swaying a little bit. There was something unnatural about the way he or she was doing it. I tell my homies about it over Skype. They ask me to take a picture. I go to the other room to get my phone. When I come back, there's no one in the yard. That's weird, considering he, or she, was standing there for quite some time. Go back to put my phone on charger. It's a very old house, maybe about 50 to 70 years old. I can hear the door to the main entrance of the building slam back because someone just walked in. I can hear someone stopping on my floor. No one knocks or does anything. I don't pay much attention to it. Next morning, my brother comes back and says the apartment door wasn't locked. I had chills when he told me about it. So, I was 19 or so, working at a gas station in the Great Plains. Pretty chill job because non-chain gas station. One day around 8 p.m., an older heavy-set white dude walked indoors and gave me that look like you know they're about to do something wrong. Not nefarious look, but like a pre-guilt look. He was carrying a plastic bag with a purple logo that seemed familiar. He headed straight to the bathroom, which isn't unusual. Plenty of people come in for a piss before getting back on the highway. About 15 minutes pass, and he leaves the bathroom. He gives me that look again, and I get a better look at the bag. The logo was for a local sex shop. I what mentally and go into the bathroom. In the stall, I find an empty plastic shell for 10-inch black dildo with suction cup. As well as in the trash can is a used single-use strawberry lube packet. Oh great. The guy was so torqued he couldn't wait to get home and had to get off in our bathroom. Then, my gaze shifts to the plunger. Apparently, our hero had to work his way up to his new 10-inch friend. On the plunger was a sheen of strawberry lube and what I could only describe as a Hershey kiss left on the tip of the plunger for this poor wagey to find. Needless to say, the plunger was unceremoniously disposed of in the dumpster, and my boss bought beer for me. Be me. Stepmom makes me do everything. Her son doesn't do anything because he's busy. Sits in his room playing Warzone with his friends. Bitches at me 24/7. Idea. Wait for her to come home. Opens the door. Bashes her in the head. Tie her up to a chair. Rip her teeth off one by one. Break all of her fingers. Make her watch me skin her son alive. The screams of him make her cry. Pour rubbing alcohol in her eyes. Cry about that, lol. Eventually suffocate her with a plastic bag. Dead. Dad walks in and sees them dead. Looks at me. I'm proud of you, son, for sticking up for yourself. Pats me on the back. My face went. Thanks, Dad. Be me. 23 years old. Dating Feminon. Things going okay. Be talking to Feminon. Discussing personal issues and feelings. Feels good, man. Open up about how I haven't been single for more than 6 months since I was 14. And how I may have jumped back in a little too soon. Fast forward to today. Be me. Going to meet Feminon in her town like normal. Come upstairs. Cousin, mom, and dad are in the living room. Ask me to sit down to talk. Oh fuck, .mp7. Don't go. She's setting you up. What? Turns out my cousin overheard Feminon's friend in voice chat saying that things were going down today and the police would be involved. My face went. Text Feminon. The people you talk to are terrible at keeping their mouths shut. Just say what you have to say. Feminon was talking to my cheating ex. Feminon decided she didn't like or trust me anymore. Was intending to meet me at a gas station and have cops pull up and arrest me. Was intending to say that when we first met today, I pulled a gun on her and threatened to beat her. My ex helped plan it all. My family just saved my life. But as a result, I now have 0 friends, am single, and I guarantee you this isn't where they're gonna end. What the hell do I do? Okay, X. I've got something to share with you. Be me. Last night, lying on couch, watching some TV show. Shitty weather, raining and cold after 3 weeks of unbearable heat wave. All of a sudden, I hear someone inhale and cough. I shit my pants at that moment since I know that I'm the only one in the house. Girlfriend is pulling night shift. Turn down TV. Can't hear anything. Shrug it off as sound from TV or my mind playing tricks. It was pretty late. 10 minutes later, I hear footsteps. Oh, fuck my fucking life.jpg. Now I'm 100% sure that I'm not alone in the house. Jump up, turn on the light, and run to the hallway to get my bat. I grab the bat and start checking rooms. Light from hallway is illuminating parts of kitchen. Notice dirty tracks that lead to the basement, 6 feet away from where I was lying. Oh my fucking god, that web him. Slowly open the basement door. There's no fucking light down there. Go to get a flashlight. Return with flashlight in one hand and bat in the other. Slowly go down the stairs. I can hear something rustling in the far corner of the basement. Someone is breathing heavy and digging through stuff. I stand near the boiler. Peek around the corner and I can see a tall figure standing, illuminated by the dim light of a streetlight from small basement window. Scared shitless, I turn off the torch in hopes that he won't notice me. He was tall. I'm 6 foot 2, and he was taller than me. Anyway, as I was standing near the boiler, I noticed that it was leaking all over the floor. Has anyone ever had that kind of problem? Can I repair it myself, or do I need to call a repairman? Every time I post these, people say I'm LARPing. Okay, here goes. B12. Live in shithole town in Arkansas. Always have burn nights and our burn barrel. Great-grandma had a bunch of creepy dolls that we think were haunting the house. So, we burned them. We'll post about those happenings after this. Anyway, Dad and Mom were sauced, smoking weed inside. I decide to go back out to the fire to chill and rub fireflies on my arms. I'm all alone. Dogs won't follow me for some reason. Standing in gravel carport. Dogs are just barking. One is whining. Wonder what the fuck they're barking at. Squint to see the edge of the yard. Had a bunch of uninhabited land and a creek behind our house, but it was separated by a stone wall, plus a fence on top. See what looks like a pale humanoid. Had no face or fingers or toes. Looked like a squid, kind of. At least the head did. Was about 6 feet tall. It just stayed there, completely motionless. Never made any movement or sound. Head started to hurt. Vision blurred. I pass out. Wake up in the bathtub in different clothes. An outfit I never even owned, actually. Was about midnight when I woke up. Had a dream about the Baldur's Gate game I was currently playing for some reason. In the dream, I was absorbed by the gelatin cube enemies in the game. For some reason, was scared but then aroused. Parents and friends never believed me. We'll continue with spoops about the house and the ghosts in it, and various UFOs that me and my family have seen in the area. Maybe even post about the other spoops in other states. House we lived in was definitely haunted. Used to be part of a larger house that enveloped the whole block. Was a slave-owning plantation. One night playing Vice City and have to pee. Go from my room to the bathroom and, on the way, see a ghost of an old lady. She was wearing a pink silk dress with sunflowers on it. Looked almost Japanese. But the old lady ghost was white. She had no hands but was wearing matching pink silk slippers or shoes. She also had no eyes, just dark holes. She reached up at me. Instinct takes over. I scream as loud as I can and run through her. Was very cold and icy inside of her. I go inside the bathroom and shut and lock the door. Scream for my mommy. Since I locked the door like a dumbass, she couldn't even get in. When we first moved into the house, my grandma had so many dolls. One in particular was very creepy. It was an angel made of ceramic. I was trying to sleep on the couch and the doll had her hands out like she was holding something. In her hands, a glowing ball of blue light. I remember feeling very peaceful and went straight to sleep. Now, here's the creepy part. Next day, think I like sleeping in darkness more. Look for the plug-in in a nearby wall socket to unplug the doll. It had no lights of any sort or any cords running to it. Would often swim at night in our inflatable pool. Was very humid and hot in the summers. If you've been to Arkansas, you would know. Laying back on a floaty, looking at the clear sky, saw what looked like a rocket fly across the sky. It was very bright and went faster than any plane I've ever seen in my life. Was slower than a shooting star though. Some say it was a meteor or satellite, or even the ISS. Went on a pretty particular path, so maybe they're right, but it gave me a creepy vibe. Second UFO I saw in Arkansas. Be driving with my mom to McDonald's. Wanted some late night burgers, nuggets, and fries. Don't worry, I'm not fat, and never will be. See a triangle-shaped UFO above us. It keeps warping in a triangle formation. Like, it would be here, then there, and then another place. But only in a triangle shape. We start talking about it. Dad is like, yeah, whatever. He was always a skeptic until he saw a ghost of his friend that committed suicide. We'll post about that later. Anyway, after warping around for a while, UFO goes to center of triangle. Each of the 3 lights shoots off, each in the direction of the triangle formation it was making earlier. Could be military shit, who knows. Okay, I'll post the rest of the spooky shit now. Definitely not everything that's happened to me. Dad lived in girlfriend's house. Her mom committed suicide because her brother died years ago, and she couldn't take it anymore. Since she killed herself, so did her boyfriend. Dad goes out for dinner. Friend says, "You go on without me. You'll see me when you get back." When Dad gets back, friend is hanging in closet, dead. Dad isn't afraid of the dark, so he's chilling in the dark of a dead man's house. Sees the guy's ghost with no eyes. Walks into a mirror in the hallway. Later that night, or just later, he had a dream about the guy who killed himself. Kept saying, "You gotta get my eyes back. My eyes." Apparently his eyes were donated to a kid in California, so he could regain his sight. B23, living in California. Live up in some hills in the Bay Area. Smoking a bowl on my back porch. Porch light is out, so it's really dark. Hear footsteps about 20 to 30 feet down the hill of my yard. Sounded like someone wearing shoes. Definitely human sounding. Used the light on my LG smartphone. Couldn't see shit. Could still hear the footsteps now, getting closer. Say fuck that and go inside. Locked door. Wasn't allowed to smoke inside. Was my family's house. Say fuck it and smoke weed in the garage. Can still hear someone crunching around in my yard. Yard was very big and slanted, so you could easily lay down or hide behind a tree. I come back out with a more powerful light and my bastard sword. Scream at the top of my lungs and charge the tree where I heard footsteps. Start chopping at the tree, looping branches off. Be full-blown autismo and say, "Get the fuck off my property or I'll cut your head off and rip your dead body." Heard someone run away into the neighbor's bushes. Neighbor was super old and retired, so it wasn't him. Couldn't shine light in time. Whoever, or whatever it was very fast. A couple nights later, I saw a pale naked humanoid, kind of like in my previous post, jump my other neighbor's fence. Saw that one from my bedroom window though, which was in the garage. I built it myself. It was like a makeshift room. Years ago, when I was 16, in high school, live in not quite a city, more like an old town that expanded more than it could really support. Decent amount of run-down and abandoned buildings. Get into a kind of urban exploration kick, sneaking into places and checking them out. Occasionally engage in minor looting. Sometimes you find neat stuff. Managed to talk a few friends into coming with me sometimes, but only 3 are relevant for the story. One was an old buddy of mine, who I'll be calling Bill, and another was a girl that I had a minor crush on, who I'll call Susan. The last one is the most important. He told us his name was Eli, and there's probably not much point in censoring anything for him. Bill, Susan, and I all went to the same school, but I met Eli while I was checking out some old restaurant. Spooked the hell out of me because I had just snuck in through a window, and he speaks up from right fucking behind me. He thought it was funny as hell. We get to talking. I tell him about my hobby and ask if he's doing something similar. Yeah, more or less. I like to keep an eye out for unusual things, or things that don't belong. Okay. Seems kinda weird, but he's friendly. And I'm running around scavenging junk in a half-wrecked diner, or whatever, so I can't talk. We chat for a bit. Turns out Eli doesn't go to my school, which explains why I've never seen him around before. He listens more than he talks, and doesn't volunteer much info about himself. But I don't want to pry too much, and he seems alright. We clamber back out, and I startle a cat that was sitting by the window. Eli pets it before it runs off. Part on good terms. A week or so later, I'm hanging out with Bill, showing him this old 3-story apartment building, or motel or something. Planning the expedition like we're getting away with the heist of the century. Suddenly, still exploring. Jesus fuck! Eli from behind me again. Bill actually jumps, and I laugh at him like I hadn't nearly soiled myself. Introduce the two. They seem to hit it off well enough. Ask Eli if he wants to come with us to explore the place Friday night. He just kinda looks at me for a second, then tilts his head and stares at the building. Good 10 seconds of silence. Yeah, might be a good idea. Neat. Friday night rolls around. I managed to talk Susan into coming with us, so it's me, Bill, and her. And Eli when he finally shows up. I'm watching this time, you bastard. Not again. He casually strolls down the street in plain view with his hands in his pockets. He's grinning at me. He knows I was expecting another jump scare. Whatever. I introduce him to Susan, and we're all friends now. Let's rock. So it's about 7 p.m. Still got some light out. We're standing outside the place. Building is kind of dilapidated and boarded up, but shouldn't be too dangerous to wander around in, and we've all got flashlights. Also, apparently a nesting ground for stray cats, because I can see 3 of them sitting in what was probably an old flower bed or something. And another just darted under the front steps. The front door is still locked up, but there's a side door that doesn't properly close anymore. It looks like it used to be boarded up, but that had rotted off. I may have helped it along. So, we enter the building. This was a bad idea. The place is mostly normal. Old, dirty, has that slight moldy, decrepit wreck smell that all abandoned places tend to have. We wander around the ground floor a bit. Nothing really interesting, it's mostly just a lobby. Figure we might find something more interesting on the 2nd or 3rd floors. That's where the rooms are. The 3 of us are joking around, but Eli's pretty quiet. Whenever we would go into a room, he would just kind of stare into it from the doorway, then pace around the walls. Whatever works for him, I guess. The rooms are all empty though. Guess they cleared the place up pretty good when they left it. Only thing we saw was a few more cats darting down the halls. We look around for maybe 30 minutes before deciding to call it quits. Wasn't a bad time, but I'm a little disappointed that we didn't find someone's old luggage, full of plus-size ballerina outfits or something. So we head down the stairs. And keep going down the stairs. Conversation peters off. Why are there so many steps here? Did we get turned around and somehow go down the wrong stairwell? Maybe we're coming out of the basement. Starting to smell kind of funky. Probably some nasty mold down there. But there's the door, so let's see where it goes. Eli hasn't said anything for the last 10 minutes. Turns out to be another hallway of rooms. The 4 of us are standing by the stairwell, looking down the hall. Kinda confused. Subterranean apartments are kind of an odd choice. We decide to go back up and find the right stairs again. Eli is at the base of stairs, looking up. I ask him what's up and look where he's looking. Something is standing at the top of the alcove. My first reaction is that we're about to get shanked by a drunken homeless man. Then, things start registering. It's big, but kind of squashed and wide, like if a person was stretched out from the sides. And its legs are even more disproportionately short and stumpy. What I thought was a really grimy coat is actually long, tangled, really ratty-looking hair, or fur covering its body. Can't even see any eyes, just hair. There is a mouth, though. I can tell because it starts screaming at us. The mouth is too wide. It looks like it starts on the side of its head, and there aren't any teeth, just thick lips and spittle. I almost would have preferred shark teeth or something. There was just something really revolting about that gaping, empty mouth. And the noise itself was just fucking terrifying. I can't even describe it other than to say it's not a sound that a person could make. Like, it went into my ear and started throttling the caveman part of your brain that identifies threats. It started to stagger down towards us, still screaming. We were all screaming, except Eli, who was shoving me back into the hallway and manhandling the others into running. We didn't need much encouragement. We're sprinting as fast as we fucking can down a dark corridor with God knows what screeching behind us. It's not very fast, but we can hear it chasing us with uneven stomps. The flashlights help, but we're moving so spastically it's throwing crazy shadows all over the place, which does not help our state of mind. There's another stairwell on the other side of the hall. If we can go back up, we can find the way out. Except, it only goes down. There's no fucking up staircase, just a wall. Susan's sobbing by now. I'm not far off myself. Eli shoves us forward again so we don't stop moving, and we go down. The hallway down here goes forward a lot farther than the other floors. The ceiling is a lot higher than it seems it should be, for how far down we went. That rancid smell from earlier is a lot worse. And we can hear the thing half tumbling down the stairs after us. I'm about to start running again when Eli sprints past us towards one of the doors and wrenches it open. In! It's safer. I guess we're hiding. No one argues, probably because we're all still freaked out, so we'll take even slightly helpful direction at this point. We run into the room. I almost freeze up because there's something in there with us. It's another cat. Eli's standing in front of the door, holding it closed. No one moves. No one even breathes. Hear the thing gurgle and scream and gallop towards our room. Then, from farther away, a loud feline yowl. Then several more. The thing roars again, and we hear it go past us. I'm looking at the cat sitting in the middle of the floor. It's staring at Eli. A few seconds go by, and he quietly opens the door again. The stairs are just fucking gone. It's hallway in both directions. One of us is making a high-pitched whimpering noise. I'm not sure who, but I wouldn't rule out any of us right now. Stressful doesn't quite cover it. The screaming's coming back. I think to go back into the room again, but Eli's already moving down the hall. The cat's following him. Susan goes after him, and so does Bill. I hesitate by the first room for a second, torn between hiding in there again and making another run for it in the open. Decide I don't want to be alone more than I want to be in that room, and I run after them. I nearly freak the fuck out when something brushes my leg. It's another cat, running beside me. Not hurting me, just ignore it. Eli's ushering Susan and Bill into another room ahead of me. I see them hesitate for a second before entering. Eli's staring at me now, holding the door open. I hear the scream again. I run through the doorway and stumble to a stop as Eli closes it behind me. Bill and Susan are there. And so are the cats. Like dozens of them. The room is full of them. Bill's just standing there, twitching, and I can hear him repeating, "Fuck, fuck, 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 fuck," very quietly. Susan's sitting on the floor half curled into a ball. There's a circle of cats standing around them. Some of them are watching them, but the others are staring out into the room. All the other cats are either stalking around or sitting and staring into space, getting freaked out again. This is not normal behavior. Hey. And then there's Eli, who is much too calm for the situation, and has somehow acquired a platoon of disturbingly focused alley cats. Seriously, there's maybe 6 of them at his sides, and his back following his steps. Stay here. You'll be okay. I'll make it stop. Too fucking panicked to question him. Also, don't really know what the hell he's pulling with the cats. And suddenly don't want him focusing on me. Susan proves she has bigger balls than me and manages to ask him what's happening. When he looks at her, so do all the cats following him, at the same time. What the fuck, Eli? Stay. You're safe with us. I'll come back. And then he walks out with his cat followers and closes the door behind him. The cats, apparently left to guard us, deliberately open a path for me to stand next to Bill and Susan. So, I stand with them. They circle us again. Not sure how long we sat there. My sense of time was pretty screwed by then. Then, finally, there was a new sound. Except, I didn't really hear it. It was more like I could feel the vibration, like it was very, very loud, but too low a pitch for me to hear. Made my hair stand on end, and my whole body just locked up. Every damn cat is standing up and staring in the same direction. Ears back, tails down, eyes wide and huge and reflective. It stops after maybe half a minute, and the cats suddenly act like normal cats again. The ones circling us get up and wander around. A minute later, Eli abruptly walks back in. He looks fine. Not a scratch on him. But he's lightly splattered with a disturbingly viscous pitch-black liquid. Except for his right arm, which is coated up to the elbow with the stuff. I don't want to know. I do not want to know. The cats start filtering out the door. We can go now. I don't really have a lot of clarity for a bit afterwards. I vaguely remember walking, then running out of the building. Everything was normal again. The exit was easy to find. Bill booked it the second he was outside, no looking back. A couple cats followed him, though. Susan and I stood outside with Eli for a few minutes. She tried asking what happened again, but he just shrugged and said not to worry. He took care of it. If I wasn't still so terrified, I would have been pissed at not getting an actual answer. We all went home. Eli walked back some of the way with me. Susan got another entourage of cats. We didn't talk about anything else, and when I could see my house, I felt Eli pat me on the shoulder from behind. He was just gone when I turned around. When Susan and I talked about it a few days later, she swore he walked home with her, and that I had walked off with the cat party. Needless to say, the urban exploration fucking stopped. We never saw Eli again. I looked around for a little, but I wasn't sure I wanted to find him. Susan did, though. Holy shit, did she want to find him. Pretty sure she put up missing person posters at some point. No luck, though. Torpedoed any chance I had with her. Eli was all she talked about. Bill refused to discuss it at all. Didn't even want to talk to me or Susan much. Think he was trying to put as much distance between him and that night as possible. He picked up a drug habit a couple months afterwards, and from what little I got him to talk to me about it, he had apparently retroactively decided that night was just a hallucination from bad weed or whatever. Despite him never having touched the stuff until well after everything went down, and all 3 of us having the same experience when I'd never taken drugs in my life, and Susan definitely hadn't. Self-delusion's a hell of a thing. Back in the present. Moved the hell out of that town. So did Bill. Susan's still there. We still talk semi-regularly. She works at an animal shelter. She owns 3 cats. I don't have any room to judge. When I was looking to move out of my own apartment, the first thing I asked the landlords was their policy on pets. I bought a cat the first day I moved in. Bill actually left the state entirely. Still won't acknowledge anything weird happened back then. We still don't talk much these days, but once when I spoke to him on the phone, he admitted that he keeps cats as well. 6 of them. So, to sum everything up, I was attacked by an eldritch hobo Bigfoot, then rescued and cockblocked by a magical catboy. Thanks a lot, Eli. You son of a bitch. General Nope / Skinwalker / Goatman. So X, I'm feeling generous. Decided I would share my nope in a woods. Anyone interested? Before I start, I'll give you a bit of background. This happened in 2012, when I was still in school. Me and two bros of mine decided that we would enter a film competition, because fuck it. And we all had experience in filmmaking and editing, after seeing a leaflet on it in our school. The winners would win a cash prize and some other stupid shit, I don't know. We took basic supplies like food, a tent, camping apparatus, weed, and liquor, because it wouldn't be a proper camping experience without them, along with a camera and a tripod to film our spooky movie. The events that occurred happened over the course of 4 days. We originally planned to stay for 5 days. P.S. I don't usually green text, so don't ridicule me, friends. B17. Bro 1, let's call him Chris, also 17. Bro 2, let's call him Sean. Sean is 16. Remember, both of these names are made up for the sakes of anonymity. Chris was the most macho guy of the group, who was the ladies' man. He was a great athlete and the sporty type, but deep down, he was a real sensitive guy. Sean was the geek of the group, who was also an outdoor freak. He was shooting elks since he was like 12 with his father, so he knew his shit about outdoors. He was great at computing / editing, but was slightly beta and the only virgin out of the three of us. We would usually tease him about it, in a jokingly way, of course. Anyway, day 1. Used my dad's car as a means of transportation. Drove about 27 miles outside of the nearest town. Pulled up into a secluded road for about another 5 miles before pulling to a stop. Investigate the grounds to see if it's suitable for the film / camp's location. Perfect. We walk about 300 feet into what looked like a campsite. Nearly sure it wasn't and that we were actually trespassing. Who gives a fuck? Squidward. What? We were all appointed roles. Mine was to collect firewood when necessary. After prioritizing the important shit like setting up our tents, starting a fire, and getting our bearings of the surrounding area, we started the film. The film was meant to be one of them cliche slashers in the woods, like Wrong Turn and Friday the 13th. I was a character alongside Sean. Chris filmed the film using the camera and tripod. Looking back, it was cheesy as fuck, but it was fun. What seemed like no time was actually like 5 hours of shooting and messing about. Sean suggests heading back to the campsite as it's getting dark, and we don't want to get lost. We get back to the campsite and some of our stuff is missing and misplaced. We notice our rucksacks carrying our food has been opened, and food has been stolen. Starting to feel uneasy about the situation. Sean says it was probably a deer or a bird. Me and Chris don't argue, but we are all slightly unsettled about the situation, although no one said anything in case they would be called a pussy and etc. After about 2 hours of smoking and drinking, a strong smell resembling rotten milk mixed with vomit hits our nostrils with the power of 1,000 suns. Chris shouts, "Which one of you fucks farted? It fucking smells like burnt asshole." We piss our balls laughing cause everything's better stoned and drunk. In the fits of our laughter, a quick rustling in the bushes behind the tent occurs. We all go silent. Freaking out, Sean grabs his hunting knife and observes the tree line. After what felt like an hour, Sean cautiously approaches the tree line. He gets to the tree line and shines a torch into the woods. Nothing. At this stage, we all wondered if we had like a joint, pun not intended, nope experience, and that the weed and alcohol was making us imagine it. We decided to call it a night and crawl into our tents. Day 2. Wake up with a slight hangover and dehydrated at like 8:30 a.m. It's overcast unlike it was the day before, which was sunny. Unpredictable weather. Fuck. I crawl out of my tent. Sean is sitting on his camp chair at the edge of the smoldering fire, poking the ashes with a stick lost in thought. I walk over to him. Walking over, he doesn't notice I'm there. I ask him, "Hey man, you okay?" He looks up at me and says, "Yeah man, I'm fine. Wanna go exploring into the woods?" I ask why. He says, "'Cause man, just curious." Weirded out, but I say, yeah man, sure. We decide not to wake Chris cause he's a cranky shit when he's disturbed from his sleep. We roll some joints and disappear into the woods. High as shit. Exploring nature is fun. We come to the top of the hill, overlooking some of the woods. I take some photos on my phone of that shit because the scenery is fucking beautiful. On our way down, Sean casually asks me in nearly a whisper, "Hey, man, did you hear them screeches and the giggling last night?" I say, "Nah man, I was probably sleeping though." He says, "Oh, well I'm surprised you didn't, cause they were pretty loud." He then goes on and says that he was pretty creeped out. I nervously laugh and say, "It was probably a fox or something, man. I wouldn't worry about it." He says again in a whispering-like tone, I don't know, man." The more I think about it, the faster my heart starts beating. It's unusual for Sean to be creeped out, and when he is, he wouldn't say. On top of the fact that he's been camping most of his life, and he knows his shit about outdoors and wildlife. "Is that why you were quiet as hell this morning?" I ask. "Yeah, man, I was pretty worried." Feel unsettled about it. Get a deep feeling in my gut telling us to leave this place. I say nothing, though. We quickly changed the topic of conversation, but the lingering, disturbing feeling we were both feeling remained present. Pig-related. It's the photo I took. Get back to the campsite. Chris is frying bacon. Give me some of that shit. Munchies hit hard. We gobble down like 18 slices of bacon between us in silence. We tell Chris what Sean told me. He's generally worried, but doesn't let on. We can see it in his facial feature and eyes. Comfort him by saying it was a fox or some shit. Resume filming. Filming for 2 hours. Call an early day of filming because Chris had a bad hangover. We don't complain as we're worn out also. We walk back to campsite. Everything's the way we left it, thank God. Have an early night. Another picture that was captured. Day 3. Wake up fresh as fuck. Fuck yes, that JPEG. The other 2 fuckwits are still asleep. I decide to go for a walk because I'm bored. After about 15 minutes of walking, I get a smell of decomposing flesh. I come across a bird about the size of an Xbox, laying dead. It's completely skinned, and mutilated and covered in flies. Get an overwhelming sense that someone's watching me. I look behind me. About 110 meters away, can make a black figure lurking in between trees and bushes. Whilst looking at it, I hear giggling from behind me, which sounded about 10 meters away. Nope. I run towards the direction of the campsite faster than a friend with a dinner turkey for KFC without looking back. I tell the guys what happened. They actually believe me, probably because of all the weird shit that's going on. We're all worried at this point, worried to the point that we might cancel the rest of the filming. For the rest of that day, we didn't leave the tree line. We sat on our chairs on constant edge, jumping over every creek or crack. When it got dark, we decided to finish the rest of our polished vodka because fuck that. Drunk as fuck, we forgot all about the spooky things happening. Chris notices we're going low on firewood. Before anyone can mention, Sean volunteers because he's a crazy motherfucker with alcohol in him, and is by far the drunkest out of us 3. Says, "I need a piss anyway," in a slurred voice as he's drunk as shit. He staggers off into the tree line and into the pitch black. Me and Chris resume talking. Half an hour or so passes and still no sign of Sean. "Where the fuck's that guy at?" Chris says, half laughing and half concerned. We start to worry real bad. At this stage, the fire is smolder and we're using 20 million candle-powdered flashlights to see what the fuck we're doing. The smell of burnt asshole returns with a vengeance. This time, it's that bad that our eyes are watering from it. As soon as the smell slightly dissipates, Sean emerges from the tree line, calm as ever, and sits down beside us casually. "Where the fuck have you been?" We asked him, generally concerned. He doesn't respond. "And why the fuck are you covered in dirt and shit?" Doesn't respond again. He just sits there looking at the ground, daydreaming. "This isn't funny," Chris says to him generally. Sean, once with a motionless face, sickeningly looks over at Chris with a smirk on his face, then turns back to the ground. Whatever, asshole, Chris says, who then stands up and crawls into his tent. I look at Sean, who is emotionless once more. What the fuck, man? You didn't even get the firewood, I say. As soon as I say that, he quickly looks up and over to me and says, Do you want to come help me get it? Slightly weirded by the fact that, not even an hour previous, Sean's words were slurred as shit, and now he's speaking as if he's stone cold sober. I kindly refuse and say, There's no point, man. We might as well go to bed. I get up and walk towards my tent. As I crawl into my tent, he calls, Anon, are you scared of it? In like a fucked up voice that sounded like the girl's voice from The Ring when she wronged the victims. To this day, it seriously makes the hairs on my neck stand up. What the fuck? I turn my head and say, Why are you talking like that for? He mockingly smirks. Like what? I think to myself, what a fucking asshole, and crawl into the tent. I get fuck all sleep, thinking Sean's going to cut my throat as soon as I close my eyes. Not once did I hear Sean's tent zip open and close, meaning he stayed out all night. It was sickening to the stomach. Day 4. I wake up in the morning to find Sean's tent unoccupied. Think about last night and ask myself, did I have too much to drink? Generally start to believe that what happened wasn't real and my drunk mind interpreted the events wrong. I cook myself up some sausages and eat them in the sun, like a boss. Chris awakens from his tent. He sits beside me. I offer him some. He refuses. What the fuck happened last night? He asks. We were drunk as fuck, man, I say. Yeah, suppose, he responds. We dismiss it. Where's that friend anyway? Chris says jokingly. Probably away getting firewood, I say. After a while of waiting about to resume filming, Chris, being the hothead he is, loses his patience. If that retard is lost, I'll rip his head off. I tell him to chill. He opts to go looking for him, while I stay at the camp in case he comes back. Chris disappears into the tree line. An hour or so passes. I sit in the sun and smoke a cigarette. Birds are chirping, and all feels good. Dawns on me that neither bros have returned, though. A slight sense of anxiety is present. I try to ignore it. It gets worse. The birds have gone silent, and a tinge of sour milk is present. I start physically gagging. I think, what the fuck is it with this place and foul odors? I look up sharply into the tree line at the back of the tents. What I'm met upon is terrifying. Even to this day, thinking about it chills me to the core. Despite being about 50 meters away, I was able to distinguish the creature's features. By the looks of it, the thing was about 7 feet. It looked like Golem from Lord of the Rings, but only it was skinnier and it was pale. Its eyes were like 2 small black buttons, sunken deep into the creature's skull. Although the teeth weren't visible, I could imagine how they would look, which adds to the despair. Paralyzed in fear and intense nausea, I stand looking at it in sheer disbelief. Before thinking to nope the fuck out of there, it shot off on all fours. At this stage, my head is spinning and in shock. Chris explodes out of the trees, pale as Snow White with a gash on his face. I grabbed whatever I could and noped out of there without looking back. The 300 meters it took to get to the car were the longest of my life. Whatever the fuck it was following us and mocking us in Sean's voice, which to this day still sends shivers down my back. We jumped in the car and got the fuck out of Dodge, assuming it had gotten Sean. Even in the highway, we didn't feel safe. We left whatever we had up there, including the camera, tents, and the tripod. On our way home, we sat in silence, covered in shit and shaking. When we entered our town, we discussed how we would tell the authorities. The family and friend about how our friend is up in the hills, and some shape-shifting humanoid creature has consumed him, and how we abandoned him. We decided to ring his cell, but there was no answer. We called out his parents to see if he had gone there. We automatically assumed he wouldn't be there because his parents were out of the country. He answered the door casually as if to say nothing happened. We talk and explain all the shit and what happened. The real disturbing and unsettling thing about this is the fact that he denies even going on the trip. He said he'd been staying at home during the entire duration of the trip. We are in utter disbelief, and of course, when we tell all of our friends about this, they don't believe us. There is no proof of him being up there. The only proof is on the camera, and we noped out of there before retrieving it. Since 2012, I've moved from that town, and from what I know of, Sean has alienated himself from his family and friends. He lives by himself and doesn't leave his house apparently, but I don't know for sure. Pretty much after that, I cut all contact of way with him. I occasionally talk to Chris on Facebook, but that's about it. Alright, X. I've been debating whether or not to post here since if anyone who knows me reads this, they'll instantly know it's me. And since I signed an NDA, it would fuck up my future career opportunities, but to be honest, I don't really fucking care anymore. Fuck you, John, if you've screen grabbed this. I know you use this shitty website religiously. Be me, Firewatch in Alaska. Boring as fuck, but at least it pays kinda well. I get my own little Firewatch stand in the middle of fucking nowhere. Only contact with the outside world is my huge fucking ham radio, the free Wi-Fi, and the guy who delivers my supplies every 2 weeks. Beer, food, water, and etc. Basically, I'm being paid to live in a huge fucking tower, all expenses prepaid, and occasionally look around for smoke or possible fires. The tower is cozy as fuck. Cool in the summer because of how fucking high up it is, and warm in the winter because it's insulated and has an electric heater. No fireplace, for obvious fucking reasons. So tall that I don't have to worry about any of the wildlife. The only thing I'm actually forced to do is the hourly radio checks, since if I don't respond, they'll send a whole fucking SWAT team to go check up on me. I'll explain later. You can basically do anything you fucking want up there, since there's no one around to actually monitor you. Okay, enough context. Time for the spookies. Be me. First month of the job. Kinda spooked out because of how fucking isolated I am. Just shooting the shit and definitely not masturbating when I hear something huge slam into the bottom of the tower. Whole thing shook. What the fuck, that JPEG? Decide to go take a look since I don't want this fucking tower collapsing while I'm stranded with the next visit from Supply Guy in a month. Take a flashlight and my company standard Remington hunting rifle. Climb down the steps and point the flashlight at the wooden beams that hold the tower up. It's smeared in blood. Looks like the front of your car when you plow through a deer at full speed. What in tarnation.mp4? Mangled deer corpse at the base of the steps. Holy shit. Absolutely torn to pieces. Only a few patches of skin still on. 2 legs missing. The head has been ripped into 2 from the center down. Hardly resembles a deer. Only knew it was a deer because its antlers have been snapped off and shoved into its throat. There are intestines and deer guts stuck in the beam support. Something threw the mangled deer cadaver into the fucking beams. What in the actual fuck? Loud footsteps in the deep snow, coming from the tree line around the tower. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Take rifle off my shoulder. Point it at the tree line. Shout at whatever it is over there to fuck off as I slowly back up the stairs. Chamber round. Yell that I have a gun. Fire warning shot in the woods. Hit something. What the fuck, that JPEG? Thing fucking squeals loudly. Actually causes my ears to bleed. Okay, fuck this. Run upstairs. Something fucking runs after me. Don't turn around. Run inside, lock the door, and close the shutters. Loud roaring from the bottom of the tower. Sounds like a mix of bear's death cry, an elk, and a person getting cock and ball torture. Don't ask. Thing starts climbing up the stairs. Shit. There's a small gate about 1/3 of the way up, meant to stop bears and shit from walking into my fucking living room while I sleep. It doesn't know how to open it. Fucking praise keck. About an hour of it trying to push the gate open, and it fucking scream roaring at me, it finally leaves. Don't go outside until the next day because It could be trying to bait me out. Deer is gone. Guts are gone. Blood smears are still there. No tracks because of the snowfall. Go back inside and play Skyrim. Act like it never happened. The first pick is the closest to my work environment since I'm not using real picks because I don't want you friends calling the park ranger station to tell them that Tower 7 is snitching. I guess I should elaborate on why the park rangers send a fucking SWAT team to check on you if you don't respond to that hourly radio check. Hourly radio check. Basically just responding to Tower 1, our coordinator, when he says our tower number. It's just shitty roll call. Tower 4 doesn't respond. It's the 6 a.m. check. He's probably still sleeping, which is normal for Tower 4. 3 checks later, he's still sleeping. Okay, what the fuck? Tower 1 says that I and Tower 8 should go check on him if he doesn't respond to the next one since we're the closest. Next check comes, and he doesn't respond. Well, fuck, that JBag. Tower 8 rolls up in her shitty Land Rover and drives us to Tower 4. Pull up outside Tower 4. Huge fucking blood trail leading from the stairs and into the woods. Holy shit, that MP4. Go up the stairs while Tower 8 tries to find where the blood trail ends. The bear gate has been torn off and is currently up a nearby tree. What? Climb upstairs, slowly enter the living room with my handgun. We have to keep it on us at all times. The door is already open. Or rather, it isn't there. Enter room. It's fucking carnage. Blood and bits everywhere. There's half a fucking hand on the floor. No body. Seems like something burst into the room, tore up Tower 4, and dragged his body out. Remember that Tower 8 is literally following the trail of whatever could tear through a thick wooden door. Oh fuck, that JBag. Jump down the stairs and yell. She's staring off into the woods, gun drawn. Says she's not going there because there are bears and wolves and shit. Wise. Call it in on the radio. An hour later, a literal convoy of armed park rangers arrive. Tell us to fuck off. Never hear anything about it again. Have to give some shitty story to the others that he retired at age 22. There's still more. Time to introduce you to the guy. The guy is literally just this fucking guy with a burnt face who wears a suit. He looks like he's been in a fire or something cause his face is scarred as fuck. He doesn't say anything. He just watches you from a distance, normally from the tree line, and writes in his clipboard. Every single tower has seen him. Apparently, according to Tower 1, he's been spotted here since the 50s. I've tried approaching him a couple of times, but he'll just walk behind a tree or a rock and fucking vanish. Looks like the Jim Carrey mask guy from Metal Gear Solid 6, just without the mask that he wears. I've only heard him speak once. I was slowly approaching him from behind, trying to get the jump on the fucker. When he turned around, looked at me, and said, "Cougar," in a Norse/Russian accent, before turning around and walking behind a rock. What the fuck? Turn around. There's a fucking cougar a few feet away from me. Its prob's been trailing me as I followed him. It runs the moment I point my rifle at it, due to fight or flight. I don't know if he saved me or tried to get me killed. Thanks, Jim Carrey the mask. No one knows who he is or where he comes from. He just shows up, looks at you, writes in his clipboard, and fucks off. The closest he's ever gone to someone was when he walked out of Tower 3's toilet, and just left through the front door, or the time he appeared outside my fucking window watching me sleep. The local Inuit folk seem to know about him, but they refuse to say any more than, "Oh, him, right." Aside from that, he's been here well before Whitey showed up, and has been just a part of the local tribe's life for eons. They won't give the name they have for him, or any stories about him. They'll just tell you to keep your distance, and not to piss him off. I know it's boring, but that's literally it. You'll see him around 8 times a month, and then he'll disappear for 4 more to go spook the shit out of the other towers. Tower 9 leaves him little goodie bags of spare food and etc. which he's seen him pick up and eat, so that's cool. Be me. Finish up the 8 p.m. hourly radio check. All the others until 6 a.m. are optional because sleep is a thing. Load up Skyrim since it's the only game I can play because the Wi-Fi is down due to snow. Play for like 2 hours. Knocking a window. Don't care. It's probably the guy or something. He does this often. Knocking continues. Ignore it. Loud slam at window. Holy shit, okay, you've got my attention. Open blinds expecting to see the guy and his stupid fucking clipboard. He's not there. Scan the windows. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Child peeking from the corner. Nothing, nothing. Wait, what the fuck? Snap back the window. Kid stops peeking the moment it realizes that I've spotted him. Oh shit, that MP4. Override my gut telling me not to go outside. If there's an actual fucking kid out there, then it'll die. And I don't want frozen kid corpse on my stairs. Open door. Absolutely nothing. What the fuck? Call out. Still nothing. Hear scuttling behind me. Turn around. Dead bird on floor that wasn't there before. What the fuck? There's a gift tag on it. A gift from me to you. Okay, fuck this. Go back inside. Bring bird with me because I don't want to piss off Ghost Kid. Shut blinds. Go to sleep. I still occasionally get knocks at my window at god-awful hours of the night from time to time, with little dead bird gifts every 4 knocks. Pick is the type of bird it was. Be me. Going for a walk because me bored. Tell Radio I'm going on a walk so they don't send a fucking army. It's summer, so no snow. Still bring the rifle because bears and shit. Have fun taking pop shots at deer to scare the shit out of them. Stumble across a huge camper van. We're not accepting campers cause COVID, so I go to investigate to make sure it's not a hobo or a cultist. I'll get into that soon. Place looks old yet new. Go inside after checking some of the tents outside. Looks like someone's been living here. Empty cans in the corner. Sleeping bag on the couch. What that JPEG? Doesn't stink like shit, surprisingly. Old diary on the table. Take a read. It's from one of the people who used to work here. He got promoted from Firewatch to park ranger, and then retired. Have fun reading through his journal. It's about him coming back because he missed the openness of the forest. Starts talking about some guy in a suit in the woods. Realize it's probably about clipboard guy. He mentions chatting to him. He doesn't do that, but okay. Pretty cool. Last entry was a few days ago. Says he's going on a hike tomorrow to look for it. No later entries. What the fuck? Leave because it's getting late. Go back a few more times. Nothing changes. He doesn't come back. A few weeks later, basically forgot. On roll call, when someone mentioned that an old colleague went missing. Oh shit, who? It's the journal guy. Wait, what? It's been months, and they still haven't found him. I gave the journal to the park rangers in case it could help. They sent me an email the next day and said that telling anyone about the campsite or the journal will violate my NDA. I didn't mention the campsite. Rest in peace, Roger of Tower 11. Pick is the model of camper van. Okay, fine, friends. I'll talk about the cultists. Be me. Radio call from Tower 8. What the fuck does this bitch want? Anon, get to the lake, now. Okay, sure. Walk down to the lake. Holy shit, that JPEG. Park rangers are holding up a group of robed figures at gunpoint, while local police call something to their radio. The guy from Tower 5 is also there. Looks like shit. Then realize that there are a bunch of stone pillars that weren't there yesterday. What the fuck, that JPEG? Go ask one of the park rangers. He's surprisingly chill. Explains that Tower 5 guy had gone for a walk through 4th sector, the area that me and Tower 8 manage, and happened upon the robed guys sacrificing a wolf. Robed guys proceed to flip shit. One runs at him with a knife, stabs him in the thigh. Tower 5 guy proceeds to shoot him in the chest. All the other robed guys are now pissing themselves because Tower 5 guy has a semi-auto rifle and is now screaming at them as his leg starts bleeding. Tower 8 hears the commotion and calls it in. That's when the park rangers arrive and hold them all at hostage. They pull the shot guy into one of their trucks and provide first aid. Tower 5 guy is former Spetsnaz, who is living out the rest of his days in retirement in the Alaskan woods. Go figure. So he's perfectly fine. Did all the first aid himself while warding away knife-wielding cultists. Park ranger tells me to leave. I'm not going to argue with the park rangers, so I fuck off. Fill Tower 8 in once I get back. Later find out all the robed guys got off scot-free because one of the people in the local police force is a member of their cult and uses admin powers to save them from jail. All they had to do was tear down the stone pillars and promise to never come back, and they could leave. Apparently, their cult is the third largest faith in the region, with the native religion and Christianity ahead of it. They worship some water god called Moloch or something, I don't know the name. Local natives have a pretty small pantheon of gods. It comprises of Thal, the god of snow. He's like the Allfather. He's like a king sitting on a throne made of pine trees. Tomaka, speaker of Thal. Thal doesn't speak in a way that humans can understand, so Tomaka translates for them. He's a bird/guy wearing a bird mask who's in a dress, with no armholes, who has a scabbard on his left side. Flumini, wife of Thal. She's the god of warriors, mothers, and lakes. She's a woman with one arm riding on a huge elk that's larger than a tree. And then there's Todi. The natives refuse to say his full name, so they'll just shorten it. He's the god of fire, rot, mold, and decay, who's currently chained at the bottom of the lake in my sector. He has cougars and other quote-unquote lesser gods do his bidding since he can't do shit under the lake. Thal, Tamaka, and Flumini all lived in the mountains away from humans because their voices scare them. They're all mute, aside from Tomaka. I can't believe you retards want to actually listen to these, but okay. Be me. Depression.jpg. No friends because job means I'm far away from anyone for months. Isolation is getting to me. Decide, enough is enough. Take a rifle and head into woods. Find nice clearing to do what I'm gonna do. Put the barrel in mouth and about to pull the trigger when I hear footsteps. Turn around and see an old man with a huge white beard wearing a bear pelt robe approaching me. Quickly hide rifle because I can't bear the embarrassment of being caught at failing at killing myself. Dude walks up and says, "Can I sit with you, child?" in a deep German accent. "Sure thing, Santa." The man chuckles and sits with me. He's got a cool looking eye patch on one of his eyes. He starts talking to me, just casual convo. Talk back, chatting about sports and etc. Asks what I'm doing out here on my own. Say, hiking. He says he knows I'm lying. Proceed to vent to the old man about how shit my life is. Old man comforts me. Realize old man has a pet bird on his shoulder. Holy shit, that's badass. Man says his name is some bizarre Swedish shit. Feel happy now, no longer depressed. Finally have clarity on life. Old guy says he has to leave. Lol, bye. He gets up, walks over to a thin tree, waves, and walks around it. And fucking vanishes. What the fuck? Go check. There's no way he could have just walked around this thin tree and just disappeared before reaching the other side. What the fuck? Take rifle and go home. Haven't felt suicidal since. Thanks, Santa. I've asked around the other towers and I've collected some of their encounters with the weird shit about this forest. Be Tower 3 friend. Be one of the local natives. Company did a diversity expansion program to include more of the local natives for public image or something, I don't know. Fails spectacularly because the natives view the forest as a holy site and don't want to work in or even near it. Their version of the devil is literally under one of the lakes in the park. Tower 3 friend, we'll call him Ricky since it's close to his IRL name. is one of the only natives who signed up for the program. Sent to replace one of the Firewatch guys who's quote-unquote retired. He gets there and sets up shop in the tower. Decides to explore the local wilderness. Says it was the first time he'd actually been to the forest. And he wasn't expecting it to be so peaceful. Only heard stories about it. Basically, just exploring. Old campsites, etc. Noticed something moving in the distance. Locks eyes on it. Nothing there. What the fuck? Same thing happens like 7 times. He's certain that something is following him. Hears leaves rustling every now and then. Okay, fuck this. He heads back, hearing the rustling all the way back. Spooked as shit. Gets past the tree line. There's a clearing that surrounds every tower. Looks back. There's a literal clone of him staring back. What the fuck, that JPEG? Mimics his every move perfectly, all the way down to breathing at the same time as him. Just mirrored. Holy shit, that JPEG. Who the fuck are you? It says back in his voice. Slowly walks back towards the tower. It follows. Stay the fuck back. Stay the fuck back. He pulls out his gun. Thing doesn't have a gun, so it just mimics him holding the gun, but without an actual gun. It speaks. You back? He asks him what the fuck he's doing in the woods, because the park is closed for the season. You come back woods. What the fuck? Asks what he's trying to do. You come back to the woods. Thing starts moving on its own. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. See you soon. Thing runs into woods. Never sees it again. Still has nightmares about it, apparently. Most of the stories from the other towers are just them seeing clipboard guy, or them seeing things because of the isolation, so most are boring as fuck, and unusable for green texts. So, I'll fill in with some that I forgot to post earlier. Be me. It's camping season, so every night I have to deal with drunk teens and poachers. Just chilling when radio pings. What the fuck do those fuckers want? Put headphones on. It's one of the lead park rangers. Oh fuck. Anon, we've got some missing campers in your sector. We're sending Tower 8 and 5 over to help. Tower 5, Spetsnaz guy, is coming because me and him are the only people in Firewatch who know anything about tracking or finding missing people. I'm basically a veteran forest ranger at this point. Tower 8 is coming because it's also her sector, so it's also her responsibility to go find the campers. Park rangers can't do it themselves because they have their hands full at the moment. Fucking rangers. Never there when you actually need them. Wait for 8 to arrive so we can go pick up the Spetsnaz guy. Start heading towards where the campers said they were going to be camping. Mangled animal corpses along the road every couple of minutes. What the fuck, that JPEG? Can't be roadkill because they don't look run over. Don't mention it since I don't want to spook the other two out. Arrive at the campsite. Park along the road and haul ass over to the area with the tents and etc. They were camping in the middle of nowhere, so their campsite is in a tiny clearing in the middle of dense woodland. Fucking teens.mp4. Shout to see if anyone is here. No response. Fuck this. Check all the tents. Looks like everyone left in a hurry. Clothes everywhere, spilled food, etc. Where the fuck did these friends go? After a few minutes of searching, we find one. He's in a tree, butt fucking naked, neck deep in panic. Guy is freaking the fuck out. Ask where the others are. He just says they went into the woods. Nice answer, dick cheese. Spetsnaz guy and Tower 8 try to get him out of the tree, as I go look for the others. Walking back to the campsite. See something on a bench. Decide to have a quick look. Looks like a wet jumpsuit or something. It's folded really neatly, like in a posh English hotel or something. Pick it up and unfold it. It's not a fucking jumpsuit, that JPEG. It's human skin. Looks like what would happen if you scooped out everything from a corpse. So it's just an empty skin suit. Dick, balls, and everything. Holy shit, what the fuck? Drop it. It's still fresh, that JPEG. Blood hasn't coagulated yet. Immediately called on my walkie. Park ranger on the other end goes from bored and uninterested to full fucking panic mode within a few seconds of me explaining. Put Skin back on the bench. Park ranger says they'll be there any second. 5 and 8 heard what was happening through the comms, so they're already bringing the teen to 8's Land Rover. Give him some clothes because he's naked as fuck, and that's not something I want to see. Guy just keeps rambling about how they went to the lake and quote-unquote pissed him off. He isn't talking about himself based on the way he's talking about him. Ask him why he was in the tree. He put me there. Guy's bawling his eyes out while rambling. For the first time ever, Spetsnaz guy is actually concerned. Park rangers arrive. Full fucking convoy of the fuckers, armed to the teeth. Tell us to get the fuck out and give them the kid. We oblige, not wanting to face their fucking wrath. We BTFO out of there. Later find out that the skin belonged to one of the 9 kids who went missing. Rangers found 2 more skins floating in the lake. No trace of the other 6. Have to explain to the grieving parents that it was a bear attack. Fucking bullshit. The one teen that survived is sent to a mental hospital because his brain is completely fucked. Never hear anything about it again. I saw an Anza Borrego ghost light a few months ago. It's not the spookiest of stories, but it's true. Hiking with friends to the Goat Canyon Trestle. The hike itself follows 100-year-old railroad tracks down a gorge, leading from the mountains at the top to the desert floor below, over about 20 miles. Lots of abandoned train cars, cool tunnels, and sketchy railroad trestles to cross. The hike is technically trespassing, because some company claims that it's going to get the railroad running again. Nobody gives a fuck because several companies have tried and all have failed, thanks to inhospitable geology and weather. It's usually a pretty popular hike, but we went on a weekday, so we were the only ones out there. First few miles are spent enjoying the scenery and getting enough courage to cross janky old trestles. Fuck around in some old double-decker train cars covered in surprisingly good graffiti. Get the fuck out the train cars because the dust in there is pure nose fuckery. Continue on. See no other people. Go through a few railroad tunnels. They're supported by huge redwood beams, which makes the tunnels smell comfy as fuck. Have a pleasant walk through them by the light of a single good flashlight and 2 shitty ones. Get to the longest tunnel on the line. Research says about half a mile or so. It has big rusty gates at the entrance and a bunch of old railroad junk around. Very horror movie looking in the right light. It was noon, so spook factor was low. Tunnel curves, so you can't see the other end for the first bit. Walking along when we see a light appear down towards the other end of the tunnel. Much like someone turning a flashlight on for a second, then off again. Figure it's another group of hikers. Flashed a bright light at them. No response. Think, whatever, and keep walking. Light flashes again. We're getting close to the end of the tunnel. There's light shining in at the end, but the flash came from a dark area. Don't see any people silhouetted against the light at the end of the tunnel. May have just been nerves, but we felt like we were being watched. Start hallucinating voices almost at the edge of hearing. Also likely nerves. Light flashes randomly one more time, then stops. Pretty spooked, but we're relatively skeptical folks, and continued all the way to the end of the tunnel. Not a soul in sight. The trail is bordered by a very steep cliff to the right, and Carrizo Gorge to the left. Trail is visible for a long way ahead. It's extremely unlikely that there were other hikers that just ran off. Try to explain the light as reflection, and cannot find anything reflective anywhere. Remember stories of the Borrego ghost lights. A train conductor in 1977 saw a similar light flash on the tracks at night, and ended up derailing a train. People have followed the lights into caves, where they have seriously injured themselves. Get moderately spooked and continue on. No more lights, just a feeling of unease. Forget all of that shit when we cross the 200-foot tall Goat Canyon Trestle, and about crap ourselves. See nobody else on the trip aside from a group of Boy Scouts, starting to hike in to camp on our way out. Guess we believe in ghosts now. If you're ever in San Diego County and want a sweet and pretty easy hike with confirmed spook factor, check out the Goat Canyon Trestle. Aside from having cool scenery and weird lights, you get to see a lot of cool engineering, neat abandoned train cars, loads of history, and the tallest curved wooden railroad trestle in the world. Some sources claim it's the tallest surviving wooden railroad trestle overall. Pick related is the big trestle itself. Live in an extremely old house. 3 stories, including the attic. No one ever goes into the attic. Hasn't been opened in about 10 years. I sleep in a room that is under the end of the attic. Every night, I would hear thumps coming from upstairs, like someone was walking around or stomping. They were muffled, but I could hear them. Never think much of it, figure it's a heater kicking on, or something, until a few years pass. We took all the carpet out of the attic, so it was bare wood floors. While it was open, I decided to go up and check out what's over my room. There was a noticeable indentation over the portion of carpet that is above my room. It's in the shape of 2 half circles that come to points, and about the size of my hand. After they ripped the carpet up to reveal the flooring that's over my room, we found a ritual circle. Pentagram with around 80 symbols surrounding it, all carved into the wood with dried blood and candle wax on each one. Now, I'm really freaked out. All those years I've been hearing an actual thing stomp. After a few nights, the thumps come back. This time, instead of a muffled thump, it was obvious that something hard was banging on the wood floor. Sounds like hooves clapping on a patio. After they removed the ritual circle, they stopped for good. Still wonder what would have happened if I actually went upstairs during the stomps. Our OC's welcome. I've never told anyone the story. B17. Rural, but a street urchin. Spend my days skipping school and exploring the mountains surrounding my valley town. Find a little house about a mile from the McDonald's. Up in the woods, no power lines, no road. Really old. I would almost call it a cabin, but it was definitely a house. Go inside. Find a lot of stuff still there. Old green plastic cards table. Matching puke green plush vinyl chairs. One room is a study/library. Walls are lined with bookshelves. Mostly Reader's Digest collected works and National Geographics. Some old college textbooks from the 50s, various paperbacks, pulp novels, and a full set of encyclopedias. Pretty nice wingback chair, side table. There was a couch, but it was too decayed to sit on. Pretty comfy.jpg. Start coming back most days. Just hanging out and reading, enjoying the silence. Scoping some African tribal titties in Nat Geo. Hear a rustling something fierce. Figure it's a possum or something. Go to check it out. See a short little shadow. Think it's a possum for sure. Take cold McNuggets out of pocket. Toss one on the ground near the door to the kitchen where I see the shadow. Silence. I blink, and the nugget is gone. Blink again, and it's thrown against the wall outside the kitchen doorway. Splatters, covering me in cold nugget juice. Library door shuts behind me. Poop a little.x. Spooked, start power walking to the front door, trying to pretend like I didn't even notice. Heard somewhere that spooks want your attention, so I tried to just act like nothing was happening. As I pass through the hallway, swear I see someone behind me in the mirror on the wall. As I pass through the living room, a bunch of soot and dust plumes out of the fireplace. Whole house seems to tremble as I walk out the door. My face when I tried to feed a poltergeist a McNugget. My face when I think it was mad because it was old. My face when I should have been more considerate and brought it a Happy Meal. Be patrolling old part of base. Driving about 40 miles per hour on a relatively straight road in the middle of nowhere. See green shadow on right side of road. What? What? Looks like a silhouette, but with a slight bright green aura, like a silver lining. It's a humanoid shape. Starts running alongside the car, at 40 miles per hour. And gaining. Accelerate the car from 40 to 60 to 100 to 110, trying to catch him. Maintains speed of car, and faster, pushing about 150. Lost him. Runs till out of sight, and disappears with a slight green flash. Fucking what? Proceed on, and ask senior officers what the fuck was just seen.
Oh yeah, Anon, that's the running man. You can't catch him.
Haven't seen him myself yet, but I was there when officer asked seniors about it. Be 11. Be a second mom for my little brothers, since I'm the oldest. Grandfather popped out of the blue one day. Parents tell us that Gramps is gonna start living with us from now on. Can tell something weird is going on, considering he came all the way from Spain. Think nothing of it at the end. We loved having Abuelo over after all. Be a few weeks after Gramps moved in. Mom's working at convenience store, and Dad is working at an auto shop. I'm showing Gramps that I can cook well now. Hear the doorbell ring.
Who is it? I'm here to deliver these car parts. Please sign.
Usual stuff. We get parts delivered every few days.
Hey, Gramps, can you get that? I need to call Dad to let him know.
I go get the phone. Then, I hear a thump. Gramps had this fat dude on the floor, was kicking his ass. Dude has his pants down on his legs. He's obviously not a delivery man. Police arrive to take him in. Parents get home too. Fat dude was, apparently, a sex offender. He waited for the day when neither of my parents' cars were in the driveway. He was holding his dick with one hand and was holding a small box with the other. He was planning to come over me when I opened the door, but my Gramps opened instead. Dude tried to run. Gramps caught on and beat him down. My parents seen him around patrolling around here before. He's done that shit to teenage girls before. That's why Gramps came over to stay. They didn't tell me before because it was something a little girl shouldn't know about. Got this one saved from a thread from what I can only assume was 2015. The year is 2009. Just graduated from high school. It's September now, and me and my 3 best friends were all accepted into the same school. School year starts on the 18th, so we decided to go on a week-long road trip from the 5th to the 12th, from our shitty little road town in Oregon to San Francisco and back. Friends are Eddie, Trevor, and Marco. Everything's going fine on the first day. Moods are high, Eddie's high, we're all having fun. What could possibly go wrong? Well, Anon's reading this, here's what went wrong. Everything. Dramatic as that is, it's true. It started on day 2 when we were a little over halfway to San Fran. We stopped through a small town called Eureka to have lunch. After that, we continued driving, and Trevor noticed Marco was looking a little ill. He said it was fine though, so we continued our drive. The trip was supposed to be a 13-hour drive, spread over 2 days. But we never made it to San Fran. I started to get an unsettling feeling in my stomach when the sun was starting to set, and we still weren't there. In fact, we weren't even close. We did stop earlier in the day to take a few photos of the ocean, but it didn't take that long. Eddie was the one in control of the wheel now, and heaved a heavy sigh of relief when a sign finally read, "Entering Santa Rosa." Great. We were almost there. Another 4 hours passed, and we still weren't in San Francisco. We were on the correct highway, going in the correct direction, but we weren't getting anywhere. What's more, looking back on it, I hadn't seen a single car on the highway after 7 p.m. Not a single one. We'd seen them in the towns, but not with us. It was 1 a.m. when we officially were freaking out. We stopped at this little hotel to stay in and asked where we were.
This is Lakeport.
Lakeport? Before we could start yelling at Eddie for fucking up, Trevor was suddenly met with the weight of Marco collapsing on him, which wasn't much, considering Marco was like 5'6" and 102 pounds. Semi-anorexic guy. We contemplated calling 911, but he muttered,
"I'm fine, just sleepy,"
and then thoroughly passed out. It was about 3 a.m. when I heard absolutely awful noises coming from our room's bathroom, like a cat being strangled. I remembered Marco looking ill and assumed he was just puking from food poisoning. But being the person I am, I had to go give him comfort. I opened the door and nothing. Marco wasn't there. The light was on, but all there was blood. Why was there blood on the floor? Was Marco alright? Am I hallucinating? Well, turns out I wasn't, but I made the grave mistake of assuming I was and going back to sleep. Was awakened by Eddie 3 hours later, asking why there was blood on the bathroom floor and where the hell Marco was. We all got up and asked the receptionist if he'd seen him, but to no avail. Panic was rising as fast as Eddie's blood pressure was. We called the cops and they said they would send someone over, but no one ever came. We called again an hour later and nothing. So we went back to sleep. Marco was there in the morning, looking like shit, but he was alive. And that's what mattered. But something was off. He was crying into Trevor's shoulder, talking about the Unga that tried to rape and murder him. He claimed he was taken suddenly after getting up to go to the bathroom. One could have easily assumed he was just on drugs. But Marco was straight edge to the T. He was a pranker though, but even more than that, he wasn't lying. We could tell by the fear in his eyes. It may sound kind of gay, but when he clung tightly to Trevor all that day, physically holding his hand while looking like an abandoned kitten, we knew something had happened. After double-checking that, yes, we were going in the right direction, we set off for San Francisco and told Marco to forget his worries, but he couldn't. He kept his eyes closed the entire time because he was terrified of looking at the forest. An hour in, and he suddenly opened the car door while the car was in motion to puke out black and red bile. And it was a lot. More than what I thought could fit in that tiny body of his. An hour after that, we read a sign that said Saratoga Springs. Eddie sighed and handed the wheel over to me. We turned the car around. Another hour, and the sign read Upper Lake. We were getting increasingly frustrated. Marco was shivering violently in the back seat, with his head rested on Trevor's lap. Every 10 minutes or so, he would vomit into one of the many plastic bags kept there. Another hour, another headache. Saratoga Springs was the sign, and so this time, we decided not to turn around. Another hour, Upper Lake. No matter what direction we drove in, we were stuck between these two towns. And going by the Google Maps calculations of today, this shouldn't have taken us an hour to drive that road. For reference, it should have taken us 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Marco was looking increasingly worse as we drove. And it all came crashing down when he suddenly demanded I pull over. And so I did. Marco threw himself at the ground and vomited up what seemed to be an endless stream of blood. Then came pieces of meat. Flesh. And then came nothing. We called 911. Nobody came. We called over and over. Someone finally picked up. Nobody came. Marco began bleeding from his fingernails, eyeballs, nose, ears, and belly button. He was unresponsive, so Trevor tried CPR. It didn't work. The smell was rancid. Nobody came. No cars were around. Marco died that day. We watched in tears as the last breath exited his lungs. We piled him into the car and drove to Upper Lake. An autopsy was performed and we told his parents. We went back home the next day, all convinced the road would lead us to Saratoga Springs. It didn't. There were cars on the road. We were making proper time. We arrived home. 4 years later, and his grave was dug up by an unidentified person/animal. His skull was found on the grounds of Upper Lake Elementary School, but the rest of his body wasn't. A triangle had been carved into it. I had to go to San Francisco this year for a job opportunity. Trevor and Eddie went with me. We never stopped in that diner, never looked back, never looked at the street signs. We got there when we prayed we would. I don't remember Eddie having heterochromia. I don't recall Trevor's voice sounding that way. All I know is that when I saw fresh blood of a dead doe on the side of the road, I screamed for an hour straight. I think I've made a mistake, giving into ex-schizo lore and plebit creepypastas, and I actually discovered something unsettling. I'm not sure I would classify this as paranormal, since I'm sure there is a scientific explanation for this phenomenon somewhere, but it has me shaken anyway. Essentially, after being so tired of the liminal spaces spam and Redditor backrooms posts on here, I decided I'd actually try hanging out in a place that makes me feel unsettled. Why? Just for fun, to renew the novelty of the idea for myself. Now, the concept of these spaces is simple. Everyone knows all about that unsettling feeling you get in those places. Building hallways, empty shopping malls, empty indoor swimming pools after closing. Since that's the basis for so much creepy shit on X and Reddit and YouTube and etc., that's the point. You're in a transitionary place, you feel unsettled, and so you leave. Incredible. I don't know anyone who hasn't felt that way before. But not many people actually stay in those places for long periods of time. At most, you linger for a few minutes, or a bit longer if you're brave. I wasn't able to find any stories about people who actually stuck around in a creepy hallway, or in an empty staircase, to bask in the feeling overnight. So, I decided to do it myself. I live in a pretty small town and about 10 minutes away from my house. There's a little wilderness park, and at the far end of the park, there's an indoor public bathroom. It's a quaint concrete building with a staircase that leads underground. Don't ask why. It's right at the edge of the woods. New graffiti doesn't appear there anymore, and crackheads just don't like the place for some reason. There's plenty of easier places for them to take shelter, I suppose. It's shitty, and it has that liminal space feeling, in the staircase, and especially at night. So, obviously, sitting on the staircase itself and just feeling that sensation is the perfect place to creep myself out for fun. You know when in one of those spaces, you get that feeling of being watched? That's a familiar feeling to many people I know. While I was there, the longer I stayed sitting on that staircase, the stronger the feeling was. As an experiment, I tried walking down the staircase and just hanging out in the creepy building itself, but the feeling of being watched lessened. I had to actually stay there, in the frame of the staircase, sitting on one of the stairs, for the heavier feeling to build up. The feeling of being watched really started to overpower everything, and somehow, don't ask how, I was able to fall asleep there, and that's when shit hit the fan. I woke up with the feeling still present. In fact, in the haze of waking up, I actually thought someone familiar was there in the place with me, until I came to my senses and remembered that I was alone. I couldn't convince myself to stay anymore. I was too spooked, so I got up and left. That was on Thursday. Now it's Sunday. Multiple things seem to be wrong with me ever since I did that. The first thing wrong is that I think I've broken my brain or developed some kind of schizophrenic delusional syndrome. That feeling of being watched seems to follow me now, much stronger than I've ever felt it in my life. Like, for instance, if I'm up getting a snack at night, on my way back to my room, I feel so strongly like there's somebody walking behind me, a presence that lives in the hallway. When I'm awake late in my room, I feel it coming from just outside my door, and it's not a mild feeling either. It's very intense. Now, I am familiar with creepy dreams and nightmares. I don't get them frequently, but they do happen. Now, I have a familiar dream I've often got ever since I was a child, where I'm just standing in a rather unfocused place, and I feel like someone is there with me. That's it. That's the common dream I get. It's not a menacing dream, it's always been quite comfortable whenever I've had it. Just vague and unspecific. I've always associated the presence with feeling like I was just hanging out with someone, or like it was a friend or a close family member. I'm so familiar with that dream, but for the first time in my life, it's been changed. It is the exact same dream. I'm standing in an unidentifiable place, and there's a presence with me. But this time, instead of an invisible presence, it's an actual human, a person standing directly in front of me and looking at me in the dream. It's been more lucid than it ever has been, but the feeling of calmness is gone. The man has a severe appearance, like he's upset at me, or expressing some kind of strong emotion toward me, looking directly at me in an intense way, but he stands motionless and says nothing. And my surroundings look a lot like the outdoor bathroom that I was standing in. Maybe someone here can describe for me what this means. Am I insane? Is it demonic possession? An ill omen? Why has this never happened to me until I decided to hang out somewhere that people don't normally hang out in? I woke up this morning with sleep paralysis, and it took a while to shake it off, and the feeling of being watched followed me for a few hours after I woke up. I can't stop looking over my shoulder, and I can't shake the sight of that man. For some reason, I find his energy so unsettling, even though it's just a regular looking guy. I can't describe the way his eyes make me feel. It's a certain look, and his presence feels too familiar. Pick related from my original post is my shitty rendition of what he looks like. No doubt I will be able to sketch a slightly better rendition if I continue having the same dream. But at this point, I feel like I've fucked myself up somehow beyond recognition. I just wish I hadn't have tried to creep myself out and risked getting stabbed by a crackhead just to develop a mental disorder from the experience. It takes a lot to get me feeling this creeped out. Fuck X and fuck Redditors. I blame this board for pushing me to experience this, since it's probably a psychotic break. Even as I type this, I can feel like I'm being watched. I no longer feel safe alone or in my own dreams. During the first 3 years of my life, I lived full-time in a cult facility in a European country, before I ever met my host families in various countries. This facility was under the direction of a well-known programmer. This is how my life started. I was conceived in a petri dish in the late 1950s at a genetics laboratory in Switzerland. By the time of my birth, I was considered quote-unquote Generation 3, or the third generation of genetic enhancements. The first generations were prototypes for physical beauty. By G3, the gene for intelligence had been discovered, as well as for improved muscle strength and healing capability. Later generations improved upon these foundations as genes for even greater intelligence. Theta skills and other abilities were developed. On the third day of life, I was implanted in the woman who was my birth mother, but she was not my genetic mother, who was a ranking member of the group I was raised in. The well-known programmer was my genetic father. She, along with other birth mothers, were taken to a special facility in Europe, where the prenatal programming would begin. Since the experiments on pregnant women conducted by Mengele had proven that programming begun in the womb lasts longer and is more difficult to break than programming that occurs after birth, when the infant has the opportunity to interact with the outside world. For the first 2 weeks, my birth mother was treated extremely well, praised, petted, and told what a special baby she was carrying. Beaming programmers and their trainees brought her choice foods and told her what a special person she was, to be part of carrying a baby that would be part of a new breed of individuals. This kindness was unfortunately the priming for the later setups and the betrayals that would occur, with the purpose of creating rage against the human race and her unborn child. After 2 weeks, the torture began. The birth mother was told to do something repugnant to her. For example, lick up urine and feces off the floor, or a similar act. And as she hesitated, the punishment was quick and brutal. Agonizing, squeezing pain to her limbs, and partial suffocation, as she was told, "You must always obey, immediately." A tone was also played with this injunction. The rationale for this treatment: a developing embryo and fetus automatically synchronizes brainwaves with the mother, and the young spirit feels what the mother's spirit does. The extreme distress is imprinted on the unborn child, as well as the mother. At this point, our reader will wonder, but the baby doesn't have a conscious mind yet. Why do this before brainwaves and consciousness develop? The rationale that the programmers use is that the unborn embryo spirit is present, and the spirit will never forget these events, which lay the foundation for later programming. How does the birth mother not abort her unborn child with these traumas? The programmers will administer specific drugs to prevent this occurrence, although contractions may begin in some cases. I know these things happened, not only because of memories that my parents have shared, but also because when I was older and ran the facility, I and other trainers did these same things to birth mothers. The things we did to these women and their unborn children are among the things I most regret doing in my past. As the weeks go on, the torture and programming sessions become more severe, along with the rewards, operant conditioning techniques. Both mother and child are subjected to electric shocks, the installation of drugs that induce severe, agonizing pain, as part of the quote-unquote seal of mortality programming, during which the fetus is told that this pain is their ascended self, feeling the pain that mortals feel. This is part of the installation of a fear of mortality in the higher or ascended parts within the system. The fetus is then told that the birth mother can be saved from the pain if the fetus is willing to rescue her by taking in a demon. If the fetus complies, the stimulus for pain is stopped, or an antagonist drug is given to stop the effects of the pain-inducing drug, and an injection of a bliss-producing drug is given, while both mother and fetus are told that this is the joy of ascension. The real goal is to teach the fetus to rescue the birth mother. This will be the foundation of later rescue programming that will chain them to the group, the need to rescue those that they love from torture or death if their programming breaks. The punishments for disobedience become more severe. The end of a finger is cut off from the fetus, who experiences agonizing pain. This small digit will grow back if done early enough in development, but the trauma remains in the subconscious throughout the lifetime. Digits are cut off of the birth mother as well, and she is assaulted and traumatized by a pretend Jesus to teach the fetus to hate Christianity and all it represents. All the foundation templates for later programming and the first splits were created during the months before birth. This includes the installation of an inside Satan, who believes they are completely evil, the inside God, whose voice sounds like the outside main programmer, and inside quote-unquote he who is to come, or the Antichrist. This has changed to who he has come in recent years, and top controllers and core guardians. These are created to protect the developing core from the reality of the complete helplessness and reality of a world where horrendous abuse, including assault with special instruments, occurs in the place that should be safe and protected for the developing child. Fetuses like warmth, dark, and security, but bright lights are shown into the womb as punishments. A voice accompanied by a bright light is placed outside the womb, and the voice proclaims that they are God, and that in order for the birth mother and fetus to survive, this voice must always be obeyed. By the end of the 7th month, the birth mother's limbs have all been traumatically amputated, and she is forced to eat out of a dish, like a dog. Soon after this, the ultimate abandonment occurs. The birth mother loses her mind completely, and the link to the one the fetus loves most is gone. The fetus is in complete despair, and then she hears a voice, kind, loving, and reassuring her that while her mother abandoned her, this person loves her and will always be there for her. I was that fetus, and I reached out to that voice as if it was a life raft. This was my primary trainer, aware of Mount Eli's teachings, and the one I loved most as a child. I bonded completely to him at the moment, because my life depended on it. Fetuses that do not accept or receive this bonding will die in the womb in a short period of time. This is another one of the terrible experiments that Mount Eli did on pregnant women and fetuses that the public has no knowledge of. This voice told me they loved me and were waiting eagerly to see me when I was born. This gave me a reason to continue living in the midst of a world filled with pain, despair, and darkness. This was life before birth in a programming facility in Europe. Soon, I would be born, and the abuse, or training, as the name was given to it, would continue. These methods are still employed today in training facilities around the world. The goal is to create a programmed individual during the most vulnerable time before birth. The deepest delusions of God and powerful demons, supernatural creatures, ascended beings, celestial paradise, and torturous hell are best installed during a time when an individual has had no interaction with the outside world, to dilute the delusions with real-life experiences. These delusions have no resemblance to the truth found in the Christian Bible, and are installed as part of the core belief system for individuals born to international occultic groups that follow these precepts. I'm not going to green text because, well, I'm bad at it. Peak meme flu lockdown, I got stir crazy sitting around all day, collecting unemployment like a fucking leech, so I decided to head in the woods. I live in a deep blue state, so I figured my chances of running into anyone out there were slimmer than usual. My intention was to camp out for a week or so and relax. Hike around and do anything but sit inside all day like everyone else in the state. I drove the 3 hours to my favorite national forest, up an old logging road. I took my M1 carbine and Remington 870 Magnum. The drive up was really nice since there was no one on the road, and gas was super cheap. I got there in record time. I set up camp around an hour off the main road. I wasn't exactly super deep, but I was deep enough in the woods to be satisfied. The first night was normal. The second night I woke up at around 2 a.m. to silence, and then what sounded like a blood-curdling shriek, which then my rational brain told me was a mountain lion about 2 seconds later. It must have screamed before and woken me up. I listened intently for a few minutes, but I didn't hear it again, and fell back asleep. The next day was weird. The forest was silent. Previously, there had been birds singing, bugs chirping, wind in the trees, etc. Now, everything was just still and silent in the cold morning air. I just got some coffee started and tried not to think about it. Eventually, the day warmed up, and yet, the sound didn't return. I started to think that maybe that mountain lion was still in the area. Woods tend to go silent when there's a predator nearby. But that didn't explain the complete lack of wind. The air felt as stagnant as a hot car, except it was 40 degrees out. I decided to have a look around. I hadn't gone more than half a mile in any direction away from camp since I had gotten there. I threw on a jacket and my Ellis LBE I had rigged with M1 carbine mag pouches that kinda worked. I went in the direction I remember the noise coming from the previous night. Hiking cross country, the woods were silent the whole way. Hell, I didn't even hear any airplanes fly overhead, and this was a pretty high traffic area. I hiked across a largest clearing with scattered groups of trees when I noticed something odd. A couple of the pines were missing all of their limbs. They weren't charred from a wildfire, but looked as though they had been torn off. They stood around 20 yards apart, jutting skyward, almost like a gate. I thought it was weird, but I just chalked it up to loggers or something. When I crossed the gate, it was like a switch was flicked. I was suddenly hit with a wall of anxiety, the kind I hadn't felt since I was a teenager. I felt the adrenaline rush of someone being mugged. My knees threatened to buckle and I felt cold sweat run down the hollow of my back. I was shocked and confused at my reaction, but I took a moment to collect myself before advancing, unslinging my rifle and keeping it in the low ready, mostly to bring myself comfort. I wouldn't walk 30 more yards before coming across a deer carcass that had been absolutely eviscerated. It looked like it had been hit by a truck, then run over by a whole convoy, except it was in the middle of the forest, nowhere near a road. The area reeked of death. I decided it was time to head back to camp. I'd figured I'd confirm the presence of a cougar. A cougar. Okay, alright. I'd figured that I confirmed the presence of a cougar and considered moving camp. I made my way back to camp a little more quickly than I had left, scanning my surroundings, far more alert than before. I knew I was being irrational, but I couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Everything was adding up to spell something weird. First, the complete lack of noise that was still present, or rather not present. Then the trees, and then the strange anxiety. And now, the mutilated deer. I was creeped out. Something wasn't quite right. As I crested a ridge, I was greeted with a sight that sent a spike of adrenaline through my system. Another deer carcass, right where I had hiked through before. I was sure this wasn't here before. This one looked as bad as the last, with the sickening addition of one of its antlers speared through its eye socket. I decided right there that I would be cutting my trip short. I hauled ass back to camp, tore down everything as quickly as possible, made my way down the shitty logging roads as quickly as I could, without fucking my suspension up, and I left. I'm still not really sure what was going on there. I'm not gonna pull that bullshit you always see on here and say that I'm not a believer in the paranormal. because that's bullshit. I totally am. But I like to exhaust my rational explanations first. I really want to believe it was just a mountain lion, and I just didn't notice the second carcass somehow. But it just doesn't make sense. But would calling it a skinwalker be a reach? I've been on this board too long and read way too many nope threads. So am I just overthinking it? I guess I'll never know, but it hasn't stopped me from going back to that same forest to fuck around in the woods. Just never alone anymore. Dropped my mom off at her house the other day because her car's fucked. She has her work stuff with her. She steps out of the car and drops something. "What did you drop?" "Just a pen," she says. Hold up. Who the fuck said, "What did you drop?" I didn't say it, but I heard it. She heard it and thought I said it. I was thinking about that for the rest of the day. It was so audible that we both heard it, as if it was right next to us. My brain froze for a minute, and I reacted to it afterwards. Me and some buddies were camping in the woods, when a completely naked, hairless man walked out of the bush and sat down beside us. Completely nonchalant, like there was nothing more normal in the world. He looked pretty normal. Mid-50s, balding, some stubble. We really didn't know what to say. And then, a second one stepped out of the bush. A third, fourth, and fifth followed. Before we could really get over the shock, there must have been at least 30 of them surrounding us in a circle around the campfire. Our guns were in the tent, and there were as half a dozen guys between us and the tent. I was too afraid to say anything, because they could have easily have killed us. They just sort of stood there, looking at us while we were sweating bullets. Then, one by one, they walked away back into the forest. We grabbed our guns, ran to our truck, and got the fuck out of there as fast as we possibly could. I've never posted in one of these, but last summer, I had a creepy thing happen, so I guess I'll tell. It's probably no big deal. Be in passenger seat, a friend's truck. His girlfriend in back with her friend. Making a long drive from Denver to a lake in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska. Women taking forever to be ready, so we leave about 5 to 6 p.m. The drive there was at least 5 hours, so it was dark for more than half the drive. Trip is unremarkable until we get into Nebraska. Everything looks creepy. Tons of deer that would jump out if you weren't paying attention. Getting tired. Bro's girlfriend's phone tells us to take a turn onto a dirt road. Seriously, middle of nowhere. Buddy and me, spooked. Take out our pistols. Driving down this straight dirt road for miles. Seeing eyes as we go. Occasional deer. All of a sudden, on right side of road, a naked man is sprinting alongside road away from truck. Outrunning us at 30 miles per hour. Can't describe it. All of a sudden, looks like he's flapping wings. Suddenly, it's an owl. Peels off and leaves us so puckered up, we're ripping up the seats. Story goes on a little bit from there, but that was basically the most spooky part. I would have thought I was hallucinating if my buddy hadn't seen the exact same thing. Be me, 12 years old. Parents recently divorced. Mom and her new boyfriend was a cool guy. Found a house nearby and rented it. Got my own room there, even though I only stayed on weekends. There was something off about this house. To this day, thinking about it still creeps me out. Always felt like something was watching me, but brushed it off since I was easily scared by movies and stories. Very frequently there would be a large flock of crows, maybe ravens, I don't know, all sitting on the roof of the house, but only on one side, above my second floor bedroom. They would only be on our roof, not on any neighbors, and not on any trees or phone lines. Every now and then, they would be scratching in the attic right above my room. I just assumed it was squirrels or raccoons or something, but it still spooked me. This is where it gets spooky. One night, the scratching was a lot more hurried and louder, like something was trying to dig through the ceiling and was directly above my bed. Fuck this. Grabbed my pillow and blanket and went to sleep on the floor of my mom's and her boyfriend's room. Scratching followed me, and they heard it too. After a few minutes, it stopped. Suddenly, their TV speaker, which was turned off, blasted the sound of a woman screaming, followed by laughing. Mom and her boyfriend moved out and found a new place later that week. Found out later, there were 3 suicides in that house since the 60s. it was built in the 60s. Honestly, the shit that happened there is why I believe in the paranormal. Another event that happened there, this was 2 or 3 months before the story I just posted. Be my mom. Come home from bar after work on a Tuesday night, reheat leftovers, watch some TV in the living room, then head upstairs to go to bed. Lights are off, so it's dark. Light switch for the staircase was at top of stairs. Walking upstairs when suddenly, wham, someone hits her with what supposedly felt like a baseball bat. Tumble downstairs, spraying blood everywhere. Fall unconscious after hitting floor. Wake up almost an hour later to her boyfriend slapping her face to wake her up. Pool of blood that came out of her head. Call ambulance and police. They, understandably, suspect domestic abuse and took boyfriend in for questioning. He was at work when it happened, time-stamped security footage and everything. No sign of forced entry. Only plausible explanation was that my mom was drunker than she thought and rammed her head into the podium part of the banister at top of the stairs. Mom swore she wasn't that drunk. I believe her. She doesn't like drinking a lot, especially on work nights. No blood was on the podium, only on the wall behind it and the stairs and floor. We would also hear footsteps in the upstairs hallway fairly frequently. I would hear it at least once a week, even though I was only there on weekends. Fuck the guy that rented out that place. No way he didn't know it was haunted. I've had a few ethereal tormentors along the way. When I was very little, a trio of faceless figures in black hooded robes would materialize in my bedroom and silently move in a procession from one side to the other. Sometimes, they would stop beside my bed and stand there watching me all night. In hindsight, they were probably some sort of shadow projected by the headlights of passing cars, but they seemed real enough at the time. They only bothered me in the first house I lived in, and I haven't seen them since I was about 7 years old. Later on, I was occasionally visited by a pale, thin, faintly luminous female figure with large black eyes. She was always naked, but rather indistinct and inhuman in appearance. Most often, she would linger near the window whispering softly, but at times, she would lie down against me in the bed and run her fingers along my throat. I had the most terrifying feeling of suffocation and impending death whenever she touched me. Usually her visits lasted a few minutes, after which she would fade away. Not so sure of the explanation for this one, other than maybe a recurring hallucination. It's been about 4 years since I last saw her. In any case, if the hooded figures appeared, I wouldn't be particularly troubled. They seemed pretty bro-tier. Maybe offer them some whiskey if they were corporeal enough to drink it. If it was the pale naked thing though, I don't know. I suspect that she would be more arousing than terrifying to me now, and I would be tempted to follow Descartes' advice regarding, giving her the dick. This and on back again. A 4-year stretch without the pale luminous figure disturbing my sleep has officially come to an end. I woke up shortly before dawn, and I'm quite certain I saw her watching me from the corner of my room for a few seconds, before melting away into the shadows. How does TG recommend I proceed if she becomes as frequent a nighttime visitor as she used to be? Also, fuck you guys. I am convinced this thread is responsible for her finding me again. My sleep had been peaceful ever since I moved to my current apartment, but now the horrors know I'm here. Alright, it's hard to say exactly what her height is, given that I'm looking up at her from my bed, but I would guess she's around 5 foot 10 inches tall. She has an unnaturally thin and elongated body build, but definitely feminine. Narrow waist and small breasts, etc. You would expect to see ribs sticking out, given her emaciated build, but there are none visible. She does not appear to breathe. Her body is entirely headless, as is her head. Her skin is very pale, more like grayish white than normal human skin tone, and it seems to emit a faint glowing luminescence. Not enough to cast light on objects around her, but enough that she is visible regardless of the light level in the room, and shadows are not cast on her. She is always naked, and appears to be anatomically correct, so to speak, but the ethereal glow that surrounds her makes the details rather indistinct. It's almost like she's out of focus. It's difficult to explain. But there is something decidedly non-sexual about her nudity. Like, it's just her nature. As far as her face is concerned, she seems entirely expressionless. Her eyes are about 50% larger than those of a normal person, and are entirely black. I've never seen her blink. Small mouth, always closed. Small or non-existent nose, though there is sort of a hint of nostrils. Again, her ethereal and indistinct nature makes details difficult to pick out. Fap as you wish, Adonis gentlemen. So, I've got a bunch of votes for trying to fuck my supernatural visitor, and a couple for trying to ward her off with ex-friendship. Anyone want to break the tie? What do, TG? Well, it's decided then. The next time she appears in my room, I will do everything in my power to make sweet, sweet love to whatever the hell she is. If I never post the results of this attempt, you'll know that either she has never reappeared, or that you got me killed. This Anon reporting in. Shortly after 2:30 a.m., I awoke feeling a cool body lying against my right side. I was on my back and she was on her side facing towards me. I have no idea how long she had been there. I opened my eyes ever so slightly in order to see that it was my usual visitor, but otherwise, feigned sleep, concerned at this point that I was in danger. A minute passed uneventfully, but then she moved a bit closer and put her lips against my neck. It wasn't quite a kiss. She just pressed her lips against my skin and lay perfectly motionless. I had the sense at the time that it was more like she was mimicking a kiss without really understanding the gesture. The duration of this was about 2 minutes, during which time I did not feel her inhale or exhale. At that point, I whispered, "Hello," and she drew back. I turned my head towards her for a better look at my visitor, but after a second or two, she vanished. Afterwards, I observed that the covers on the side of the bed that she had been lying on had been disturbed and thrown aside. Though I can't discount the possibility that I did that in my sleep, in this context, it would offer some evidence that my visitor takes on a corporeal form beyond my personal perception. Interestingly enough, unlike the instances in years past when she touched me, I didn't feel the awful suffocating sensation that made her visit so unpleasant. Whether this was due to a conscious choice on her part not to harm me, or because those previous symptoms were purely psychosomatic, I can't say. In any case, I am beginning to suspect that this will be a more difficult quest than I had initially thought. Though I don't appear to be in any particular danger of being killed, and she seems, on some level, to have perceived and responded to my amorous intent. I don't see how I'll be able to actually have sex with my visitor, or even communicate with her, if she disappears as soon as she realizes I'm awake. Suggestions? Alright, turning up the heat a bit to sleep naked. Not sure if I have anything around suitable to leave as a gift. Do supernatural creatures like small uncut rubies? Shame that it's winter, or I'd pick a flower in the yard and leave it on my other pillow. Okay, I've placed a ruby on a silk handkerchief on top of the nightstand, on the side of the bed that my visitor appeared at last night. As for lube, I think I'll leave that issue for her to deal with, if need be. As always, I will report in the morning if I'm still alive. Good night, and good luck. This Anon reporting in. My visitor returned as expected, and remained for most of the night. Did not manage to fuck it, but progress towards that goal has definitely been made. It's only a matter of time now. I am still alive, more or less, though prolonged physical contact with my visitor seems to have some sort of delirious effect on my health. Anyway, I need to try to get to my securities law class. I'll write up a more detailed report later, probably a little afternoon. This Anon reporting in. As per your suggestions, I left a small ruby on the nightstand as an offered gift for my visitor. I slept nude and remained as passive as possible in order to see what she would do when left undisturbed. At 1:47 a.m., I was awoken by the faint whispering sound that had often accompanied my visitor in the past. I looked towards the source of the noise and saw that it was, indeed, my pale visitor, standing a few feet to the right of the bed, staring at me. As far as I could tell, there were no words or even a discernible rhythm or pattern to the whispers, just a continuous stream of soft atonal sound. I glanced at the clock and went back to sleep. Sometime later, I awoke again to find my visitor lying to the right of me, facing me as she had the night before. Not sure of the time, as I could not easily see the clock and did not want to move. She had one arm across my body and was tracing a fingertip along the various bones of my torso: collarbone, sternum, hip bone, and so forth. Eventually, this gave way to a more general caress. Several times, her fingers briefly brushed over my penis, but she paid no particular attention to it. I got the general impression that her touch was more exploratory than sensual. A few minutes passed like this before she stopped moving and simply lay motionless at my side. Sometime thereafter, I drifted off to sleep once more. Later on, I awoke again to find her lying, more or less, on top of me. It felt as though some time had passed, but judging by the darkness of the room, it was still several hours before dawn. She was motionless, as usual, and had her lips pressed to the base of my neck. I will say at this point that sleeping in the nude was a most excellent idea. The sensation of her cool, lithe body stretched out full length against me was distinctly enjoyable, though it is worth noting that she had no observable heartbeat. Feeling increasingly cold, I pulled the covers in close around us, and out of curiosity, I placed my left arm across her back, hugging her against me. For a moment, I could feel my visitor tense, and I feared that she might vanish as she had before. But on the contrary, she relaxed and sort of writhed against me for a moment before resuming her habitual stillness. Unfortunately, the feeling of cold remained unrelieved. If anything, it seemed to grow worse. And while I did my best to remain awake as long as possible, at some point about an hour later, I lost consciousness and did not wake again until morning. Rather worryingly, I found that there had been some lingering negative effects to her visit. I feel as if I haven't slept in a week, complete and utter exhaustion in mind and body. I could barely keep my eyes open in class. Hell, just breathing is tiring, and I have this persistent feeling of cold. The thermostat says it's 75 degrees in here, but I might as well be sitting in the refrigerator. Also, though I didn't see her take it, the ruby is nowhere to be found. Gift accepted. Anyway, I'm starting to wonder if I made a mistake. I suppose it's too late to turn back now. Suggestions on how I proceed from here. This Anon reporting in. I'm not sensing a lot of optimism about my odds here, and I must admit I'm feeling more than a little trepidation about the coming night. I am unfortunately more sober than I might wish, and I feel as close to death's door as I did this morning. I guess there's nothing for it but to see this through to the end. If luck is on my side, I'll have stories to tell in the morning, and if it is not, well, I suspect I'll have stories that I won't get to tell. Any advice before I head off to bed? It is my intention to proceed as I did last night, and allow my visitor to do as she pleases. If I should die, let it be known that I went to my fate willingly in pursuit of knowledge and sensation. As always, I will endeavor to report my experience in the morning. If you have not heard anything from me by tomorrow afternoon, you will know what has happened. Good night, and good luck, elegant gentlemen. It's been an honor. And thus, Anon fell silent. Good night, sweet prince. Finally, in pursuit of giving her the dick, there is no sacrifice too great. The shit story of my hunt for ancient Germanic spirit, featuring my bad English. Be me, living in a small village on the border of Germany and the Netherlands, testing my new night vision cam for school project. Wolves are turning back to the Netherlands through Germany. It's been all over the fucking news. Found a nice tree in the woods near a hill called the Tankenberg. Looking for a money shot. Install my sweet new cam. Hook the baby up to a nice tree. Come back next day to look at pictures. Nothing but birds and small deer. Just spend fucking 400 pounds to spy on birds. Feels bad.jpg. Repeat this for a week or two. More birds, deer, and some hogs too. Send all pictures to a friend/project partner from school for further review. Next day, got home from a family dinner at some Spanish restaurant. Turn on PC. 3 emails from friend. 2 of them are about some rare birds. In the last email, he urges me to look at some picture that I took a week ago. Open up folder. Open pic, and see what appears to be a feral ghoul from Fallout 4, riding a hog. Holy fuck.jpg. Almost tear off my fucking balls as I was scratching them at the moment. Lose my shit a bit. I call friend. Don't know what to do. Go to police? No, what are they gonna do? Look for a Dr. Seuss character riding a pig? Don't think so. Next day, at school, talk to friend about pic. Too afraid to show pic to anyone. They might think I lost my mind or something. Ask him, did you show the pic to anyone, Anon? Yeah, man, my parents and my uncle. They think it's pretty funny. Weekend, go back home. Show pic to my mother. She says it's a weird picture like the ones on the Discovery Channel. Says grandpa used to tell stories about a man riding a hog. That's really specific.jpg. Next day, go to see Gramps. He pours me a drink as always. Kornbrenwein, or gin, as you guys in Trumptopia call it. My family is fueling my alcoholism. Gonna die before I turn 30 for sure. Ask him about a guy riding a hog. At first, he's clueless about what I'm talking about. He remembers and smiles. He told me about a spirit called Durkman Denvi. I'm not trying that again. Durk with a hog. Says he is a protector of these woods, and something about an old farmer being cursed for shooting a rifle at God on Christmas Eve. He goes to the bookshelf to get an older leathery looking book with gold ornaments. I don't know how to describe it in English. You know what? Fuck you. For entertainment, I'm going to butcher this. Sagenbook was the title on the cover. A book with stories about local legends like dwarves, water monsters, and witches. Under the chapter Wild Hunt, I found multiple stories about Durk. Something about the cursed farmer and one about him being a god from like pagan times. Some real Viking shit. I said to my grandpa, that's a weird name for a god. Durk. He smiles. That's not his real name, Anon. You can't speak his real name. It will bring bad luck. What's he called? I said. Voldemort? I said, smiling. Even just seeing the Wild Hunt is a bad omen. My grandma hears my grandpa talking about the spirit. She looks at us and says, wasn't he called Fro or Fry or something? In one fluent motion, my grandpa jumps out of his chair and begins to raise his voice. You don't speak his name? What did I just tell right now? Oh, fuck.jpg. Didn't know my grandpa was this superstitious. After he calms down, I showed him the picture that I took of the thing in the woods. My grandpa is silent. He even has this spear, he mumbles after a minute. I take a closer look, and you can almost make out a spear behind the figure. He misses a war horn, said Grandpa. A horn? I said. He turns the page of the book, and on it is a real nice looking picture of a Germanic looking dude riding a hog. He is blowing a horn. What does the horn do? I ask. I get some vague answer, something along the lines of, it helps him hunt. A couple of days later, back home, I do some research on Durk/Fro. Turns out, he was like an old Germanic god. Almost every Germanic country has its own name for him. In the Netherlands and Germany, they call him Fro, or Frey. And in the Scandinavian countries, they called him Freyr, god of fertility. Yeah, the dude indeed looks like a real ladies' man. Reading some information on the Tankenberg, where I took the pictures, there is a small pagan temple. Temple for some goddess named Tamfana. A temple for human sacrifice, possibly. Go to the temple just for the heck of it. Not much to see, just a small reconstruction of a temple and a nice view of the forest. Encounter some locals that live near the temple. Ask them about Tamfana. They proudly tell about the goddess of harvest and nature. I asked the man about Durk. He told me that every Christmas Eve, they round up all of their shit and bring it inside their home. Because if you don't have your stuff together at midnight, Durk will come and wreck your shit. Maybe even you. I ask, are there people who have seen Fro? The man looks at me like I just fucked his wife. Never say that name, he said. I laughed and said, "What will he do, steal your broom?" The guy said again, "Never say that name." He walks off. Weirdest interaction I ever had. A week passes and some dude on local news says that he had seen a man on a hog. That's it must be. Try to contact the man, but no response. Next day, got his address. Ride to his house. Nobody home. Return home. This looks like a dead end. 3 days later, turns out the guy committed suicide. Shit is getting too real now. That's what you get for looking funny at someone, I guess. Decide to go to police and show them our man, Fro. Man walks in and gives me the most disgusting cup of coffee I've ever had. They take some more info from me, like the location and date that the picture was taken. Return home. Can't sleep thinking of our boy, Fro. 4 a.m, loud knocking on our door. Some fucking goons from the government, or police, I don't know. They seize all my fucking equipment, my camera and the new camera that I just bought, especially for Durk, my phone and my laptop. Some thick-looking guy with thin comb-over asks if I have more pictures on that hard drive. No, they take it anyway. There was some porn on there as well. I know, just the regular stuff, don't worry. Luckily, I backed up all pics on my Google Drive. Hackerman.gif. Grandpa passed away. Grandma said he wasn't doing so well lately. I begin to get paranoid. Think it's because of the Durk thing. Think the government is hiding something. Bought some new cameras. Currently hanging in the forest around Tankenberg. Struggling with my study. Will become a dropout soon. Obsessively watching my cameras for a sign of Durk, just to prove that it's out there. Ghosts. Tell your experiences. I've been followed by death my entire life. I had a Centennial woman tell me that I'm destined to be some word that I can't remember. But it involved my grandfather dying before my father reached puberty, and my father's firstborn dying in infancy before I was born, and my complicated few first months clinging to life. I'm only 25 from a very small town, but I've been to more funerals than I remember. I've had 7 people, including a girlfriend and several best friends, die in my presence, or around me. The past few months, I have been going to therapy for anger issues, and I am remembering horrible things about my childhood, in which I confronted my father about. I grew up in a haunted house, and experiences have been coming back to me in waves. Lots of memories talking to a dead aunt, or an old man whispering in my bedroom window. That would be impossible on a 2nd floor. Worst was something my parents actually joked about for years, because of an entity that I will post about in next post. I spent 12 to 24 being a militant atheist, and have recently become spiritual, and suspect this is why I'm remembering this. This one has been the strangest recollection because my parents have mentioned it for years, and bullied me for it. I used to cry and scream about Kiss being in my room, because it was the only point of reference my 6-year-old brain had to describe the 8-foot-tall, pale-skinned man with bat wings over his eyes, standing in the corner of my bedroom. I vividly remember one day playing outside when I was maybe 10, while my father washed his car, and I went inside to get more action figures, and in broad daylight, with the sun blaring through all windows, I saw the bat-faced man clear as day in my bedroom. I ran out and told my father, and he very seriously told me to go back into the house and ask him to leave, which I recently confronted him for. When I went back in, the man was standing in the same place, and when I asked him to leave, he started approaching me, and I screamed and wailed and grabbed a toy sword, and my father rushed in and carried me out of the house. For years, my parents bullied me whenever Gene Simmons was on TV or anything Kiss related, and they bought a fucking cardboard cutout of him to put into the basement of a house we moved to in high school. I always chalked this up to an overimaginative kid being paranoid, but I now remember seeing this man several times, and him yelling at my dead aunt. I understand not believing your kid telling you a ghost story, but your kid tells you that there's a man in the house, or whatever I said. Even if I said, Kiss is in my bedroom, and none of this alerting any kind of fatherly instinct always bugged me. Then him giving me what I now know is fairly common advice for dealing with ghosts is really fucking odd. We were drinking watching the game last week, and I asked him about this specific instance, and that's when he told me lots of things that I'm still reeling from. He has also seen the monster, and had read lots about the occult, and could hold a conversation with me about all kinds of ex-schizo shit. My dad is 55, and has never spent a day on the internet. He has been an entirely normal blue-collar guy my entire life, and spends his weekends fixing things and listening to the radio. I've never seen him read a book. It really freaked me out as we discussed the encounters I had as a child, and that he routinely took me to church and had me baptized 3 times, which I have zero recollection of. I have seen very bizarre and feel like private things that I've never spoken about or put to writing until now. When I moved into this apartment, there was an old woman sitting at my dinner table at 3 a.m. when I went to get water downstairs. I did not tell my wife about this, or acknowledge the woman as I felt I was intruding her space. I took a sip of the water and left it for her, and I never saw her again. There is an old graveyard in my city. I have seen unexplainable but seemingly non-malevolent things at. I have seen orbs and objects my entire life. I feel like I've been marked by something my father did, but I'm too busy with college and work to investigate further or confront him again. I have one experience that, from time to time, I'll tell here. I was a 7-year-old kid sleeping with my grandma. I couldn't sleep that night. Grandparents lived in some flat. Sometime late at night, 2 ghosts flew through the doors. For a moment, I thought that the doors were open. I don't remember the one, as it quickly vanished, but one of them was flying around happy and slipped between me and Grandma. Then, he looked me in the eyes, and then he realized that I see him, and his eyes were full of dread and horror. He didn't expect me to see him. It all disappeared, and I had a feeling like it was a dream, except I couldn't sleep that night. It all happened very quickly. As a matter of fact, it takes more time to tell the story than the actual happening. It was weird. I wasn't necessarily scared, maybe slightly, but I felt like, what the fuck is happening? How can it be real? Sure, at this dead old lady's house the other day, cleaning it out and bringing any sensitive papers, things with bank numbers or social security numbers, to be destroyed. She had a ton of shit to go through, and I had to make sure her car title wasn't in there. My boss also didn't know if she had a will, so I had to find that too. I'm primarily in the lower floor of her house. Her bedroom is on the upper floor. Sitting in the living room going through papers, I start hearing what sounds like footsteps coming from upstairs. So I go up to look, and I don't see anyone, or anything. Go back downstairs and keep working. All of a sudden, I can hear voices upstairs. Go back up to check. The TV in her room is on. Shut the TV off and unplug the phone upstairs while I'm at it, because the phone has been ringing constantly the whole time due to telemarketers. The phone rings after I unplugged it, but it stopped when I pulled my phone out to get a video. I still have a ton of stuff to go through over there. Both my sister and I have had experiences seeing a doppelgänger of one another in the house when we grew up. I saw and passed what I thought was her in the hallway when she wasn't even home one evening. She saw me in the corner of her room at night and yelled at me to get out when I was sleeping in an adjacent room. She woke me up by yelling at what she saw. One of our cats was run over when I was a kid. Our other cat spent the entire rest of the day prowling around outside, looking for her. He eventually came back in after sunset and immediately went to sleep. Poor guy. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sounds of him zooming around the house. I saw him run past my bed, chasing a black mass, roughly the size of our other cat, the one that had just died earlier that day. Mom vacuuming living room. Old cigar box that belonged to my stepfather starts shaking. Mom sees this and is like, "What the fuck, mate?" Turns off vacuum, box still shaking. Mom grabs cigar box and takes it to the bathroom and puts it in the bathtub. Still shaking. Puts it down. It stops shaking. Open it. Nothing but thread and needles in it. Mom uses it as a sewing box. Stepdad was an alcoholic and killed himself in the living room a few years before. I'm very skeptical of ghosts, but I've had two very strange experiences a few years back. I think about these sometimes, and I still can't come up with any good explanations. First one below. I'll put the second one in a separate post. Had a girlfriend in high school/college for 3.5 years. Me and her used to argue a lot 2 years into the relationship. Live in the middle of the woods. Just me and my ex at the house. Had 2 dogs sleeping upstairs. We were in the basement. I was doing the laundry and she was arguing with me about something. In the middle of the argument, one of the doors in the basement slams shut all by itself. Door slams hard. It's a super heavy door, and it's not like there was any wind in the basement. My ex immediately goes silent and runs upstairs. We find dogs still lying on the couch upstairs. I try to talk to her about how weird it was. She replies with a shaky voice, I don't want to talk about it. I try to bring it up to her 2 weeks later. She says that she doesn't remember any of it. Here's my second story. Also happened when I was in a relationship with that same girl. Driving home from school one day, I get a call from my ex out of nowhere. She's crying. Sounds scared and angry. Anan, who's with you in the car? Nobody, what the fuck? She doesn't believe me. She thinks I'm playing some sort of mean joke on her. I FaceTime her to show that I'm in an empty car. She finally believes me that there's nobody in the car with me. She explains that she got a call from my number. She answers it, thinking it was me. Some voice she doesn't recognize on the line. Says something to get her really scared. She hangs up out of fear and decides to call me scared and angry because she thought I was just playing a scary prank on her. After I FaceTimed her and got her to calm down, I tried to ask multiple times what the person on the line said to freak her out so bad. She kept dodging the question and never told me. I tried to ask her about it 2 weeks later, and just like the first story, she said she didn't know what I was talking about. I know that both stories actually happened. They weren't a dream or something, because I told a close friend both stories after they happened, and he remembered me telling him a few weeks later. I'm still friends with the same guy, and we were just talking about these stories the other night. Alright, I got one. Be me, 16 years old, chilling in bed. Currently midnight. Moon is full. Shines through the curtains. Across the wall, I see a shadow of a cloaked figure holding a scythe. I freak the fuck out. The being is composed entirely of shadow. It starts moving towards me. Fuck this. I don't have time for this. I need sleep. I close my eyes. I can still see it. I open my eyes. It's still there. I close my eyes as tight as I can, and it's still visible. I turn my head the other way, and it's still visible. It looks at me curiously. I instantly fall asleep. All my dreams that night are composed of horrific images of gore and torture, while that shadow being lurks in the background. My dreams are usually weird, but are never gory. When I awake in the morning, I'm extremely alarmed by how utterly graphic my dreams were, and left wondering what the fuck happened last night. The most memorable one was when I was maybe 5. Was waking up in the middle of the night and seeing an older man in my room staring out the window. He was wearing a zigzag patterned sweater. My father went through some clothing left in the house from the landlord's father, who had died decades prior, and found the exact sweater. I had a little children's book that played music when you pressed different buttons. Maybe 5 or 6 songs like Old MacDonald Had a Farm and such. One time in the middle of the night, I wake up to the book playing a song I had never heard before. I had action figures of different brands and types that made noise when you pressed a button. In the middle of the day, most if not all of them started to make noise and wouldn't stop, repeating over and over. My parents were around for that, and they had to put them in the guest bathroom we rarely used until their batteries died. I had seen green hands on 2 separate occasions. The first time, it was at night. I was sitting on the couch that was in the middle of the living room, not pressed against the wall, and I see a monstrous-looking hand with fairly long black nails, and was overall grotesque. The other hand looked fairly normal, and was near the doorknob in my bedroom in the middle of the night. My father claimed to have seen this hand too, on a different night. I eventually refused to sleep in that room since most of the occurrences happened there. I slept on the pull-out bed in the living room for years. One time, in the middle of the night, I heard a car drive into our driveway. I could hear it rolling on the gravel, and even the car door open and close. I couldn't see the car, and there were no lights, and nobody came to the door. There were several other things that happened, but Those stick out the most, and the rest are very fuzzy memories as I lived there between 4 and 11 years of age. Weirdest/strangest things you found on accident thread. I'll go first. Be me, browsing poll because I was immeasurably bored and decided to do a check-in on it. Someone linked a random YouTube stream called something like High School Girls Volleyball, insert date here. Asks if it's connected to Vegas or some shit. The channel that was streaming seemed to be owned by some school, which, according to Google, was based in Minnesota or something. The rest of their videos looked like normal high school sports events and practices. But this particular stream was weird. The camera looked to have been set in some sort of office. Entire room looked dark except for light coming through a door left ajar. From what I could tell, this wasn't a case of some superintendent forgetting to stop a stream. The stream started out like this. Video was so low quality and at such a weird angle, I couldn't tell what was on the other side of that door. Just looked like a bunch of light. No sound at first, but I shit you not, I eventually started hearing laughter from what sounded like a kid in the background. Sounded like they were right outside the room. Weren't laughing for an apparent reason. Checked time for state that this school was based in, 11 p.m. I was still trying to process this all when the light coming through the door was suddenly turned off. Fuck this shit, I'm out.mp4. Still save link to the stream in my notes in case I was brave enough to watch it again later. 5 hours later, decided to check back in with the stream. Stream had already ended. Recording from it is not at all what I saw on the stream yesterday. It was set in a completely different room, most likely a gym, and it was actually a high school girls volleyball game. It was also much higher quality than that part of the stream that I saw. About a month later, we're searching through old notes when I found the link to the video again. Oh yeah, what was up with that .jpeg? Video is private. Unfortunately, this was back on my old phone, which I completely smashed because I'm a dumbass, so I don't know if I can recover that link. And even if I did, it probably wouldn't matter much because the stream had like 5 views max. So I don't think it was archived. Our pharmacy's multi-dimensional. Good evening, X. I believe I've stumbled onto a truly earth-shattering phenomena. For clarity, I work in a pharmacy as a retail associate. I essentially stock shelves and put tags to indicate sales for 8 hours or so, while intermittently browsing 4chan on my phone. Well, I was closing out my shift last night and started humming along to whatever the fuck was playing on the radio. To which I then realized I had no idea what was playing on the radio. The song had an alien quality to the melody, and the lyrics were gibberish at best, though that may be the fault of the constant noise from the ventilation system. Not to connect the two ideas, but this happens a lot when the store is empty. Besides me and one other employee, who always sits in a back office anyway. No customers come in past 6 o'clock, so the whole pharmacy gets that liminal space aura, especially with our pharmacy's above average style. I just cannot explain these weird tracks that play. I would call for alien waves hitting a local tower or something, but the melodies are always incredibly human. Not something I would expect from another race of beings, or anything like that. That's the only reason I even consider the dimensional approach. Maybe some kind of nexus point, or connection between two of them. First time experiencing something truly paranormal by my definition, and I don't know if this could be used to communicate or something. I'd love to see if pharmacies already have a supernatural precedent, or not, if anyone else had experiences in them. I've gotten this too, but not in a pharmacy. My explanation is, whatever this simulation or what have you, begins to run at low capacity when you're alone. That's why you often space out, or in contrast, have very deep thoughts. During both of these mindsets, you are very distracted from the placeholder environment around you. I have legit seen people disappear behind a thin wall, with a witness right next to me. Pharmacies do kind of feel otherworldly. What kind of location lets me buy opium, amphetamines, and cigarettes all in one spot? Not to mention they're having an awesome sale on shampoo. What's their motivation? I was a first-hand witness for a murder that was completely covered up and silenced in Barbour County, West Virginia. Living in Bellington, small town, August 1993. Working at the Laurel Mountain Inn. Inn is about to close. It's an hour until my shift ends. 3 guys come in. out-of-towners. Immediately recognize them as not from these parts due to their accents. 2 of them order. The other one hovers around them, not taking a seat. Seems to be on something. Not my job to give a shit. Just focus on cleaning dishes. Another guy walks in, open carrying a pistol. Now, at this point, there are 6 customers inside. An elderly couple, the 3 out-of-towners, and the guy with the pistol. There's 3 workers inside. 2 are on break. I'm manning the counter now after having finished cleaning up. The 3rd out-of-towner, the one who didn't sit down, casually strolls into the bathroom. Guy with the pistol unholsters it, shoots the other 2 guys. I'm completely shocked. Freeze up. Vividly remember this one detail. His gun did not make a single sound. Holsters it. Casually strolls out, with the 2 out-of-towners dead in their seats. Immediately snap out of it as soon as he's out the door. Elderly couple seem to be in a trance at this point. Call the police. They get there very quickly and act really fucking weird around me as I'm telling my story. They seem to not believe me. Tell them about the 3rd guy in the bathroom. They don't even go to investigate, but tell me there's no one in the bathroom. I'm feeling really fucking nervous at this point. Like, they're suspecting me. They take away the bodies. I go to use the bathroom myself and to check for the 3rd guy. Nowhere to be found. When I walk out, all of the blood is gone, and the elderly couple have left too, without touching any of their food. I contacted the police again the next day to ask about the situation because it didn't sit right with me. I was told by the operator of the non-emergency, rather matter-of-factly, that there were no records of a murder in the Laurel Mountain Inn. I didn't have work the next day, so I decided to call up one of my friends, who worked just across the road at the Midtown Motel, and would have absolutely seen anyone enter. I asked him. He said he saw the 3 men enter, and the guy with the pistol, but his account of events is fucking bizarre. He never saw the man with the pistol leave. He also said he could vaguely see the muzzle flash, and thought he heard something loud from the inn. He said he also didn't see any police cars pull up, but 2 unmarked black Cadillacs that police officers stepped out of. Every single time I've tried to contact a newspaper with this story, or the police, I was turned down and addressed as a liar. It wasn't like they were merely skeptical. They addressed me flat out as if I was making shit up, and they knew it. They would never give any evidence that I was a liar if I tried to press them on it. And in general, everything about this is suspect to me. I could be a schizo, I don't know. But I know as a matter of fact, I saw a guy outright shoot 2 people in the middle of the Laurel Mountain Inn. I don't really believe in the paranormal, and while I do dig those threads, I never cared enough to go hunting for cryptids, even as a joke. That being said, I had one hunting incident that absolutely did feel paranormal. Be me, hunting in Maine. For fun, not anything else. Don't even really hunt, mostly just chill and wander. Shoot a rabbit a day, if anything. Handgun, and I'm not even gonna pronounce that. Y'all can get mad and cope and seethe in the comments. And a rifle because, yes, I am exactly that kind of retard. Only out for 3 days this time. Already on the 3rd day. No drinking today since I'll drive home overnight. It's a 5-hour drive. And I want to leave at midnight since that's always been my tradition. Want to eat the rabbit before I go, obviously. So I end the day at 1800. Only 2-hour walk from my car. Set up camp. Small fire for rabbit, blanket for me. That's it. Cook. Listen to audiobook. Chill. I'm going to turn to cliches right about now. This is when things got weird. Rabbit comes up the fire. 2nd rabbit comes up the fire. Mouse comes up the fire. Keep in mind, my camp had A, a human, B, fire, C, the extra sound from the audiobook. No chance any animal wouldn't stay away from that. Another rabbit. 2 more mouses. I am seriously weirded out at this point. They don't come close to me, but they stay by the shine of the fire. A fucking fox comes up to the fire. Does just the same. Doesn't attack the rabbits, the mice, ignores me, just staying on his legs, ears back, by the fire. Then, I heard rustling in the trees around. Very obviously something bigger. I'm still more weirded out than I am afraid. Despite being a massive pussy, no idea why. I absolutely don't want anything bigger than a fox trying to chill with me nonetheless. Animals around me ignore me completely now. Same with each other. They follow the rustling in the bushes. Weird as hell. Starting to get freaked out. In case that it's a human, I call out. Nothing happens. Enough is enough. so I fire off a warning shot. Into the air. I don't want to actually hit something that might get angry instead of dead from being hit with a .22. Circling into bushes stops. Animals all watch the same spot. I do too. Rustling comes back, but seems to leave. Change guns. Wait for around 20 minutes with my animal pals before they start to leave the campfire. Sounds of rabbit and fox behaving like they should have all the time from the direction. Pack up, leave, make the way to my car as fast as possible, drive home without stopping. Don't go back there. I still don't really believe in the paranormal, but I'm way more inclined to do so now. No idea what could have gotten the other animals to behave like that, and to come up to a human with fire and sounds, for what I can only guess would be protection. I've always been a believer that there are things in this reality which are far beyond our understanding. I used to wholeheartedly believe in things like aliens, cryptids, ghosts, etc. I spent much of my earlier youth at my parents' computer, reading for hours at a time about things of that nature. As I've grown up and read more, the magic has kind of been lost on me. I think many of the stories we read about can be explained, although some not as easily as others. It was saddening to reflect on how many of the stories that fascinated me in the past either came to be debunked as a hoax or explained away as natural phenomenon. I guess in some artsy, philosophical sense, all stories come to an end, and they can't all have good endings. That all being said, I want to believe. I want to believe because I have seen things with my own eyes that I cannot fully explain. The magic of reading others' stories and accounts may be a bit lost on me, like I mentioned, but the magic of having my own stories is very much alive. I'm no storyteller. I'm a songwriter. Not even a great one, but I will do my best to give a detailed account of some of the weird shit I've seen and try to explain them myself. The Black Rod. Summer of 2018, Northwest Ohio. I was sitting on my porch just letting my dog run around the yard. It was a partly cloudy day. I had been exhausted from working out early in the morning, and I decided I wanted to relax outside and stare at the sky. I was watching the sky for a long time, long enough to have started seeing shapes in every cloud that had passed over. It's weird how the longer you stare at something with no uniform shape, the harder your mind works to put a shape to it. However, what I ended up seeing after a couple hours was no cloud, nor was it hard to see its uniform shape, and in contrast to the white clouds, it was unnaturally black. For maybe 8 seconds, behind the clouds, I saw this black rod-shaped object pass at great speed behind the clouds. It was silent, and judging how well I could see it pass behind the several layers of clouds in the sky, without disturbing any of them, it had to be massive. I mean, hundreds of meters long. You know how you see a passenger jet in the sky? It looks small from the ground, but you know that it's a large aircraft holding well over 100 humans. This object I saw, it had to make a passenger jet look like a clown car in comparison. Another thing worth noting, I do not think this was extraterrestrial in nature, as the object left contrails, like a man-made aircraft. I think everybody is aware that our world powers experiment with technology that the general population has no idea about. I think this was a case of that nature, but what could it be? An experimental stealth aircraft? Why would it need to be that large for stealth? You would need several dozens of pilots for something that size. Some WMD class of missile test. Plausible, but if so, where in the fuck did that land? Why would I see something like that flying over Ohio? Another theory, a spacecraft test. A vehicle that can hold a small town's worth of people, capable of speeds beyond any craft we now know of, to get them off this planet. I've been mulling over these thoughts ever since I saw the object. I can't think of anything that makes sense. I do believe it was man-made though. Almost every story about UFOs always mentions that the supposedly alien craft never leaves contrails. This object did. I tried to find stories about it after I saw it. I thought, there is no way I'm the only one who saw this fucking thing, that's impossible. Yet, no stories, no articles, no crazy hillbilly in Michigan, it headed in that direction, claiming that he saw aliens. Nothing. It was there, then it wasn't. I've never seen anything like it since. The silhouette. I guess I'll keep the theme of strange black objects going, albeit this one was much smaller and much less artificial. This story comes from my father, probably somewhere in the fall of 2016. I'll briefly explain the layout of the house we lived in. as I find it to be important context for this story. 2-story home, the entire second story was one room. My room, the first story was the kitchen, living room, first bedroom, and office room. The office room connects the living room to the staircase that led to my room. You can see the office when sitting on the sectional we had in the living room. And now, at about 8 p.m., it's dark. We have the lights on. There's a light in my staircase, but the office light is not on, so, from the living room, one could see that my staircase light is on through the doorway, but the office is completely blacked out. My dad is sitting on the couch watching TV when he notices what looks like me come down from the staircase, stand in the darkness of the office, then crouch off to the side of the office in the dark, unseen. He thinks it's me just playing a joke or trying to sneak down thinking they were asleep, trying to not be noticed. He said maybe a minute went by before he saw what actually was me come down the stairs and out into the living room. Obviously, this is weird to him, and he didn't hesitate to tell me what he just saw. He asked, "Did you just come down here?" I replied, "No, why?" He says, "But I just saw you there in the office. You stood there for a second, then got down and hid in the corner." He kept asking if I was sure and if I was lying. I insisted that I wasn't, but he was positive. He just saw someone come into that room, stare at him for a moment, and then crouch off to the side into the dark, before I actually came down. Some details he gave were, he heard the footsteps of it. It had my shape, and when it came through the staircase doorway, it nudged a clothes that had been hanging in the doorway, meaning it was a physical being that can interact with its environment. I was particularly unsettled, but skeptical. I immediately go to the office, turn the light on, and of course nothing is there, as is the nature of these things. We mulled over it for a bit, and I was thinking he'd just been drinking again, and his mind created something false. But he hadn't been drinking, and my dad doesn't make up shit like this. My mom was sitting with him at the time he saw it, but she didn't see anything, so she couldn't corroborate. But she's thoroughly entertained by the two men in her life try and play ghost hunter for a moment. I had not heard anything in the staircase while I was in my room, and if there was something standing there before coming down, I would have seen its shadow cast up the stairs and onto my bedroom wall. My dad never saw the silhouette after that instance, or anything like it since. I've never seen or heard anything of that nature before, and still haven't. I have read a lot though. Theory time. Shadow people. Likely, as this is a well-documented phenomena that even some of the most skeptical can agree is something strange. People who do not believe in the paranormal whatsoever have claimed to have seen shadow people. There's an odd problem about that theory in regards to my dad's story though. Shadow people always seem to appear in one's peripheral vision, never front and center. One tries to look at them directly when they appear, and they aren't there. My dad looked directly at this apparition. It looked back. It may have not wanted to be seen, but it wanted to see something before hiding. It also moved the clothes in the doorway. I've never heard of shadow people moving things. Could it have just been a ghost? Maybe. We always thought the house was haunted. We had always heard some weird things here and there. I once, even faintly, heard a woman singing from the storage units in my room. Always kept those shut after that. Ghosts aren't physical though, in my belief. If they are real, I believe they are fragments of a spirit left behind by the deceased, forms of energy that remain long after passing. I don't believe they're sentient souls. If it was a poltergeist, I don't think I've read a story of a poltergeist taking on a corporeal form, and the only thing this silhouette moved was the clothes in the doorway. The last theory, the one I want to believe in the least, is a doppelgänger. I've read about doppelgängers, and the more I read, the less I wish I knew. A being that mirrors me and wishes to replace me. Frankly, fuck that. It's mostly unsettling for me to think of this silhouette as a doppelgänger, because if that is what it wasn't hiding from my dad in the office. It was hiding from me, and I walked right past it. Although, to this day, I still haven't seen it, nor has my dad. So for my mental health, I'm just going to assume it gave up that night and moved on. My grandmother's basement. For some personal reasons I won't get into, there was a long period of time where I lived with my grandma as a toddler. She had a cute 2-story house. My cousin and I had rooms upstairs. Grandma usually spent her time watching her shows or cooking downstairs. The kitchen was connected to the basement. My cousin and I got along and played together often, with many instances of butting heads. There was one thing we always agreed on though. Do not go in the basement without the light on. Why? Fuck if we knew. We just agreed never to do it. We never really had any explanation as to why. We never thought of ghosts, monsters, or anything of the sort. We would play in the basement all the time if the light was on, but if that light was off and the door was open, it was a closely followed rule between us that we were never to go close to it. My grandma thought we were just being dumb kids. She didn't make this rule, we did. The darkness of the basement was uncanny in a way. We all know it's a human nature to be afraid of the dark. It takes training to get over, but that wasn't what we were afraid of. Anytime I caught myself staring into the darkness of the basement, I was frozen. I was equally entranced and horrified by what I was looking at. My cousin would have to come and pull me away, and I never saw anything down there. It was almost the very essence of the nothingness that I saw that captivated me, and it shook me to my core. My sister, who ended up living with us for a time, had that same rule that I mentioned. She was a teenager at this point, and knew this rule before we did. She said she once stood at the top of the stairs of the basement, and she was pushed down the stairs and into the dark. She told me when she turned to see who pushed her, she saw an old woman who was not our grandma, just standing there, staring. My sister screamed until my grandma came to get her up. Of course, my grandma didn't believe her, and my sister never saw that woman again. I never saw the woman, nor did anyone else, but when she told me her story, I knew I was right to never go down there in the dark. Trash Can Triangle. This story takes place at the same house that I saw the black rod from, and where my dad saw the silhouette. Probably fall of 2013, night before garbage day in my neighborhood. Mom tells me to take out the cans at about 10 p.m., and I do so. I roll the cans out to the street. It's a clear night sky out, many stars. I like to do a bit of stargazing, so I just stand there for a moment to watch and take it all in. I see a particularly bright star in the distance, kind of in the same area of sky that I saw the black rod. I thought it was pretty, so I focused on it for a minute. It was a bright white, and oddly enough, it was getting larger. That would mean it's getting closer. It's not a star. So, I wait, either to be obliterated by a falling star, or bombed by an invading country, whatever my mind could come up with. It wasn't moving fast. It just slowly floated closer and closer over about 5 minutes. It passed right over me, and I could make out that it was triangular in shape, with small static lights at each point, with one large static light in the center. It was completely silent, left no contrails, and didn't change direction. It just flashed straight overhead and never strayed from its path. This is the most cliché UFO story I have. The textbook silent triangular craft flying low and leaving me looking like a fucking liar anytime I try and tell the story. I don't know what I saw. Call it aliens, call it experimental military craft, call me a liar. I do not care. All I know is I saw it. I'm more confused about why they keep choosing to fly over Northwest Ohio. The Southern Maine Zombie. Summer of 2019. I agreed to do an odd job in Boston for a couple of days with my sister, her boyfriend, a cousin, and a dude that I am positive is either not human or just became one shortly before we met him. He's not the focus of the story though. He was just really weird. But he wouldn't be the weirdest thing I encountered on this trip. So we do the job in Boston, make a decent amount of pocket change, and figured we'd extend our trip to go see the shores of Maine. We headed out of Boston late in the day, so we're driving through Maine late at night. Some of these roads in Maine are wildly long, with very few lights, just forest on each side. My sister's boyfriend is driving. Sister rides shotgun. I'm in the backseat with my cousin and the weirdo. I'm not much of a people person. Everyone's talking and whatnot. I'm just zoning out watching the night pass by out the window. I see a shape further down the road. It looks like a person walking, with a somewhat reflective orange jacket on. It's maybe 2 a.m., and we're on an astronomically long road, surrounded by nothing but forest, and there's maybe one street lamp every 2 miles. What in the fuck is this person doing out here? I thought. We're driving maybe 55 miles per hour, so we're coming up on him pretty quick. But when we were close enough for me to make out what I saw, I recoiled. It looked like a man, but it looked wrong. He was wearing an orange jacket, maybe some dirty jeans, but he was walking with an uncanny limp. His left leg looked like it was broken. His arms were firmly planted at his side, and his head and neck were sideways. I don't know how to better describe it. It's like his head was smashed against his shoulder. He had what I think was hair, but in hindsight, it looked too solid to be hair. It looked like dreads that were too moldy. I couldn't make out a face as we passed him. He walked in the same direction that we were driving. I asked, "Did anyone just fucking see that back there?" Sister's boyfriend replied, "See what?" Then proceeded to slow down, which I then promptly commanded, "Don't fucking slow down, go faster." Nobody saw the man like I did. They knew we passed somebody, but I had to explain exactly what he looked like and why I freaked out. We were all pretty shook up after that, but the rest of the trip went fine, without any other weird happenings, aside from the weirdo that we were with. We thought he was liable to kill us when we were asleep at a rest stop, but he's a different kind of story though. I maintain, and will continue to maintain until I die, that I saw a zombie that night. Makes the story fun. In reality, it was probably a homeless and somewhat disabled person just meandering at night, and the dark of night made my mind create some horrific image of a non-human entity. Whatever he was, I hope to never see him again. And what doesn't make sense to me is there were no houses for miles in that area, or town, or anything. Where did he come from? Where was he going? Something about Cotton Eye Joe. Why was he there? If he was in some sort of trouble, why didn't he wave us down when he saw us coming? The whole thing was just weird. Post-spooky green text. I'll start. Be me. College student, planning to go on a backpacking trip with a friend in Appalachia. Let's call him Nick. Planned trip is only a 2-day, 18-mile hike. No big deal. Close to Christmas time, so we aren't expecting the trail to be busy on the stretch that we're looking at. First night, we're looking at staying in a hostel. Second night, we will be camping in tents at a campground. Our plan seemed pretty bulletproof. Packed my Ruger Wrangler in case we ran into some rabbits to cook. The stretch of the trail we planned on hiking was pretty rocky, so we made sure to have extra first aid supplies in case one of us sprained an ankle. Fast forward to Friday night. Drive up. We get to the dirt lot outside of the stretch of the trail. It's around 8 p.m., so already dark. But the hostel we will be sleeping in for the night is only 1 mile out. Get there at around 8:30. Took us around 10 minutes to get our stuff out of my car. Only people there, so we don't have to worry about being quiet. Shut the door behind us. Rev up our camp stoves to make some tasty freeze-dried spaghetti. Yum.jpg. Head to bed at 10 p.m., as we will need rest for tomorrow's hike. Hostels on this stretch of the trail are basically cabins. They have steel doors, and this particular one had a skylight. To add to this, sleeping arrangements were wooden bunks, around 8 total in this hostel. There were 2 wooden tables for eating at nailed to the floor in the center of the room. We chose to sleep in the bunk directly across from the door, with me on the bottom bunk and Nick on the top. Wake up suddenly, still kinda half asleep. Check watch. 2:14 a.m. Skylight is covered. Must have snowed. Snow wasn't on the forecast. Kinda odd, but whatever. It's December in the Northeast. It's not that out of the question. About to go to sleep when I hear a light tapping on the steel door to the shelter. At first, think that it must be a hiker showing up late. Get up to open the door for them when I stop myself. Why the fuck would someone decide to hike on a notoriously rocky section at midnight? Decide that it's just an animal. Go back in my sleeping bag and head back to sleep. Around 20 minutes later, I wake up again to door sounds. This time, someone's knocking instead of tapping. Consider shitting my pants, but manage not to. See that Nick is already up, shining his flashlight at the door. Dude, what the fuck is happening? I ask. You think someone's trying to get in? He spits back. No shit, that PNG. Whatever the hell was knocking on the door, we weren't letting them in. If it was a person, they would just have to set up their tent and sleep outside for the night. Knocking continues for around 10 more minutes, until it finally stops. Guess the retard finally took a hint, I whisper. Nick chuckles, but then we hear what sounds like a man crying on the other side of the door. Not a kid, but like a 60-year-old man. We both freeze, completely in fight or flight mode. Maybe it's just an animal, except I don't know what fucking animal sounds like a crying old dude. Snap out of it and decide to draw my Ruger, but feel that whatever the hell is making that noise won't give a shit about being shot with a .22. Noise starts to get higher, off the ground that is, until suddenly, it seems like the source is on the roof. Slowly, look at the snow-covered skylight. Clearly see boot prints just in the center of it. Fuck this, I'm out.mp4. Pull out satellite phone, since we aren't retards, and packed one just in case. Dial 911. Tell them where we are, and that there is a crying geriatric on the hostel we're in. 911 operator sounds like she's trying to hold back a laugh, but tells us an officer is heading over to check it out. Suddenly, feel a bit of relief. 45 minutes later, old dude still crying on a skylight. We see a red and blue strobe reflect off the snow. Finally, he's here. Crying from old dude stops. Boot prints still at the same spot on the skylight. Me and Nick quickly put on our shirts and get up to meet him. He knocks on the door. Received a report of an old man crying on the roof. Yeah, that's us. We'll be there in a second. Put down my Ruger, as despite not being a friend, I'd still rather not get banned the fuck out by a trigger-happy cop. Let him in and tell him what the fuck has been happening for the past 2+ hours at this point. Show him the boot prints on the roof. He still seems to not quite be buying it, but he says he'll do a perimeter check of the hostel to see if he can find any prints or personal items of someone who could be messing with us. Goes back out the door, closes it behind him. In the meantime, Nick and I set up a lantern and decide to sit at one of the tables and wait. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Wonder what the fuck is taking so long. Decide to check over at the skylight and notice that now there are 2 sets of boot prints instead of just one. We end up staying awake until sunrise, until finally gathering the courage to go outside and see what the fuck was happening. Cop car is gone. No sign of the officer. Dude just bailed on us. What an asshole, Nick says. Consider calling 911 and complaining when Nick gets a genius idea. There's a tree overhanging the roof, so he wants to climb it and go up on the roof to check out the boot prints. Tell him it's a mega retarded plan and that we should just head back to my car and scrap the trip. He's adamant on doing it. Fine, but try and get a picture of the prints, I concede. Eat my breakfast grits while waiting for him to get down. He doesn't. No noise coming from the roof. Oh fuck. Whatever was up there must have got him. Decide to climb roof myself. When I reach the top, find nothing except Nick's phone, right next to the boot prints. Yell out for him on the roof, assuming he should be close and able to hear me. No reply. Pick up phone and check his pictures. He took around 5. Click on first one. Picture of the roof. Nothing on it. Seems normal. Second one. Picture of the sun. Third one. Picture of a black work boot sitting on the roof. Fourth one. Super close-up picture of the snow. Assumed he dropped the phone at this point. Fifth one. Picture of me eating my grits next to the hostel. Without thinking, immediately get off the roof and run back to my car. Fuck packing my shit or finding Nick. I'll file a missing persons report. Drive to the nearest town and call the local PD. Hi, I need to file a missing persons report. Me and my friend were sleeping overnight at a hostel on the Appalachian Trail, and he went missing in the morning while looking for something on the roof. Also, you guys sent an officer here, and he left without doing anything. We are aware he had an emergency he needed to attend to, answers a man who sounds oddly familiar. Hey, wait a fucking second, you're the asshole that... Hangs up. No idea if they even filed a report. Decide to look around the hostel, myself, just to at least get our stuff, and see if I can find any footprints that could be his. This time I bring my Mauser that I have in my trunk of my car, just to have more of a fighting chance against whatever was on the roof. Park in the lot again. Walk until I can see the hostel. See what looks like a torn shirt on the stairs to the door. The exact shirt that Nick wore the night before. Feel an immense wave of dread dawn on me. Know for certain that he's not going to be found, if they will even try searching for him. Go back to my car feeling defeated. No idea what I'm gonna do, or what that thing was that most likely killed my friend, or why the police refused to take me or the situation seriously. I'm a first-time poster here, so sorry for my story lacking details and depth, but I am genuinely really curious about the explanation of this cause. It's the only thing I've ever seen that took me back. Be me, 4 years ago, in my car on a lake shore with an, at the time, current girlfriend, smoking weed, feeling each other up in the front seats, looking at the clouded night sky. After a few minutes, I noticed she stopped playing with me, even though I was still playing with her. Think she wants to go to the back seat. Look at her. Her stare, frozen, looking at the sky. I look up. There's flying lights going from left to right in a line, with the same light intensity as a star on a clear night sky. I stop touching my girlfriend. We both just keep looking at the lights and going, holy fuck, holy shit. Pic-related is kinda what it looked like. The lights were moving in approximately a 25 to 30 second interval, from appearing on the left to disappearing on the right. This went on for at least 5 minutes. Does anybody have an explanation for it? I think it sure as shit wasn't a military exercise or whatever. That was in Croatia. We don't have that kind of military. Used to have a vague sensation of coming quote-unquote unglued as a child. My young brain called it slipping off, and it was a feeling like something was leaving my body. I thought of it kind of like when you see heat waves emanating off of a fire. I felt like I was suddenly losing something that I couldn't quite place, but it made me really sad. Would happen very randomly and suddenly, but always when I was alone. The last time it happened, I was 12, I think, 6th grade, with my friend on the playground. Get the same intense sad feeling and realize I'm about to slip off. Faintly hear my friend say, "Wow," way in the distance, like he's far away. I look over at him, and he's staring at me, asks, "How did you do that?" From his point of view, he said I began making weird sounds, and then a ghost came out of me and flew away. He thinks I'm magic after that. Never happened again, and he and I lost contact after I moved. Still not sure what the hell to make of that memory. I used to work in the gas industry as a geologist. From 2007 to 2009, I was on a contract with a Russian company called North Gas, back when industrial relations with the UK were still fairly cordial. There was lots of potential gas sites in the Siberian region far up north, and I used to go around potential sites with company borehole engineers, usually in groups of 2 to 3. Anyway, I was at one site in northern Siberia with a German engineer in late October of 2008. Took ages to get to and completely devoid of human habitation, but really beautiful taiga. Endless forests on the drive up there. You drove a van through taiga? Yeah, I'm not a car nut, but it was some modified Jeep that the engineer guy would just not shut the fuck up about, all the way from Noyabinsk. Anyway, the site we went to survey was fairly typical of what you expect in the industry at these sorts of locations. Thin topsoil giving way to permeable siltstone. Excellent locations for surveying. Now, to the story. We came to a location where satellite imagery was suggesting that permafrost was retreating. It still fucking snows and ices over, of course, but the key point is that it's not entirely frozen over. You can still install stuff during the summer months, get gas production up. It was a pretty boring landscape though. Very thin topsoil giving way rapidly to permeable siltstone. Lots of these natural holes all over the place too. Permafrost plugs that had melted and left 20 to 30 meter deep holes dotted all over the place. We decided to stay a few weeks and do some test surveys. First week was completely fine, got some good locations, things progressing smoothly. By the end of that week though, things were getting a little weird. Every time I would go out with the spectrometer after that first week, I would occasionally hear some noises from the holes. I was never near them because while you get a lot of gas coming off of these things, they're not terribly good for industrial drilling. It was faint, just on the border of hearing. I never knew how to describe those noises until a few years later, when someone took me out to a jazz bar, and some guy was playing a violin-like instrument. They made this drone noise, like a foom. Disconcerting. Makes your hair stand up. My colleague would notice this too. Disconcerting, as in this job, you're not really working together, but apart. So two of us were hearing stuff out there. We were both rational people, at the time for me, at least, so we put it down to cave noises. Laugh and forget it. About 10 days into the survey, it started happening at night. Again, faint, but really ominous. That drone noise. We used to sleep in the back of the van that we had brought, but even through those doors, we heard it. Again, stop being stupid, it's cave noises, laugh, have a few beers, and go to sleep. It got worse from there. The day after, I found some slime stuff around one of the permafrost boreholes. Yeah, you get lichens and mosses around these things, not an issue, but this was like petroleum jelly. That really viscous stuff. I touched it and immediately regretted it. It felt a lot like pork belly fat. It was warm too, which was really disturbing, considering it was -5 degrees Celsius during the day out there. Bring round the German engineer to take a look. He looks troubled. For the rest of the day, I was constantly on edge too. I kept looking back at the borehole too, just to check, is what I kept saying to myself. Things got worse at night. That drone noise got a lot worse, but it felt, and I know it's a shit way of putting it, like it wasn't from below, but above, on the surface. My German engineer tried to laugh it off, but I could tell he was seriously disturbed by it. Just that low foom. Eventually, we get to sleep. God knows how many hours later though, we wake up together because there is definitely something attempting to open the door handle to the passenger seat of the van. Click, click, click. And now, that drone is right fucking outside, and it sounds a lot like gurgling. At this point, we both freak the fuck out and scream like a pair of little girls. It stops. We don't sleep the rest of the night, and it doesn't come back. Next day, as soon as we make it to 9 a.m., we cautiously open the doors. The entire back door is covered in this pork fat shit. The place reeks of something rotten too. Passenger door just smeared in that stuff. But the thing that made us immediately go, fuck it, we're leaving, was the passenger window, which was also smeared in the skunk, but it had an outline on it, like something had pressed its skull into the fat stuff and left an outline. It was unmistakable, some elongated human skull with no eye orbitals. Jelly stuff was all over the area around us too, and of fucking course, it led all the way to that borehole. We got out of there very fast after that, but as we were packing, that drone shit started again from that hole, and it was loud. It was guttural by this point. Whatever the shit was making, it was down there, and close too. German guy went pretty nuts after that. Just hopped in and immediately started going. Equipment that was still out for methane measurements just left. Didn't stop driving for the next 14 hours. I pretty much ditched my job soon after. I had no desire to be left like that again, in the middle of places like that. German guy, never heard from again. He never talked about it to me anyway. Nice story. Thanks for posting. Thanks, I suppose. I guess distance from that event makes it sound pretty prosaic. Spooky noises, ooh, slime, ooh. Anyway, during that night though, I was convinced I was going to die. You know how you can just know when someone or something like an animal is either nice, curious, or just out to fuck you up? I knew instinctively that whatever wanted in didn't want to crack open a beer and ask us about geology, if you get my drift. Anyway, I spent a long time after I had calmed down about it, which took a few months in fact, to think of a rational reason for this. Every time though, I kept butting up against the unexplainable. Sure, drone could be cave noises, but the warm slime stuff, the guttural noise? Around 2012, I got a lot into reading about frozen mammoths and the worry about viruses from the taiga that they were expecting because of climate change. And at that point, I went full X and said, fuck it, frozen monster. Not really spooky, but strange, somehow bordering the lines of human sanity, I think. To preface, I work in the police force in a small EU East Bloc country, and I have a few stories to share. Bugman, 2018, am 29-year-old male. February, the capital of the East Bloc country, edge of town, not the outskirts, known to be a big ghetto of back from 2001 when a flood destroyed their natural habitat downtown. Patrol the streets in car with partner. 2 a.m., empty streets. Kinda boring, really no action. And I remember getting sleepy, just about ready to get back for a break. Suddenly, get a direct call on the radio from station inspector of the night. Yep, we're listening. Get back to the station. There's a weird guy here. Inspector is on the station alone in the night, so sometimes people come at 2 a.m. to report their car getting jacked, and etc. Usually have these quote-unquote problems, either in head, alcohol, drugs, and etc. Got it. I turn on the police lights and double time it back to the station to help the inspector. Get to the station, open the main doors, and it's dark inside. Only light I remember in the waiting room, where people wait to get their turn, is a light from the vending machine. The guy sits there. White, thin guy, old clothes, bald spot on his head, and his look is kinda out there. He scratches his neck from time to time. Warning bells start ringing in my head. The guy looks at me, not saying anything, and I don't say anything either. Shake head and go inside the room to the inspector. What's up with that guy? Yeah. Inspector shrugs. What does he want? Don't know. You ask him. I just let him in, but he's fishy, so I leave this one to you. Inspectors are usually just the kind of clerk white-collar cops who just handle reports on the station and relay info to the outside patrols, and etc. They also work 24-hour shifts, so this guy just doesn't have the temper to deal with some nut job. Go to the guy with my partner. What's the problem? He scratches behind his neck and stands up. He's really short. No danger in the regard of fighting him, but still get really bad vibes from him. I got bugs in my apartment, he says. So? Call an exterminator to get rid of them. You really gotta go to a police station at 2 a.m. to report this? Well, I need you to take a look. Seemed like a waste of time to me, and my partner shook his head at me. But I just got this weird feeling to check it with him. He clearly wasn't right in the head, and something could be up in his flat. Alright, we'll take a look. We go with him to our car and seat him in the back seat, with my partner beside him. Go to the address, go to the apartment. He unlocks the door and waits. Get a flashlight, open the door. The flat is old style, as if from the 50s, comic country at that time. Stale murky air, but nothing weird. Turn on lights in the hallway, and get left to what looks like a bedroom. Shine flashlight on what looks like a bed. Jumping in instant movement of a black tide of what looks like millions of bugs on the bed. Take 3 steps out of the room in terror, but have to check it anyway. Could be a dead body or something. Turn on lights. The bugs look like bed bugs and scatter inside of a bed as the light turns on. No stench of a dead body though, and the room is unkept. Not filthy, just unkept. Dust is on everything. Overflowed garbage bin with another bugs crawling out. The guy's behind me and scratches his neck. See? Of course I see! Check the room for foul play. Find nothing. Just bugs everywhere. Check other rooms, which are surprisingly fine. Another bedroom that looks fine. Unused though. Anyway, nothing for police. Call an exterminator or something, I say as we prepare to get out. Or use the other bedroom. Can't use that one. Mother died there a few weeks back. So you used the bug-infested one instead? He scratches his neck. Nothing for police here. Have a nice day. We get out and report to Inspector, then resume our patrols of the streets. 4 a.m. We drive past Metro Station. Bugman stands there outside of the station. Nobody around. He watches our car drive by slowly. Get to station again and check car. Find a few bed bugs inside where he sat. Get the car professionally cleaned. He was like a comics villain, or like that guy from Men in Black. Not paranormal, but weird shit happens in our head sometimes. Be me, 2014, cop in a small country. I'm like on a roll, have brains, be fit, and always optimistic. Life is good. Have girlfriend for 6 years. Plan a future. Decide when to ask her to marry me. Things go well, and I manage to catch some criminals by myself. New star of department.pdf. 2015. We get called to a robber caught at mall. Just routine, this happens like 5 times a day. The guy speaks only when asked a question, like 2 times. Is tattooed from head to toe. Has some meth on him, and etc. We get shit done at the place and drive him to the station. I drive. He's cuffed on the back seat with my colleague beside him. He fucking looks at me in the rearview mirror. This lasts for like minutes, without him looking elsewhere. Notice he whispers something to himself. What is it, fuckhead? I ask. No response. I get angry and shout at him. I'm putting a voodoo curse on you. Yeah, right, shut up. Get shit done at the station. Drive him to the prison. He's silent this time, but smiling. Forget about this like the day after. For a week, nothing happens. Then, things start to get bad at the job. Lose some fights on the street. Citizens complain about me. Fuck up some things real bad. Can't be up on the top all the time, I think. Have a dream. Sleep paralysis. First time ever, and I never had one after that. Can't move. A shadow looms over me, then jumps into me. Wake up in cold sweat. Next day, I drive alone from some shit, use sirens and drive real fast too. Fuck up and drive in like 100 kilometers per hour into a busy intersection. Cars from the left ram into me. Airbag smashes into my left hand, with which I held the wheel. That alone saves me from breaking my spine, as I wasn't using a seatbelt. Don't lose consciousness, and I'm totally fine, no injury. Reported in the radio with shaky voice. Smoke welling up inside the car. Crawl out from the totaled car. People are running around 2 other cars I smashed into. Everyone seems to be fine too, except for one kid, like 8 years old. He's bleeding from his mouth. Learned later that he bit off part of his tongue. Take him to the ambulance that just arrived on the scene. Parents shout at me, cry. Am later forced into a second ambulance by other patrol that arrived. Kid seems fine. I'm not put off duty for this. They investigate me with working like always. Things at home get fucked. Girlfriend breaks up with me. Mom gets put into a madhouse for schizophrenia. Dad cuts off almost all contact with me. Dog gets sick. Almost dies, but pulls through somehow. I pull incredible amount of money into sick dog. With that and a new flat I got with my girlfriend, gets me into debt. Still investigated. Start to hate my job. Start to drink heavily. Drunk by dawn. Dead by dusk. People talk behind my back. 2018 now. The investigation ends with me paying a fine. Things are still going to shit. I am, by any means, one of the worst cops in the department. Still employed somehow. Remember the fucking meth head today for some reason. Hello, Anons. How was your sleep? I had a dream about dreaming. In it, I was following a documentary of sorts, which went as follows. When you dream, your imaginary field of vision is divided into 3 parts. Left field, right field, and central field. These fields are perceived differently by the brain. Left and right fields act as a background of sorts. For example, if your dream takes place in a forest, you will see a faint image of trees on the edges of your vision. The central field is by far the most important, as it contains the topic of your dream, stuff you're focused on, and your brain has to process the most. Central field is always last to appear when falling asleep, and first to disappear when waking up. It's crucial in the process of waking up. Throughout the dream, you aren't really aware of the fields. Your brain processes them subconsciously and kinda expects them to be there. But sometimes, one of them isn't. In vast majority of cases, you will form all 3 fields. In result, you end up with mostly normal dreams, which can be pleasant or unpleasant, and everything in between. There is, however, a small chance that one of your quote-unquote side fields doesn't form. Throughout your dream, the brain knows that something is not right, but can't figure out what. In result, you feel uneasy and stressed out throughout your whole dream. It doesn't cause nightmares. More like your normal dreams become sadder and more strenuous because of this primal sense of unease. But this isn't the worst that could happen, by a long shot. Since shit really hits the fan when your central field goes missing. It happens very rarely, much rarer than disappearance of side fields. Your brain doesn't know what's going on, or what to do. It only sees the faint background of the side fields. In an attempt not to break down, it desperately fills out the center field based on the information contained within the background. The results are nightmarish. Kinda like what you get from these AI face drawing generators, but much weirder. This weird shit becomes the main topic of your dream. But it isn't a normal dream since there's no proper central field, just the background and central field mock-up. It doesn't have structure or even wacky dream logic. It's just a cacophonic mess. Brain that was already in panic mode freaks out, but it can't stop drawing the central field. Brain freaks out even more. This death cycle continues, with the brain getting more and more paranoid. Since there's no proper central part, you can't wake yourself up. The person having a dream is engulfed in feelings of raw terror, psychosis, and hopelessness, from which one cannot escape. The documentary proceeds to show a simulation of what it's like. I see all 3 fields. On the sides, there's a boring landscape of grass and gray sky. In the middle, I see a weird mashup of those elements, combined with some others that the background didn't have. I was sure that I could see a black outline of a person in this jumbled mess. As the lecturer said, began feeling very uneasy. All I hear is intrusive, unbearable buzzing, kinda like a fly that flew into your ear and got trapped. Buzzing gets louder and louder. Wake up. Be me, walking down the road to Granby's to walk her retard dog. Grandma lives at the end of the street. Not very far, but it's a few blocks. One section of the street has no lights other than dinky yard lights people have out front. Very dark, around 8 p.m. Wintertime, so it's just beginning to frost. Walking past a house in a wooded area. Neighbor has a pavilion garage with no lights around the house. Under the pavilion is pitch black. It looks like a black void under a roof. Always have some terrible feeling walking past it. Always hate it. Living in the woods, we get a lot of foxes and other critters. Often hear noises in that yard, and only that yard. Dismiss it as foxes being weird every time. Get to Grandma's house. Pitch black, as it is every night that she's gone. I have a dozen stories I could tell about this house. Take Tard out for a walk. Walk around the neighborhood. Past that house. Dog stops dead in its tracks, staring at the garage. Dog just keeps staring at the void. Won't move. Feel cold. Quietly force dog to move. He does rather slowly, basically letting himself get dragged. Eyes locked on the void. Hear rustling in the bushes on the opposite side of the house, direction that we were walking. Trees separating the properties begin shaking hard. Jog home with dog who tries to stop and piss every 2 seconds, because he's retarded. Get to Graham's house, lock doors. Tard dog goes to the back door, starts baring his teeth, growls, starts barking. Eventually gets furious and starts going fully berserk. Never seen him this loud or angry. Tell myself he'll be fine. Step outside. Dog still going nuts at the back door. Lock up. Sprint home. Lock house door. Turn off the lights and hide upstairs the rest of the night. I still hate walking by that house. Whole neighborhood's fucked though. I'm sure this is some of the few non-LARPing stories that you'll ever hear on this board. And I don't like telling them, but today's a good day. I will set the scene for you. Mom and Dad bought a piece of property out in the boonies of northern Manitoba, Canada. This property lies on the last major east-west road going north. What I mean by that is north of this road, there is nothing but forest, swamp, and lake. And I mean nothing for hundreds of kilos. Not one community until you hit the Arctic tree line, which is why I'm an autist. The property is on a crossroads of roads going southeast-west. 4 miles to the east, there is a main road. West is 50 kilos of dense swamp to the next town. 12 miles south is the little town. We had one quote-unquote neighbor 2.5 miles west of us. Great for hunting. Be my older brother, 1 a.m.-ish. Decide to have a smoke. Go outside. Decide to let this new puppy, Molly, out with him. Wild animals roam abundantly, as you might guess. So he takes the spotlight and didn't want to grab a rifle, so he grabbed a hammer. And before, hammer? What's that gonna do? He's a retard. He wants to see how far the new spotlight will shine, so he walks to the road. From the driveway, he shines the light south. The puppy whimpers and cries, shaking, looking north. He turns north. Next to the stop sign stands this tall, gray, hairless creature, standing as a man, 2 legs, 2 arms. Unusually long arms and legs compared to torso. Dark, sunken-in eyes. Wide slit for a mouth. Proportionate head, so this ain't no A. We measured later using me as a reference to the stop sign the next day, and we figure it was 9 feet tall. It stood motionless. My brother froze in horror, but was finally able to scream, "Fuck no! Fuck no!" The creature grimaced and jerked, as if expecting something, but it stood its ground and didn't move. My brother knew if he attacked it, he would lose, so all he could do was run. He ran his ass off. The dog was already long gone. He looked back because he didn't hear anything behind him as he ran. The creature was in the cattails in a ditch, attempting to hide, but it was massive and pale compared to the scenery, and its eyes glue white from the light. He kept running. Found a dog cowering near the porch door. Picked her up and let her sleep in his bed that night. He didn't sleep, of course. He tells us all the next day, hysterical. I later seen this same creature, along with some of my family, and a few locals did too, after asking around. I know it's a fucking meme, but when I seen it, and by my brother's description, it was exactly pig related. However, the pig is like an adolescent because the one that we seen was much larger. My 18th birthday party, October. Live out in the country in Tennessee. Dark as all kinds of fuck. Perfect chilly weather. Around 25 people all gathered at my house. We're playing manhunt. One guy runs off into woods. Everyone else waits an hour, then hunts him with paintball guns. Plan on multiple rounds through the night. Couple rounds go by. No big deal. My 10-year-old brother draws short straw. Almost didn't let him go hide, but he begged. What could happen? We tried to find him for 6 hours. Eventually find him terrified in a hunter perch thing in a tree. Friend who found him said he kicked him in the face and almost knocked him off the tree at first. I ask him why. He tells me that he heard me trying to find him below the perch hours earlier. He peeks out. It isn't fucking me. It isn't a fucking person. It stayed below the tree calling his name for a few hours. Ran off when it heard us coming to actually find him. I've posted this before, but the thread died soon after. December 21st, 2022. Be me. Have a dream where a coworker cut their left hand. Vivid image of a gloved latex left hand being held out in front of me. Cut at the palm, blood coming out. I couldn't tell who it was. We all wear bunny suits at work. Pig related. Wake up. Tell my coworkers my dream. One guy scoffs, says he'll be careful. Rolls eyes. Later on, standing in a group, I notice he's covering his hand. Eyes connect. He hides it. Later on, he tells me he doesn't want to hear about my dreams anymore. I have vivid nightmares frequently and share with them. They think I'm cursed or something. Shows hand. Left palm cut. Band-aid underneath glove. Bro. I didn't believe him because it was too coincidental. So he took off the band-aid and showed me the gash. He hid it from everyone because of OSHA, and we have to report accidents. But made me promise not to say a word. More the better. It had me reeling a little, and my coworkers already think I'm a bit out there. I've posted these before, but I'm gonna repost these so this thread doesn't fucking die. Be me. Work at a dock. Work the night shift. Despite being in a region known for its crime, the dock gets pretty quiet at night. My job is to basically just watch cameras, do patrols, and shoo away teens who come down to the docks to smoke weed and etc. Boring as fuck, but it pays kinda good for where I live. Be working the graveyard shift. Basically, nothing happens during these shifts, because it's the middle of the fucking night. About to fall asleep due to how fucking boring it is. Hear footsteps. Don't give a shit because it's probably one of the other guards or one of the coworkers. Hear footsteps fade away into the distance. Remember that I'm supposed to be alone in this part of the dock, and that if anyone had entered the area, they would have called it on the radio. Fuck that MP4. Open office door and look around. See a tall silhouette at the end of the walkway. It's just looking at me. Turns and walks around the corner. Remember that I'm not a fucking baby, and that this is the only job I could find in months. Go charging after the silhouette. Round corner. Dead end. What? Literally the only way the person could have vanished like that is if they jumped off the railings and into the stormy sea below. My face went. This area is known for drownings due to how aggressive and deep the sea is. My face went. I would have heard them impact the water. My face went. This isn't the first or last time this has happened to me. Shit like this happens so fucking often that I have considered leaving, but it's the only job that will accept me in the local area because my dad is friends with the owner. Other stuff that made me shit bricks. High school freshman. Drinking with my friends at an abandoned football field. Starts to get dark. The stands lights still work, but you had to go into the creepy-ass admin shack and manually switch them on. It was mine and another friend's shift to go. Before approaching shack, get a feeling like we're being watched. Go to turn on lights. Deed done. Exit shack. See a black Jeep parked parallel to the back door, from which we came out. Something's not right with it. Carefully approach Jeep. There's a tied-up mannequin on the passenger seat. Nope. sprint back to friends, and bolt out of the field. Swear to God, Jeep wasn't there when we were leaving. 9th grade, at a public pool with most of the same people I mentioned above, dicking around. Weird older-looking kid approaches us. Pedo stash, but kind of developed. Bleached hair. Tall, but skinny fat. Wants to exchange numbers with us. We ask him which school he goes to. Fucker says that he's the grade under ours at our school. Red flags galore. Gives us his Instagram. Very shady looking. Can't describe without sounding schizo, but it had a gore image profile pic. Freaks out when we tell him that. Says he's hacked. Bugs us for a number, but we managed to bug him off somehow. I got one about aliens, I think, if anyone's interested. Although, I'll warn you now that it's pretty anticlimactic. Be me. Living in a little blink-and-you'll-miss-it town in a shithole country. I work at a PC repair store, but we do more general electronic repair-related stuff. I actually have very little knowledge about this shit, but almost everyone in this town is a boomer, and you would be amazed at how many people come in complaining about their broken PC, and it just turns out it's fucking covered with dust. And after a good cleaning, it works like a charm. If it's not that, you can be sure they downloaded some shifty shit online, and you just run some antivirus software and problem solved. Anyway, I'm at work like normal when the local head cop walks in. Sheriff equivalent, I suppose. And tells me he needs some help with some tech-related stuff on a case he's got. Sweating pepe.jpg. Like I said, I know very little about this stuff, but once you've fixed a boomer's PC or laptop or phone one time, they think you're a fucking savant. Get permission from boss to go help. Go to police station. Have to sign some shit about how I'm like an IT advisor on the case or some shit. He starts asking me if I saw any quote-unquote weird things recently. Weird? Eventually, he slides over a smartphone, tells me some local girl went missing, and her friend says she got abducted by aliens while they were making blogging videos of some kind, and he needs me to find them so he can watch them. I'm fucking dead inside as I scroll through this phone. We got the password from the friend, somehow she knew it, and I realize I'm literally just here to find the video on her phone, and click play. There were a couple different folders with videos, and this boomer cop honestly didn't even know how to find it, and thought he needed some IT genius to hack into the phone or some shit. So I'm going through the different folders trying to find the most recent video. Whole time, cop is telling me what happened. I honestly think there must be some sort of law against that. Like, he can't just tell me about this case and these people involved. But when you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, people don't really care too much about the rules. If the family wants to sue him for that shit, I imagine they would have to take him to the nearest city, cause we don't even have a proper courthouse. Anyway, I'm half listening as he tells me about how the phones at the police station were going crazy last night, and how people were calling in about lights in the sky, and people prowling around their gardens. I'm just like, yeah, that's crazy. I was drinking and watching anime last night with my headphones on, so I didn't even hear any of this shit. Every video is just this girl, sometimes with her friend talking about some K-pop band that they like, or cooking and doing recipes and shit. All the videos are like 3 to 5 minutes long. Eventually I find a video that's 10 minutes long. 10 minutes exactly. I imagine the phone automatically stops at that point, and I skip to the end and it's just like 2.5 minutes of nothing. Phone's just pointed at the ceiling fan, and then it cuts off. Bingo. Track back to the 3-minute mark. Girl was lying on her bed talking to her friend. It's a split screen and her friend is just chilling at her house, I'm guessing. They're talking about some shit, super forced and awkward. I think they were uploading these to YouTube or TikTok or some shit in hopes of becoming famous. Missing girl eventually stops laughing and gets this terrified look in her eyes. I say her eyes because her face was barely moving. Looked like she had a stroke or something. She's really still, but her eyes are really panicked. She must have had the phone leaning on something because it didn't move at all. At this point, the cop has shut up and has moved next to me. So this girl is laying there like she's got a gun to her head. Imagine her phone lying to her right by her head, probably propped on a bedside table as it records them. So we can see over her and out her doorway a bit, but most of the room is off screen. Her friend starts asking her what's wrong. Girl's eyes are darting like crazy now. I think she was trying to say, "I can't move," but it was from out of the corner of her mouth, and really mumbled. Really looked like a stroke victim. Video goes on like this for like 30 seconds. Her friend is clearly scared, but obviously doesn't want to freak out, in case it's a prank. I would have thought it was a prank, but I noticed one little tear run down her face. This girl is clearly terrified. Eventually hear floorboards creaking outside girl's room. Light from hallway gets a bit dimmer as someone walks in front of it. Oh shit, that JPEG. I'm about to watch some fucking serial killer walk into this room and take this girl. Feels like fucking CSI Miami. Girl's eyes are fixed on her doorway. They are bulging to the point that they look like they're about to pop out. Figure appears in the doorway. Very tall, very dark, quite wide across. Literally needs to turn shoulders to enter through the doorway. For some reason, the fact that it looked right, the wrong way, into the other room, first scares me. Like, it just gave it this very human element of searching the rooms for someone. Honestly, wasn't even thinking at this point. I was just watching this shit like I was completely detached, and this wasn't even happening. Like when you're dreaming, but you realize it's a dream. There are 3 of these things, and they enter one after another. The best way I can describe these things is that they look like a mix between an owl and that thing from Spirited Away. No Face is the name, I think. Imagine that, but with an owl's head instead of a mask. But also has a little lipless mouth instead of a beak. They get closer, and I realize that those giant black ovals aren't dark feathers, like how an owl tricks you into thinking it has giant eyes. These things actually have massive fucking eyes. The biggest difference between these and normal aliens is how big they were. The heads and eyes were massive, but not really disproportionate to the bodies. Looked like pig related. There is no pig, what the fuck. But they were wearing clothes like No Face. Black shawl looking things. Made it hard to tell what their bodies looked like cause it was just a solid black mass. But definitely clothes, and clearly the bodies under them were huge. We just sit there, fucking dead silent, as these things walk towards the girl. Her friend has been screaming the whole time. They stand over her, and I notice that she's screaming too, but it's muffled and coming out the corner of her mouth. It's like I'm honestly watching somebody have a sleep paralysis episode. They reach out. Hands and arms are very stereotypical of gray aliens, slender and pale, but when juxtaposed with those huge bodies, they almost look like tentacles. 2 of them literally pick her up like she's a sack of potatoes. Like, they don't even look her in the eyes. They carry her out of the doorway. The one in front makes quite a big bow to ensure she doesn't hit her head on the lintel. Weirdly, the camera doesn't move during any of this, but after the 2 are gone with the girl, it suddenly gets knocked over, and we can hear quite a lot of clattering. I guess the 3rd one did it. Cop literally whispers, "There was signs of a struggle." I guess for my benefit, or maybe the story was just making sense in his head. We just sit in silence for the next 3 minutes, as the video rolls while pointed at the ceiling fan. Remember how I said it was anticlimactic? Well, that was basically the end. I left the police station like I was a fucking ghost, just wandering around, and I never got called back. The girl was never found, and the whole town seems to just have gone, "Huh, I guess she got abducted or something." I don't know if anyone else saw the video, and I never told anyone else but my sister, but the whole town knows the story now, and I imagine about half of them believe it. I think the video probably still exists, and I've asked a cop about it, but he just says he can't give me case evidence. Certainly he fucking cares about the rules. I don't think any men in black came and scared him, or anything like that, and I imagine he's shown it to a few people. My one friend told me the story in perfect detail, even though I never told him. That phone is probably sitting in a desk drawer right now, about 5 kilometers away from me, but I'm not about to go break into a police station to prove it to anyone. I think the official story is that she got kidnapped by 3 dudes in masks. Anyway, I still think about that girl sometimes. Her fucking eyes looking at those things, and the way they looked at the wrong doorway first. Fucking awful.
Autumn of 2021. Big Bro and I have been into the supernatural and spoopy shit since we were kids. Always told me about the strange and ghostly encounters from when he was in his late teens to early 20s. We've been to some places, but nothing ever truly made me believe in ghosts. Been talking about LARPing as if we were real ghost hunters. He splurges on buying multiple EMF readers, motion detectors, mag lights, cameras, and the works. Hears about some supposedly haunted hotel called the Beaumont Hotel in a tiny unincorporated part of Kansas. Some history of the place and the rumors. The hotel was originally built in the late 1800s as a stop for the railroads and for pioneers. Supposedly, the original owner worked the hotel, and his wife prostituted herself out to the guests so that they could keep the business afloat. At some point, one of the regular guests, a cowboy by the name of Zeke, took a liking to her, and an affair began. The owner found out of his wife's infidelity, and when Zeke stayed again, he shot him several times in his sleep. To this day, residents and the current owners say that Zeke still haunts the hotel, with his iconic spurs still jangling as he walks the halls. In the 1940s, as aviation really started to take off, see what it did there? Locals started using the main street of the town as a landing strip. So, in 1953, the owner at the time, James Clinton J.C. Squire, renovated the hotel and bought 70 acres of property to turn into a landing strip for pilots. This naturally brought in tons of pilots to the town who would make a rest stop at the hotel, even to this day. J.C. passed away in 1980 after selling the hotel 2 years prior, although, as far as I know, his family still runs the place. To this day, residents and owners claim sightings of ghosts and paranormal events happening on the daily. Knocks, footsteps, bangs, doors opening and closing, things being thrown and moved, all the stuff that you hear of in the movies. Anyway, brother's birthday is coming up, so we decided we would stay there for the night, for the lulz. We want to LARP as mug ghost hunters, so we take all the cool shit we can think of, book the room, and we head out. Over an hour on the highway, my eyes glazing over, staring at the direction on Google Maps. I see we're getting close. Notice dirt road off the highway that leads to this wooded over area. We go on the dirt road into the town. Trees seem to loom over us, like bending overhead to form a tunnel. Totally not ominous at all. WAD. Beginning of town is old dilapidated building from multiple eras. Brick building from the 1800s. Some old corner store from the 70s. Shit looks straight out of Resident Evil 4. See the hotel, with a nearby plane on display and an old train. All modern cars out front of the place, so seems normal-ish enough. Check in the hotel and look at all the 50s aviation memorabilia covered the walls. Neato. We're told where our room will be. We head upstairs and down this long hallway. Our room is at the very end, feeling like I'm being watched the whole way there, despite us being the only guests. I'll give a quick layout to the room. Right when you walk in, there's a huge bed with a mini fridge to the right next to the door, with a nightstand on the other side of the bed next to the wall. At the end of the room, to the left of where you enter. At the foot of the bed essentially is a wall dividing the room in half, with a TV on either side. In the other half of the room is a sitting area, with the second aforementioned TV, 2 chairs with footrests, and a bathroom. Sorry for terrible mouse art, by the way. We arrived around 6-ish, so we decided to take a load off and get settled, cracking stupid jokes, and he's giving me some more rundown of the history of this place. Within 1 hour, our first weird thing happens. Sitting in the chair closest to the window, opposite of the bathroom, hear knocking on the window next to me. Turn and see the blinds move on their own. Mild spoop that WebM. We both saw it, but attempt to shrug it off as nothing. Few hours pass uneventfully. Bored out of my mind, watching Family Guy on the TV in the sitting room. Around 9, we both agree we'll start a little LARPing investigation at 10:30, because that's when the hotel goes into silent time, as the owners call it. 10 hits, and we start hearing some light knocking, but chalk it up to the housekeeping. We start to set up our gear. Motion detectors in the bedroom and on the bed. We have these tiny balls that light up when you shake them, with enough force. You would give it to like a dog or something. Set up 2 in the bedroom, 1 in the bathroom, and 1 in the sitting room on the floor. We each have an EMF reader. He has an expensive nice one, and I have a shitty cheap one, but can check temperature. By 10:30, the hotel was dead silent. Not a sound from the vacuums, not a footstep in the hall. Start our search by scanning each room for readings, making sure to note every object and area that could give off shit. TVs and the radio on the nightstand, for example. Middle of the sitting room has 0 readings and rather open. Just to be safe, we turn off everything, including the ACs and ceiling fans. Around 80 degrees in room, and 0 readings of any kind. Scan both rooms and the bathroom over and over, and every corner for readings. Only shit we get is obviously if we are close to our phones or plugged in electronics. Make sure to avoid said electronics. Eventually, we both settle on sitting on the footrests in the sitting room. Occasionally check bathroom cause I just get weird vibes in there. Bathroom is so tiny you have to shut the door to get to the shower. That's across the room from the toilet. Sit in there and I get this overwhelming feeling to cry. Fear grips me, and I have to leave. Tell bro to check out the bathroom, but don't mention what I felt. Comes back out looking bothered. Tells me he felt his eyes water, and like something electrical touched him. We basically take turns feeling whatever is in there. Definitely feel a presence in there, like someone else was in there, and it felt cold and emotionally heavy, like a funeral. We chill back on the footrests, scan the middle of the room for readings. Ours both go into the red, getting heavy readings simultaneously from about the same area. Feel that heavy feeling again, like I was gonna cry. Take a few deep breaths and try to take this quote-unquote professionally. The readings go away. Move my reader around and get fuck all. Feel this horrible feeling like I'm being watched from kind of behind me. Suddenly, my left side feels ice cold. Move my reader next to me, and it's flashing and going off. I don't remember it reading a temp change though. Tilt it so my brother can see it, and he can see my look of like wanting to cry. Try to choke out, "It's next to me." Only a whisper comes out. Readings fade quickly, and I feel the cold shift in front of me, and back to the middle of the room. Brother's reader goes off. Track the movement with my reader to see the cause of the readings is, in fact, moving in thin air with zero cause. Much of this dialogue is from my memory, so I'll give you the bits that I do kind of remember. Brother speaks up. "Hello? We can see you're here." Readings going off like crazy. "Thank you for showing yourself to us," or something like that. We do some basic holding our hands out and letting it touch us stuff. Every time we feel the coldness touch us, we consistently get readings. Decide we could try using the readers as a very rudimentary form of communication. He explains it to whoever, or whatever, was there. Basically, one reading equals yes. I guess like no reading equals no. Why we didn't do like 1 for yes, 2 for no is beyond me. I assume if it's a ghost, it must be this Zeke fella that everyone's talking about. Bro asks, "Have you been here for a long time?" We get readings. "Is there a JC here?" Immediate and huge reading from both of our readers. "Is this JC that we're speaking to?" Immediate and huge readings again. I'm trying to process what is going on and that I'm not completely crazy. Ask some more basic questions. One rumor bro heard is that 16 spirits haunt this place, if I recall. Are there others that have been here a long time? Yes again. Eventually try to narrow down the number, and it lands on 15 others. Doesn't give a reading if we ask if there are more. From our questions we find out he stays here essentially because he loves his family here, and the hotel he owned. Make sure to not ask about his death or the other side or whatever. Crack a joke or two, trying to be lighthearted. The reader goes off constantly, but peaks in a pattern, kind of like a person laughing. Realize he's laughing with us. My man. Busy asking a question when I think I see the ball on the floor from earlier shift slightly. Brother saw it and asked if I did too. Mind you, the only lights in the room were our flashlights, so it was very dark. Ask JC if he did it. Another yes. Ask him to do it again for us, if he would be okay with it. The fucking thing moves enough to start flashing its lights. It rolls enough that we can see it roll. Shit bricks, that MP4. We're both completely stunned at this point. We both saw something so irrefutable that it's not just a feeling. Decided we'd move on to EVPs. We tried a few devices, including homemade devices. Basically, picked up nothing for an hour. Eventually, we decided we will try to do one very last one before we decide to head to bed. Tell JC if he wants to give any kind of parting message for us. He can. We left the phone on the floor for him, and the ball from earlier was pretty close to it. During the recording, the ball moves again and lights up. Thank him for letting us record him, and for doing everything he has tonight. Bro says, "I hope you don't mind us sleeping in here tonight." No reading. Slowly goes into the green after a few seconds. We take it as a reluctant, "Okay," and laugh about it. Reader does that laughing pattern again. He was making a joke this time. Eventually, bid our farewells and good night. The coldness and heavy feeling instantly go away. No readings at all. We pack our gear back up and head to bed. Turn on the TV and pass the fuck out. Best rest of my life. We wake up bright and early the next morning, check the audio on bro's phone from last night, and can faintly make out some weird stuff. Hear something get hit lightly at the exact time the ball rolled during the recording session. For me, That was more than enough evidence that what happened was 100% real. Unfortunately, he has the audio, I don't, but I'll see if I can get it sometime. We get all packed up and load our stuff in the car. Decide we'll take a look around the town before we leave. Check out the town's attractions. Only thing that interests me is the destroyed old corner store. The dust-covered window has writing on it in the dust. Names of others who came before us. Friends, siblings, lovers, some with dates over the decades. Bro and I get in the car to head home. Tells me the town cemetery is across the highway. Head over there to pay our respects. Takes some time, but we find JC's grave. Thanked him again for everything. Felt a happy presence next to me when I knelt down. Like he was there with me. Brother and I entered that town expecting nothing. As stuff went on, we thought it was going to be creepy and awful, and yet we went back home that day. Happy. Felt like we got to talk to a lonely soul who hadn't had real company in a long time. For so long before this, I had been a hardcore atheist and only saw the paranormal as fake but interesting. My very principles and beliefs, or lack thereof, were challenged at night. And today, I live and accept what most of us would consider the supernatural as just a normal part of life. I've had many encounters with the other side since then, and while at times I feel like a schizo, JC made me realize and always remember that you shouldn't be so quick to deny it. I'll try to visit him again someday. Also, fun fact, I heard he loves to play pranks on people, including shutting and locking doors and pushing chairs in front of them when housekeeping is cleaning to lock them out of rooms. TLDR, ghosts and shit.
Hey X, I used to lurk here a bit back, but I've come back to share my paranormal experience that, up until recently, I hadn't really thought about. If you're looking for a scary story, this might not be what you're looking for, but it is a bit weird, I guess. I've never been great at green text or writing in general, so sorry in advance about that. Be me, around 10 to 11 years old, living in a middle-class, broken family, the kind I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Alcoholic mother, hard-working father away from family, often due to work, and a few siblings. For sure not the ideal family, but nothing worth getting pity for. The story starts on a particularly bad day for me, where I was bullied pretty hard in school. I also was super introverted, and had pretty much no friends there, which didn't help. Like usual, I came home to my drunk mother. The house smelled like cheap wine and smoke. I can't remember why, but she was pretty angry at me, and ended up whacking me in the face with a wine bottle. This set my older brother off, and he and my mom got into a shouting match, where some pretty harsh things were said about us. I took the situation really poorly, and being a stupid little kid, I decided to run away. Now, for a little more background. Behind my house was a large expanse of forest. Not too far out was an abandoned campground, where lots of the local kids would hang out in. It was an old RV park with a couple dozen structures that were left behind. Some of the areas were a bit sketchy, and only a handful of kids explored the whole place. My older brother, being one of them, drew up a map of the place. It wasn't great, but it was readable. Taking the map, I left in the middle of the night. There was a lodge I passed once before, and I thought that would be a good place to hold out. Looking back, I'm surprised how stupid I was to do something this dumb. I was super familiar with most of the area, and only really need the map for like the last half or so mile, which that probably helped quell any fear that I felt. I ended up walking 3 or so miles. I have a very vivid memory of arriving there. It was a cloudless summer night, so the moon and fireflies made it surprisingly colorful. It was isolated enough for it to only be damaged by the overgrown plants, which were at their height in summer. I went in and started up a fire and cooked up some beans from a can. Despite the fire, I was cold inside, and I could even see my breath. The night sounds were louder than I was used to, and I was put on edge. Remembering a ladder to the roof that my older brother made the first time I passed the lodge, I decided I could sleep better up there, where it may be warmer. I found an area where the high parts of the wall shielded me from any wind, and I set up a little bed. Up until that point, I was distracting myself pretty well with the adventure and nature, but Everything from the day just hit me really hard as I was trying to go to sleep. Looking back, I feel like I was a bit of a crybaby. Your mom hit you in the face with a wine bottle. Anyway, as I was sobbing, I felt on edge again. I was really cold. I never came closer to pissing myself when I heard the sound of creaking on the stairs. I didn't pull it onto the roof with me because, what, a deer was gonna climb up and mug me? I was pretty sure I was screwed. I was warned about pedophiles and other degenerates who might be lurking back here. And I wish I could say I bravely pulled out my knife to stave off the threat, or at least that I ran over to the ladder and pulled it up. But I just continued to sob, now covering myself with a blanket. Either from the cold or fear, I was shaking so much that I'd been seen right away by anything that came up on the roof. The stepping became clear as they started moving on the roof, and I pretty much accepted my fate. I felt 2 arms wrap around me, understandably giving me a heart attack. To my confusion, though, they were surprisingly soft and gentle. Whatever was out there was hugging me from behind through the blanket. It felt like it was in my head, but I swear, I could hear cooing. I never felt so content before in my life. For a minute or so, I just sat there, conflicted between the secureness from the hug and my adrenaline spiking. The moment I felt the arms come off of me, I snapped back to reality and threw the blankets off of me. I looked around, and I saw no one. I was in fight or flight mode, and didn't even question where whatever it was went. I launched down the ladder head first and sprinted home the fastest I ever did. The moment I passed the tree line, I threw up and collapsed from sprinting 3 miles. While lying on the ground, my brain started to realize that the whole situation didn't make sense. My fear was replaced with curiosity as I continued to think about it. I caught my breath, and I eventually went home. It was pretty late, so I climbed through one of my windows that had a broken lock and screen to avoid making noise. And for the 3 hours I had till I had to wake up, I slept like a rock. The only reason I could wake up is because I was dragged out of bed by my brother. It was a Friday, so I felt a bit better about going to school. This might not be relevant, but most of the kids seemed to treat me coldly, and this lasted until I left my school district for high school. That might have been because of my exhaustion or something, but I remember that they wanted nothing to do with me. The only kids who would even interact with me were the ones who were messing with me. Halfway through the day, the teacher's pet threw some of his lunch at the back of my head. Like clockwork for some reason, the teacher yelled at me for making a mess. The day was going to shit, and all I could think about was how good it felt last night when I was being held. Between the harassment and cold shoulders, I couldn't wait to go home. Without even hesitating, I started to prepare to go back to the campground the moment I got home. Right as I was opening the door, my little sister came running up to me. She was crying with a black eye. I figured my jerk of a mother must have hit her. I ended up comforting her for a while until she felt better before leaving. It worked out because it started to get dark as I left. Like the night before, I trekked to the lodge and set up camp on the roof. I began to feel the air get cold, followed by a smell. It wasn't unpleasant, but the smell wasn't all that great either. I wanted to see what was going on, but I was nervous, and I hid once I started hearing the footsteps again. This time, I expected it, and I leaned a bit into the hug. For an hour or so, I just rested in the embrace, listening to the cooing here and there. I felt like the arms would rub up and down sometimes, and it was nice. Eventually, it let up and I threw the blanket off of me. I didn't see anyone, but I was greeted by one hell of a sight. It was like I could see every star in the sky through the clearing in the trees that the lodge made. The moon was full and bright, and fireflies lit up the trees. Even though I didn't see anyone, I didn't feel alone. I know it's dumb, but the idea of a ghost didn't pop into my head until recalling the story. I gazed at the stars until I felt it was time to return. Before I left, I brought a flower to the roof, and I left it there. It was nice being able to walk back home. I slept like a log, and I woke up brighter than ever before. These things started to become a routine. The other kids avoided me more than usual. I would come home to comfort my younger siblings, go to the campground to chill with a ghost, and leave a flower before I leave. It wasn't every day, but these were all frequent. It was the first time in a while I was content. Unfortunately, things didn't last. I wanted to leave earlier, so I'd begun to ignore my siblings. Even with the extra time, I would end up spending less time out there with that feeling of being with someone. I was upset that I was losing this connection. I was getting so frustrated that I eventually yelled at my sister to leave me alone one afternoon before leaving. I can remember my older brother's disapproving face in that moment. That night, I felt nothing out in the woods. I brought another flower to the roof, like I would normally do, to beckon it. Before I could even go up to the ladder, I was hit with an intense cold. A feeling of dread and shame came over me as I looked up the ladder and saw a vague silhouette of a person. There were no features, just an outline. I desperately thought about what I was doing wrong. Maybe it was the shame I was feeling deep down, but I realized, somehow, it was the way I was treating my siblings. It had comforted me like I was supposed to comfort my siblings. While not in a full-blown panic, I returned home with a sense of urgency. The next morning, I remember apologizing to my little sister and giving her a big hug. From that point, till we left the house, I made sure to always treat her well. To a lesser extent, my little brother, 'cause he was a hardy little asshole, but the same deal. I didn't see it again, and I repressed the memory. My siblings all became close over the years, and my mother eventually passed. The event was bittersweet, remembering the good and the bad that we experienced with her. At the funeral, my sister thanked me for being there for her when she needed me. That night, while running outside, I felt a chill over my shoulder, and I could swear I saw that silhouette in the woods. That was last night. I always felt like it was a she, but she was always there for me at a really bad time, and I ended up forgetting about her. While I can't say my life is perfect, she helped me to value my family more. I would like for her to be at peace and pass, or whatever it is ghosts do. If there were any flowers blooming this time of year, I would leave a flower on the side of the road. As autistic as it may sound, I'm probably gonna buy some flowers and take them with me on my run. Maybe I'm just a schizo. What do you think I should do? OP here. I'm about to head out for a run now. I bought a bouquet, and I'll take this flower with me. It looks a bit like the wild ones I used to get before. I'll give you guys an update on my return. With all the creepy speculation in this thread though, I'm going into this a lot more spooked than I thought I would be yesterday. OP here. I'm back. And fuck, Anons. I'm feeling a shitload of things right now. I'm going to start green texting now and with the pictures I took. I would be worried about doxing myself, but it was so dark, and my phone is so shit that they aren't all that clear. I'm a bit pissed that lots of the pictures didn't come out well, but I'll post what I got. Anyways, here I go. Be me, a few hours ago from this post, going on a run at night to get fit and to avoid being seen by my neighbors. The night is pretty, and I don't really like my neighbors. I have a flower tucked in my pants to leave where I think I saw it. On my way back, I arrived to where I last thought I saw it. It is an entrance into the thick woods that remained. I was just going to leave the flower on the side of the road and take a picture of it. Maybe it was because I've been reflecting on the situation a lot, or it was for those sweet yous, but I went into the woods to leave it further in. I was surprised to find one of the old campground trails was still visible. If they lasted 15 years when I hung out back there, another 15 years seems reasonable. I tried to use my phone light and picture flash to light up the way. None of the pictures come out with a flash, and my phone light is way too bright for my liking. I ended up using a red light on my house key to lead the way. It's a cold winter night, and I was in a sweat-filled sweatshirt, so if there were any drops in temp, I sure as hell didn't notice them. The campground was far more exposed with the forest around it shrinking, and the remaining structures were heavily vandalized. Straining my brain to find where the lodge was, I was able to come across within 2 or so miles of walking. It was, at least, in one piece, but clearly wrecked. I almost shed a manly tear looking at how bad it looked. While looking around, I admittedly got lost in my memories, and I just looked around for a moment. I was reminded why I went back there. As the flower fell from my pants, I was hit with that smell while picking it up off the ground, and with the biggest sigh of my life, I made my way to the roof. I've never felt fear, bar my first contact, when I was around this thing, but you guys filled my head with just enough spooks for me to have to force myself to move. The ladder, in tatters, was still there under a pile of dirt and leaves, and I'm surprised how much smaller the roof was. I put the flower around where I normally would. Then I laid down with my head hanging over the peak of the roof. I shut my eyes, and it was like I was reliving my past. I heard the footsteps. It may have been me tripling my size since I was a sub-4-foot middle schooler, but the steps were light. Light enough for you only to notice them if you were expecting them. I'm tearing up a little bit writing this part, so I'm sorry for taking so long. From behind, I felt an arm draped over my right shoulder, and another under my left. As incredibly gentle as it was, I can still feel it right now. It was like it was laying on the other side of the roof, with its arms laying on me. No cooing or anything. Even the sounds of the night were gone. I knew the moment I opened my eyes, it would be over, but curiosity got the best of me. My eyes were greeted by the night sky this time, only obstructed by some moisture in my eyes. I got up and was once again surprised. Before me was my old walking stick that I used to use back there, where I left the flower. My older brother made 4 for each of my siblings and I, out of a table that was left behind. Our stash, where we would hide stuff, was looted right before I stopped going back there, and I hadn't seen it since. I was really starting to get cold, as my sweatshirt was now covered in cold sweat. I knew it was time to leave. As I made my way down the stairs, the steps gave out. I was fine, but the same couldn't be said about the ladder. I might be reading into things a bit too much, but I'm pretty sure I'm being told farewell. As I left the area, I noticed the construction vehicles and chopped down trees. The last of this forest I played in as a kid was being prepped for suburban expansion. As I walked out of the tree line, I took one last look into the forest. I saw the silhouette, clearer than ever, kinda. It was still detailless, but it felt that I could make expressions out, or read its emotions. I'm not quite sure how to explain it, even while it's fresh out of my mind. It was pouting, I think. It then moved into a soft smile, and it faded into the background. I'm still tearing up a bit. Old habits die hard, I guess. I feel very melancholy, I guess. Either way, I think that is the end of this tale. Anyone else ever get ghost calls? I worked suicide prevention for a couple years in the late 90s, and I would get calls that we couldn't trace of people that sounded almost hollow. I don't know how else to describe it other than it sounded like their voice was missing something. Has anyone had a similar experience? I can post stories if it would help connect it to anything. Once back in college in 2016, I was watching one of the Godzilla movies at around 1 a.m. when I got a call. I picked up, and this female voice that I didn't recognize began talking to me. She knew my name and said we were dating. I thought perhaps it was a girl I met recently or something, so I lied and said that I remembered her. Then she started laughing at me and asked what I was doing. I lied and said I was just asleep. She corrected me by saying I was watching a movie. I asked her who she was, and she just kept laughing before the phone cut out. I never heard from her again. On a side note, I'm scared I may have a woman stalking me right now. You should find her and fuck her. The weird demon woman or the current stalker? Demon woman, I'm honestly unsure what that was. Stalker was a swipe match that was super clingy before even meeting up, while adamant that we not meet, and who then demanded a lot of commitments on my part, basically wanting me to promise not to ask out or date for 3 years. I said fuck off, and she sent me a literal multi-page essay on how I'm horrible. She then, a week later, tried to match with me on a new profile, and has been making new ones to do so over and over again for months now. Frankly, both bitches give me bad vibes. I got calls for over a year from random numbers. I never answered, except once. I looked up one of the numbers on a reserve search, and it came up as a company that sells spoofing services. One of the comments said that these services allow feds and glowies to harass people. I had a dream at about 3 a.m. about a family that burned down in a house, and they all died. I dreamt I was in that house, seeing their shadows running around. I woke up in sweat to see someone calling my phone. It said it was the daughter who had died in the fire at that location. It was a typical female name, and my phone lit up with it. I picked up, and as far as I can recall, it was mostly static. I didn't say anything either. Then, I woke up again, but this time in my actual room, and my phone was locked, and nobody had called. I even checked. Not a phone call to me, but similar. Was parked at my gas station one night delivering something, and my car radio was on since my phone wasn't connected. And I can't remember if it went from static or a station, but there was some sort of pause in sound. Then I heard a buzzing, and it sounded like someone picked up a receiver, and the call went like this. Hello? Hey, what's going on? Huh? What are you doing? Huh? Where are you at? At this point, my body is covered in chills and I'm sweating. I was already on some weird shit that night, and hearing this made me so paranoid and nervous. Not just the fact that it sounded like I picked up someone's personal phone call from my car, but the way they were talking was so unnerving and uncanny. It sounded like they were both very sleepy and almost moaning their words out, like some zombies trying to speak. I had pulled my phone out to record it and managed to get the last few seconds before it cut off mid-word. It was a boy and girl's voice. I lost the recording, but I showed my friends, and I couldn't get that thought out of my head. It was almost as if it was someone or something trying to mimic some casual conversation. No, just call centers. I've witnessed a bunch of suicides in person, though. I was in the Army and then the Navy. Guys in there love killing themselves. I've seen 2 guys shoot themselves in the head. One did it while standing next to me on a range. While living in barracks, I've seen one intentional OD, one guy jump off the roof, and one guy hang himself. I also found one guy that had hung himself after the fact. It was usually all over a girl. I have a burner app that I use to contact an ex during a bad breakup. I know. And sometimes, I get calls on the burner numbers from others that have clearly been called by the same spoofed numbers. Usually, it's people trying to ask to get off a telemarketing list. But one time, it was an angry black woman who was yelling at her boyfriend in the background and calling him a friend while he tried to defend himself. Guess she thought whoever called him from the number was a chick. And when she heard my voice, she just went straight to, "This buckaroni gay!" Poor dude. Thank you to the guy who hit on me in class. I have changed some small details here, and I'm using a throwaway because I don't want this to ever get traced back to me. When this took place, I, female in my 20s back then, was finishing my degree in the city and working as a casual receptionist at a firm. One of the employees, Nick, told me one day that one of his clients, who he said was a stand-up guy, thought I was very cute and wanted to see if I would be okay to give him my number. We went to dinner, and he was charming enough. He was in the medical field and was about 7 years older, but I didn't mind, as my own parents had a similar age gap between them. We talked about my studies, and he told me he thought my rather run-of-the-mill family life was amazing, because his life was so different. He was adopted as a baby, and his father was abusive. When he was 15, his mother left, and he never saw her after that. He was kicked out at 18 and ended up in a terrible car accident in his early 20s. For a long time, he stayed at a relative's house and worked to support himself. Yeah, heavy conversation on the first date, but all I felt was this overwhelming compassion for this poor human who had been through so much. He seemed nice, he was smart, handsome, and though he was just a touch too serious, given his life, I figured that would be understandable. We ended up dating, but by about the third week, things started feeling a bit weird. He refused to introduce me to any of his friends because his last ex had left him for a friend. He also hated that I had male friends because of the same reason, and he would insist on reading any texts that I sent or that I received from them. I made excuses in my head for him like, oh, people need to heal, or sometimes they need a crutch before they learn to trust, or, well, it's not like I have anything to hide. He started being critical of the way I spoke or acted, and how I dressed. He was also super insistent that we move in together, but I felt it was way too soon. In arguments, sometimes he would get a weird look in his eyes that made me feel unsettled, and I once tried to break the tension by half joking, "You look like you want to hit me," to which he responded, "I wouldn't bother if it came to that. I would just kill you." I was so shocked. I didn't even react to that until days later. Recounting it, red flags were everywhere. But though it might be hard to believe, I was actually convinced I was falling in love with him. Most of the time, he was perfect, until he wasn't. But he would explain that was only because he had so many issues from his past. And I would believe him. Then, one day, I told him what I thought was a funny story about a random guy in my class who asked for my number. This guy had asked under the guise of getting notes for classes that he'd missed, but I only offered my college email address, explaining that I had a boyfriend. Hilariously, as soon as class ended, I saw this guy annoyedly throwing the paper I wrote my email on in the bin on his way out of the lecture hall. I expected my boyfriend to laugh, but he lost it. He accused me of leading the guy on, accused me of wanting to cheat. I was furious because I knew I had done nothing wrong. When he angrily threw a mug at the wall, which shattered, the whole argument came to an abrupt halt. I was scared and angry, so I grabbed my bag and bolted out of his apartment. I thought he would stop me, but he didn't. I went home and cried about it to my cousin who I was living with, and assumed it was over. Days pass, and I hear nothing from him, and within those days, I started questioning everything. Suddenly, it was clear as day that this relationship was toxic and very unhealthy. Even if he did have a tough past, it wasn't my job to fix it, and it wasn't an excuse for the way he treated me. I was starting to accept that this was just a horrible near miss, and to get over it when he texted me, groveling apologies and how much he missed me, and I made the mistake of responding. He called, and I picked up, but it was because I wanted to tell him that I still thought it wasn't going to work out. He cried. He yelled at me. He asked me how I could do this to him when I knew that everyone he loved in his life had abandoned him. How could I do the same? He told me he would never be able to love again, and that it was all my fault. I had broken him. He told me that he had given me everything, but I was leaving over such a small argument. And then he apologized and told me that he was trying to change and to give him another chance. I was bawling my eyes out. I felt like the worst human in the world, but I held tight to saying that it was best if we moved on and that I was sorry. He ended the call by telling me that I had ruined his life. Nothing happened for a while except for texts here and there where my ex would apologize, tell me that he missed me, explain that he realized he made so many mistakes, etc. and etc. I would tell my cousin who I was living with about him, and she would firmly tell me to not respond. She was sure it would stop eventually. And one day, I finished work as usual and headed to the station. It was a busy day and the streets were scattered with other people. As I walked, I had this weird urge to look behind me, and when I did, I saw my ex. There was a little distance behind between me and him, but when I saw him, our eyes locked. He looked different, a bit out of it, and I thought maybe he was drunk. I decided I would deal with him at the train station, as it was always crowded, and I wanted to talk to him only in a place where there were lots of people. I figured the yelling and crying would not be as intense that way. When I reached the station, I stopped and waited for him to catch up to me. He stopped about 2 feet away, and I expected him to start apologizing again, but he said nothing. He just stared at me. Awkward seconds pass, and I say, "Look, insert name," but that's all I got out, before his arm moved slightly, as he took his hand half out of his pocket, and I saw he was holding a very small knife. I froze and vaguely remember thinking that I wanted to run, but it was like my brain and body shut down. I can only describe it as if there was a fog in my brain, and I just could not move for what felt like ages. I just stared at him, and I still remember how his eyes just looked so blank. I don't know how long that lasted, but then, without saying anything, he turned and left. Nobody else had noticed. I remember numbly getting on the train. I started second-guessing if that even happened. Hindsight tells me that I was in shock. As soon as I got home, though, I burst into tears. My cousin calmed me down and helped me call the police. And in the end, the security cameras weren't placed in a spot that could clearly show that he had a weapon, so the police couldn't do much. Thankfully, I didn't see my ex again. I ended up quitting my job, changing my number, and I eventually moved away to another city. To my ex, let's never ever meet. And to the guy who asked for my number in class, thank you. You might have saved my life, and you have definitely changed it. People who know murderers. Were there any signs that something was off? If so, what were they? I've posted about it before, but a kid down the street talked about killing squirrels for fun. He was 7 years old. He moved away and we forgot about him. 20 years later, we saw him in the news for brutally killing his parents. My brothers will sometimes share the story of their limited interactions with Michael Swanson. Back in the 90s, our grandparents had bought a cabin in northern Minnesota as a summer home. Each year, we would go up and stay at the lake for a week. There weren't a lot of kids at the lake, as it was mostly people like my grandparents who lived there, retired with a summer home. But there was one family with a son who went by Mikey. They lived on the same side of the lake as my grandparents, and would often come over to help with projects or to have a barbecue. Now, my grandmother felt that something was off with Mikey, but couldn't place her finger on what exactly it was. Grandpa just thought he was a little odd. In fact, that is part of why his parents had bought the cabin. They thought it would be good for Mikey to spend more time in nature and less time in the city. Anyways, Grandma never really was comfortable with us playing with Mikey, unless it was at my grandparents' cabin. One time, my brothers were out on the dock fishing, and Mikey came running down the bank, telling them that they needed to come with him. He had something cool to show them. They went with Mikey over towards his folks' cabin, where he had trapped a rabbit in a snare. My oldest brother asked him if he was going to let it go, and Mikey laughed and said, "Well, that wouldn't be very fun." I don't have all the details, but I know that Mikey proceeded to torture this rabbit in various ways. My oldest brother, who would have been about 14, lied and told my older brother, 11, that he had heard Grandma yelling for them and that they needed to go back. They went back and never said anything about it to anyone until years later, when both were studying criminal psychology in college. Michael Swanson went on to murder 2 gas station clerks about 12 years after the rabbit incident. I spent a lot of time at a friend's house when I was about 6 to 9 years old. He had a brother who was like 3 years older than us, who I remember as being generally nice, but I have one weird memory of him absolutely losing his shit when he tried to teach me and his brother to rollerblade, and I couldn't get it. Like, he was throwing things and weeping uncontrollably. When I was in high school, I found out that he had joined the military. And while he was deployed, he got court-martialed for killing civilians and keeping body parts like fingers and ears as trophies. I knew a girl as a freshman in college who was mean, obviously mentally unstable, and not too bright. When her fraternal twin sister fell in love with a good friend of mine, she became enraged with jealousy and could not let it go. Her sister begged her to get help, and there was a huge blowout in a hallway on campus, where my friend had to intervene to prevent his girlfriend from getting stabbed by her sister. The police were called to campus, and she spent a week in jail before her sister decided to not press charges. Her remaining friends dropped out of her life because of her actions and unwillingness to get help. She got kicked out of college shortly after threatening the guidance counselor, who was giving her one last chance, and she moved back in with her parents. When her sister went home for Christmas with my friend to introduce him to her parents, I told him to watch his back. They haven't even made it all the way into the house before they were attacked and repeatedly stabbed. My friend died on the porch, and she died at the hospital the next day. The murderous sister was beaten to death in a jail fight a few days later. I met their older brother, who I didn't even know existed, at the funeral for the good sister. He said he had gone no contact with the family years before for his own protection, because his parents refused to do anything about the mental health problems that his little sister always had, even as a small child. Rest in peace, Derek. I miss you, buddy. Edit. I started college in the 80s. Time does heal, but rarely completely. Thank you for the condolences. Mental health resources were scarce and highly stigmatized back then, and I hope that anyone going through something similar gets the help they need. I've met several after the fact, but this is about one I met weeks before the murder. My then husband and I were hanging out and met up with a friend of his and the friend's girlfriend. The friend gets a call from his brother and invites him to join us. The brother arrives, and pretty soon afterwards, the whole vibe changed. My ex knew both men since all three were kids, so he was relaxed enough to start drinking around them. I was babysitting a wine cooler because I'm the next thing to a teetotaler, and I was a designated driver. I kept noticing the brother staring at me, but I tried to ignore it, but it quickly became very uncomfortable. I'm nothing special to look at facially. I got the mom bod on lock, and I was with my husband. The brother then asks me why I'm not drinking. I explained that I'm not a real drinker, and added that I like to be aware of who and what's around me. So, he asked my husband why I wasn't drinking. I don't remember his response, but the dude looks at me and says, "We need to get you drunk." I left to go sit in the car because what the fuck was that? I didn't feel safe or protected because my ex wasn't even paying attention. About 20 minutes later, the dude walks up to my car and asks if I can take him to the corner store. I reminded him that he had a car, and he replied that he couldn't drive because he had been drinking. I told him I wouldn't take him, which led to us staring at each other in silence for several moments. He broke the silence by saying, "I bet you're real loyal. A loyal girl. A good girl. I know that motherfucker gets anything he wants from you." Then, he laughed and walked away. When I told my ex the next day, he wasn't bothered and was making excuses for their friend's brother's behavior. A few weeks later, there was a report on the news about the body of a woman being found in my ex's old neighborhood. Find out later, she was assaulted and murdered. It didn't take long to find and arrest her killer, aka the friend's brother. I knew Christopher Bennett as a child. Honestly, I thought he was a bit of a jerk. Then again, most little boys are mean to little girls, especially little girls who are 3 years younger than them, and seem to think they can do whatever the boys are doing. Last time I saw him, we had grown up a little. I was 11, and he was about 14. He wasn't as mean as I had remembered him. Did I see it coming? No. Most people didn't. I mean, he was getting into trouble a lot, but murder? Never thought he had it in him. Then again, he was right to kill the bastard he did, and I think a lot of other people would become murderers if they saw what he did. In 2003, he murdered his mother's boyfriend. He was 18 at the time. He broke into his mom's house with the intention of robbing the place. What he found was his little half-sister getting assaulted by her father, Chris's mom's boyfriend. Chris ended up with one hell of a long prison sentence, something like 1,500 plus years, for ridding the world of a child molester. His sisters have since grown up and have been speaking out, and they have been fighting to get their brother out of prison for a number of years. For 4 years, I worked 4 desks away from someone who was arrested and convicted of a 32-year-old cold case murder. Dude was an asshole, but didn't give off murder vibes. The general reaction was, huh, I hope his replacement is less of a dick. One of my uncles murdered his wife. He was out of jail by the time I was a kid. Yes, there was always something off about him. My mother told me he was always violent and had a sadistic streak. He liked to make people afraid. He mellowed out as he got older, but he was always a user and always looking to take advantage of where he could. I'm pretty sure he was a sociopath. My mother had a lot of siblings, and he was the only one like this. Why did your parents let him anywhere near you? I couldn't say. His siblings loved him and just tolerated or were in denial about what a really bad person he was. Fun fact, he married again to his brother's ex-wife. I have cousins that I have no idea whose kids they are. I knew someone who killed her mother. No, absolutely no warning at all. No hints to look back on and say that we should have seen it coming. She was a perfectly average suburban wife and mother who woke up one day and snapped. She ended up being featured on Snapped. She's currently serving out a 40-year term. I know a similar story. Thank God her mother survived, though. She was a very fragile, almost tiny woman with a quiet, high-pitched voice. Her nickname was something like Mouse. She was temporarily living with her mother after her divorce, just for a few months, and one day, she suddenly stabbed her own mother 6 times in the back. The knife wasn't very big, so the mother survived. The daughter went to an institution for having a psychotic break, and her mother forgave her instantly. Visited her every day as soon as she could leave the hospital. It was heartbreaking to see how much both of them suffered, and they seemed as loving as any family I've ever known. The mom, never for a second, thought her daughter actually wanted to do her any harm. As someone who has witnessed psychosis firsthand, fortunately, not in a form dangerous to anyone but the person suffering from it, I applaud the mother. It's truly horrifying how the brain can make you believe stuff, be totally certain of things, even in plain sight of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. My wife suffered from psychosis and believed that she and our children were in danger by some imaginary black men. They were with my mother at the time, so I called her and let my wife speak to my mother. She could hear the children in the background while talking to my mother, who constantly was telling her that everything's fine. The moment the call ended, she said that they are in danger, and it was a ruse from those black men. She is better now. My former manager killed his wife and attempted to make it look like a suicide. He did this because he was ultra-religious and cheating on his wife with multiple women he found online. The church he was a member of frowned upon divorce, so he thought murder would be a better alternative. The story has been on Dateline and other shows. He was a super strange dude, and when I found out, I wasn't completely surprised. His office always smelled like farts.